Third part of it is, thank you. The third part of it is after we archive everything and after we have that, I'm going to create a narrative and a presentation that goes along with it. So I speak in a lot of different places. I'm a keynote. I'm going to be doing a keynote at the Latino Convocation at NAU, and I weave these stories into it so that the stories are not forgotten. The last part is we're creating a documentary that goes along with it, which will be accessible to everybody. So that's who I am, the why, the what, and I'm just grateful for the opportunity to be in a position to honor my ancestors, the stories and the sacrifices of my ancestors, and contribute to this amazing project that's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cuevas. We appreciate your work and the ability that you have to be able to pull out those stories, especially now while we're at this 100-year anniversary, why it's so important that we celebrate and remember these stories that otherwise would have been forgotten. So I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Really appreciate you being with us this morning and loved hearing the story of you and your family and the history of Flag and of Our Lady of Guadalupe. So thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
With that, I'm so sorry, Supervisor Fowler.
No, I just want to thank you for continuing to really involve us in the celebration. And this year's a special event. We learned from Supervisor Vasquez about the Route 66 that had gone through there. So I'm really excited about this event. So thank you for sharing your story, your history, and to your family also. Thank you.
With that, I would accept a motion to approve the funding agreement for the 100th anniversary of Our Lady of Guadalupe Chapel.
So moved.
Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. It is unanimous. Thank you again for being here.
Thank you so much. Muchas gracias.
Now we're moving to 15. Consideration and possible action to approve the Title I allocation of Secure Rural Schools and Community Self-Determination Act funding for the 2024 federal fiscal year. Supervisor Fowler.
This is just exciting. That's why I pulled it. It's just a great event. I mean, we wait for this anticipation. You know, it's like that ketchup. We wait for it. And anyway, a long time ago. Well, anyway, I'm so happy that we're able to allocate these dollars, and hopefully, you know, with everyone's advocacy across the country and our board and our staff advocating, we hope these fundings continue. So thank you. And Siri, you want to go over where it's going to go? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Fowler and members of the board. So just as a reminder, we did talk about this on Monday. So if anyone is interested in this topic and wants to hear more about it, they can watch last Monday's presentation as well. The item that is on for you today is approval of the Title I allocation for the dollars that are associated with fiscal year 2024. These dollars would normally have been received in April of last year of 2025 for allocation and use and distribution during the current fiscal year. Due to the delay in the reauthorization of the funds, we only just received our payment. So we're very excited to be bringing to the board the allocation today. And this allows us to expedite those payments to the school districts that would normally have received these dollars in the fall. One change on here is that the recommendation for the allocation compared to prior years really enhances the dollars that are direct distributions to the schools. So 100% of the school's portion, which is 90% of the Title I dollars, about $2.2 million, is going directly to the school districts through an allocation. The other exciting thing is that in June, you will see another allocation brought before you for Title I for fiscal year 2025. So we recently received our payment for the federal fiscal year 2025 dollars on our typical schedule to be used then and distributed in the fall to the schools. So the schools will be back on schedule to receive their funding. Yep. And of course, I will just note that the act does require schools and roads. So we also have a 10% allocation to the roads for their support as part of this item.
Madam Chair, if I may add just one item, this this funding today is the crucial piece that schools have been calling the superintendent about to make some payrolls and to make some obligations that they have made. So this action today is, from our review administration, it must be done in support of our education facilities.
Absolutely. That's why we're very excited. And thank you, Supervisor Fowler, for removing this, because this is really something we want to celebrate. With that, I would entertain, Supervisor Fowler, a motion to approve the Title I allocation of secure rural schools for the 2024 federal fiscal year.
I move that we approve this item as read.
We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion. We have a motion and our second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. Everybody wanted to second it. I love that. So we are moving forward, members of the board. We have to resolve as the Health District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
So move.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are now the Health District Board of Directors. And we do have consent agenda item, and we can take this by one vote without discussion. If, however, you would like to have a discussion, then we can remove it. Any request to remove? Otherwise, I take a request to accept the consent agenda.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the consent agenda.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Motion and second. All those in favor of accepting the consent agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous and it is passed. We now need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion? I have a motion and a second. All those in favor of being the Board of Supervisors signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. We now need to resolve as the Jail District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
So move.
I have a motion. Do I have a motion and second? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We are now the Jail District Board of Directors, and we have the Jail District consent agenda. Do we want to remove it? If not, I will accept a motion to accept the Jail District consent agenda.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the jail district consent agenda.
All those, do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 It is now accepted. We need to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion? I have a motion. Do I have a second? Motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are now the Board of Supervisors, which should make you all very happy. And with that, we're going to adjourn. All right. And we are now turning over to our budget. And we have Siri, our budget manager extraordinaire. Well, forget what I said then.
I feel like a Dangerfield moment here. I get no respect. I get none. I get none. Madam Chair, members, thank you very much. County Manager, do you have any comments? Okay, all right. Thank you very much. We'll dive right in today. Public Works is with us to go over their budget presentation. I'll ask you as you turn in your tab in Book 2 to Public Works. There are a few increment requests that are included in the budget. They're also on your pink and green sheet as we've discussed. And also I want to just run over the carryover request briefly. So they obviously have an increment request in for diagnostic software and technical training, which we have recommended for approval. And then also training and CDL school in the transportation fund is recommended for approval. All the carryover requests in the various different funds that are listed on page 2 have been recommended as well. And as you look throughout their budget, they will continue to update you on other issues that they have there. I want to thank Christopher Tressler for being a solid leader, and a colleague of mine, and also his entire management team for all the work they do in support of our transportation infrastructure and safety throughout our county. Christopher, I'll have you come on up and kick this off. And I just acknowledge many members of his management team with us today.
So, usually everybody loves the snow plow and in Public Works, but we didn't get to see it enough this last winter. So I don't know if I can complain about that to you, Christopher, or if I have to go higher.
Chair Horseman, members of the board, I'm Christopher Trustler. I'm the the Public Works Director, and I really enjoy the seasons as well. And it's one of the reasons why I chose to live in Coconino County. Is, we typically do get snow, sometimes too much and sometimes not quite enough. But, since we haven't had snow this year, we've been able to capitalize on the fair weather to accomplish tasks and do road maintenance work, other other project work that we typically wouldn't have been able to do. And we're going to talk about our fiscal year 26 accomplishments, what we plan for fiscal year 27, and we want to talk a little bit about our public works team.
We're having some technical difficulties, you may have noticed. Oh,
Uh,
of course, Lindsay noticed. Sorry, it's just easier for us to look at the one in front here. Oh, there we go. It's working. God, she's so good. Thank you so much, Lindsay.
I want to read this quote that Jeremy said I said, but it's Public Works remains operationally stable, capital focused, and workforce centered. Fiscal year 26 was about strengthening delivery systems, improving asset management, and reinforcing safety and emergency readiness across all of our divisions of Public Works. It's a really exciting time to be at Public Works. We have the funds to accomplish the projects that we want to do. Our vacancy rates are improving, and the vacancy rate is improving. We have fewer vacancies, and we're training people, and so it's our culture is probably as good as it's been in a long time. You might remember that we maintain a little more than 1,000 miles of roadway. A little more than 300 miles of that is paved, and a little more than 600 miles of it is gravel road. And this, a significant amount of that is 286 miles that we blade is on both Navajo Nation, and a portion of that is on Hopi tribal lands as well. And then we track and maintain over 16,000 assets. Those can be all the way from signs to culverts to guardrails to cattle guards at Public Works. Our org chart looks like this, and I know the names are really small. It's somewhat by design, but it just shows the structure and the breadth of the diversity of the different types of tasks that we work on, and how we've divided up. Where we have our Deputy Director Chad Ocker is going to speak a little bit, and he's responsible for engineering and road maintenance. And Jeremy Floyd's our relatively newer Deputy Director, and he leads the Administrative Services Division and our fleet team. Our vacancy rate now is down to 16%, and it's been as high over 20% at times. So we're really excited about that. So for fiscal year 26, we've seen to date about $16.2 million in revenue. And Jeremy will talk about that. That's a snapshot in time. But more importantly on this slide, I wanted to point out that on the capital equipment, we had listed previously that we were going to purchase $6 million, and we hope to purchase $6 million. We have a plan to purchase $6 million if revenues support that. But I wanted to ask you to update that cell under capital equipment. That it's actually, we're asking for it in the budget to approve $3.7 million in capital equipment. That relates to plow trucks, graders, loaders, backhoes, things like that. That's not only support snow operations, but also everyday road maintenance. Well, I'm going to turn it over to Jeremy to give a snapshot of our financial outlook as it relates to revenues and fund balances.
Thank you, Christopher. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board. I'm Jeremy Floyd, Deputy Director. One Deputy Director. So this chart here is our historical revenue from 2019. And as you can see, I have it up there as through January, and through January we were above last year's amount by about 24,000. What we're currently seeing is I expect the revenues to land about flat, about right around where 25 ended. But 25 was our flagship year. We're calling it our flagship year, the highest revenues we've ever captured. So I think it's relatively good news. So this next chart shows you on the HERF side, the transportation fund balance, how since 2022, and with the passage of the expenditure limitations, we have been able to spend down our fund balances. And by the end of fiscal 28, if that picture would move, I believe it says our fund balance would be 19.1 million. And on the RMST side, we are able to spend down even more. This is our capital fund. So we're going to be, by the end of 28, 1.6 million. So more projects in the ground, more projects to the citizens. It's a really exciting time at Public Works.
No, it's the picture, so it's okay. He's done with it now. But what he was looking for was right where that picture is. We do have the handouts, which was good.
I'm going to hand out some maps for Nate.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm here to talk to you about our capital infrastructure improvement projects and what we've done in engineering. Again, I'm Nate Reisner. I serve as the county engineer. In fiscal year 26, we've spent a little over $12.3 million in construction projects. And we've identified some of the projects up there that we've completed and some that are currently ongoing. Spring Valley Road, we just completed. Double A Ranch Road, we are currently working on. And the rest of those projects up there, we've already completed, with the exception of Buggy Wheel Ranch Road. We just awarded that this past week. But one thing that we're handing out right now is the map of the projects that we're going to be doing. And on the second page of that is the ADOT cost index for construction projects. And looking at that ADOT cost index, that really shows from a statewide standpoint what's happening in the construction world. And as you can see, the cost index is dropping significantly from what it was last year, which is awesome for us. We're not going to be able to spend about $1 million of funding this year that we had estimated that we were going to spend, because our projects are coming in under budget from what we estimated, which is awesome, which means that we're going to be able to do more with the money that we have. I also want to give you an update on some of the grants that we're working on. Our Safe Streets for All grant, we're going out to the public in the next couple of months. I think you've all received invite requests for some of the public outreach meetings that we're having. We're going to be coming back to the board after we're done with a lot of these public outreach meetings, and we have some updates for you all. We're also working on grants that projects that have been identified. The one that we're working on right now, our SS4A grant, is for Loop Road. We've done an RSA out there. We've identified a lot of the crash history out there and the issues out there on Loop Road. So we're going to be applying for our SS4A grant. We're going to be coming to you guys for that in a couple of weeks on approving for us to apply for that grant. It's going to include things like turn lanes at Star School, right and left turn lanes at Star School, rumble strips, centerline rumble strips, improvement at curves, improvement on striping, improvements on signing out there to try to help reduce fatal and serious injury crashes. On our Belmont design concept report, we've identified a alternative that we want to move forward with. It's a phased alternative. The first phase is looking at implementing a East Belmont traffic interchange. It's a new traffic interchange about a mile to the east of the current interchange. And then the second phase is moving the existing interchange about a third of a mile to the west of the existing traffic interchange to improve access to the Belmont area and congestion that's anticipated in the Belmont area. We are getting ready to finish up our traffic analysis for that portion of the project, and FHWA and ADOT will then have to review our traffic analysis and give us approval. But in the meantime, we've been going after grants for final design on that project, and we'll continue to go after grants for final design. And then we're getting ready to sign an intergovernmental agreement with our countywide multimodal network plan. And that will hopefully be coming to you guys in the next couple of weeks for approval of that IGA, where we're going to look at all the old studies that have been done and corridors for multimodal networks, and then connect those all together and connect all of our unincorporated communities with incorporated communities and have a better mapping system for our multimodal transit system and what we want to implement. We're also, I want to give you an update on Lake Mary Corridor. So a couple of years ago, we came to you all and asked for Lake Mary Corridor to be recognized as a recreational corridor. Our hopes now is to try to reduce crashes on the facility, make it more aware that that there's going to be multiple uses on Lake Mary Corridor. For the entire section of Lake Mary, we haven't really seen a reduction in crashes, but if you remember, we did a 2-foot stripe buffer along about a 6-mile section of Lake Mary Corridor. Along that 6-mile section, we've reduced lane departure crashes, which is our highest fatality and serious injury rate type crash in the county, by 69% in the time that it's been installed till now. We'll keep an eye on that because we only have a year and a half of data that we've looked at, but we'll keep looking to see how that performs over time. And then that's about it for me for capital invested projects for 2026. I'll be back to talk about our 2027 projects.
There's some questions, so hang on here.
Okay.
Supervisor Begay?
Thank you so much for the update. I'm really glad that we're looking at the Star School turnoff. It's very dangerous going in there. It allows only for one bus to go in and out of that area. And my concern that I keep bringing up in the last 3 years is that if there's an emergency in that area, there would be no way that anybody would get out, one bus at a time, and then all the other staff, all the vehicles. So I know it's a private area where the school is located, but we can only do what we can. But they're going to be really happy with this, and I just want to say thank you for that. And also the curb areas. We've had a lot of accidents in those areas, and the main thing is the speeding. People are speeding really fast on that road, and also other maintenance of the road out toward Loop is really something that needs to be addressed. So thank you, Chris, for all your staff and administration. Andy, thank you for really helping our district as far as some of the concerns that have been coming up are popping up. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And please keep us informed on what's going on with the Lake Mary Road. I mean, I know that was a very big deal. A lot of our outdoor recreation enthusiasts, as well as it being an iconic roadway for so many people who are training triathletes and bicyclists and runners. So, and I was hoping we were going to see a reduction in crashes and just problems. So keep us informed on that. So, all right, thank you.
Good morning. Todd Skinner. I'm responsible for road maintenance. As you can tell with Nate's presentation, there's a lot going on. Nate does such a good job of updating the roads. And then he turns it over to me and says, it's all yours. Have fun. We are really proud of that 1,000 miles. We talk about that often. We say we have 1,000 miles of road. What that really breaks down to, even more importantly, is that 16,000 assets. As Christopher stated, it's guardrails, cattle guards, miles of roadway, rumble strips, pavement, all of these things, culvert pipes, all of these things add into what we maintain. One of the things that I want to bring to your attention on this slide is we have seen the road maintenance grading on the BIA and the road maintenance grading for the rest of the county. So when you get closer to Flagstaff, the cost on that left side, the cost goes up because those miles that are here in town or close to Flagstaff get supported with water trucks, and there's additional traffic control, and there's usually some material being added. When we get farther and farther out, it's more difficult to support those operators. The reason the BIA dollars is is lower for mile of grading is because that operator is out there by himself. One of the things that, because of that, we are trying to add another operator out on the BIA, which brings us up to 4 according to the agreement that we have there. All those things that we are working towards is in that direction to support those operators that are a little bit farther out of town, as well as maintaining what is right here in our own backyard. Christopher talked about the vacancy rate. Road maintenance has 60 employees or 68 positions. So we have a huge factor in that vacancy rate. We are down to 12 or 13 vacancies, and that has been coming down for the last 5 years. Want to note that we just got a list for a position with 24 applicants. That is an incredible amount. I've talked with ADOT and I've talked with the city. Nobody else is getting that type of interest for applicants. And that is mostly because I believe because of the pay increase that we got, the 2 increases that we got this last fiscal year. A couple other things. We have been spending a lot of time in the sign shop, and we have upgraded our signs. We now have the ability to build our own signs. You can see the Route 66 signs. The smaller ones were built in our in-house. The bigger ones were not capable of building those, but the small ones and most of the signs that you see now on the roadway, those are getting built in-house, and those are printed by our own employees, which is a fantastic thing. And we have the ability to keep up with Nate and all the traffic control that he's trying to change with the safety action plan. Then the next slide. This slide shows a lot of our accomplishments in the last year. I'll talk about the 3.7 million that we've spent in fleet.
We have a question, Supervisor Fowler.
Sorry, but I want to go, you switch really fast. I want to go back to your last slide.
Okay.
And you have weed control or weed management.
Yes.
I wonder how that is managed. I am convinced that ADOT transfers these ADOT transfers these invasive species, introduces them onto our roads, and then they grow out. As you're driving down to Phoenix, you can really see it. And I thought about how in the world do they do that. Now I know, in my head anyway. It's by the grader or the molder, they mold the sides of the highway. And I believe that they should be cleaning those machines like we do with the quagga mussels. They make sure everything is clean before it goes to the next port or the boat goes to the next waterways. And this particular one, I'm always afraid that it's going to happen. And same thing with the Forest Service introduction of invasive weeds or plants. And I just think that that's how it's being transported. So that's my own little world that I'm telling you about that I have figured out.
You're right on. That does happen. I think especially with ADOT, there was a large push to try to do stuff with that, particularly with camelthorn. One of the things that you see on there is that we have a contractor or a consultant that does a lot of our weed control. They do the spraying. Most of what we do in-house is that we call vegetation control is usually trees. Any of the hazard trees that die on the side within the right of way, we'll take care of those. The consultant does most of the weed management. One thing that they have noticed is where we stop our weed management, there are invasive weeds coming in. It's very it's kind of obvious where we stop on the BIA because they go up to the reservation line and they're not able to spray weeds any farther than that. So we see a lot of camel thorn right there. It stops right where they stop their spraying.
Supervisor Horstman and our Chair Horstman and Supervisor Fowler. The weed management program that we undertake, we take a percentage of our funds and we spray weeds in our right of way. And weeds propagate when there's disturbance in soil. So when, like Department of Transportation, and it's great that you said you talked about ADOT, because it wasn't too long ago that Todd was working for ADOT, and so he knows very well what the program was and what they did, and he implemented to a certain degree. But so best management practices are to clean equipment before it changes areas, so we don't propagate the weeds. The Forest Service has a very, very stringent program about that, about washing vehicles, and they're inspected before they're transported and allowed to work in other places. We spend about $150,000 a year trying to manage invasive species in our right-of-way. And it's difficult because where our right-of-way ends and our roadways, there's adjacent lands that propagate the seeds and they can blow back in. So sometimes it feels like somewhat of a war of attrition on it, but we continue to dedicate funds in those areas. And there's groups, and it's becoming more acceptable and mainstream for groups to manage invasive weeds and take a more aggressive approach at it. So we continue to improve our program. I think we actually just increase the amount that we spend towards the weed management, but you're right. When we transport equipment or we disturb soil, we don't replace it with native seeds, then a lot of invasive weeds are opportunistic and they'll propagate in those areas. And so, yeah, it's an important program.
Well, I'm glad that Madam Chair, I'm glad that you are really paying attention to it. The chits, the grass that just is always so dry. I think that's where a lot of the fires start. The other thing that it does is it takes out and it kills all the native vegetations that to us as Native people, those are herbs that we use for healing, for ceremonies and other uses. Even people that are very tuned to herbal use in their household, those are medicine. And yet these invasive species just takes them out. So anyway, I just wanted to just bring that up, and thank you. Thank goodness you're not with ADOT anymore and you're over here.
Thank you for that. On this slide, we talk a lot about our equipment, brought up the plow trucks. Plow trucks are coming in at about $350 now each. So anywhere from $350 to $400,000. So there's a lot of things going into those trucks, and they are getting more and more expensive. So Joe's going to talk more about the fleet, but as far as the road maintenance goes, for every mile that we don't plow snow, they last another couple of months. So years like this can really help us out on that kind of stuff. We talked about the vacancy rates. We are improving on that. That is going down very well. One of the things that I do want to note, going back to that 16,000 assets, we do have an asset inspector. That asset inspector has been going from one asset to the next and inspecting all of these pipes and culverts and cattle guards and kind of laying forth work orders for the road maintenance crews to go out and fix. I believe this has lowered our liability incredibly high, or a lot, because of that asset inspector. We're able to get to these things that we haven't been able to get to in the past. And then one other thing, accomplishments, we have on here a list of 2 different road improvements that we've done. There's one more to add with the Sherwood Forest resurface job. We finished that up just a couple weeks ago, so that was really impressive to see all that maintenance unit come together and do the work kind of out of season. Most of the time we would wait till May or June or later to do that work, but because of the winter, we were able to bump it up. Any questions?
Supervisor Ontiveros.
Okay. Mr. Skinner, I don't have a question, but I just have a comment. And I want to thank you for giving us kind of the background on the vacancy and how that is improving. And you really attribute that to the increase in pay. Was I correct in hearing that?
I do. I think that's part of it. You know, we compete with the city and the state, and I don't believe they are getting quite the applicants that we are. And so I think a lot of it comes down to those pay bumps that we've gotten last year.
Yeah. And I'm just glad because I knew that that was going on and I was wondering what the impact of that was. So I'm really pleased to hear that it is having this effect because, I mean, truly the investment there, the turnover, you bring someone in, you train them, and then they leave, you've lost all of that money. And then I also see that there is money for CDL training and whatnot. So you guys are really investing in your workforce and it is showing. And so thank you for that explanation and bringing us up to speed on that.
Thank you.
Moving to our next slide, we wanted to talk about what we're doing at Public Works for workforce development and safety culture. And that was a great segue, Supervisor Ontiveros, to talk about that. We're really investing in our people, and some of the important things that we're doing at Public Works relate to, we have our own onboarding that we do in addition to the HR supported new employee orientation. And we do stay interviews, and when somebody's approaching their 1 year mark at Public Works, they get to meet with county or with Public Works leadership, and we talk about how they're doing. And one of the questions I really like to ask is, are you doing the things you thought you would be doing? Are you doing the things we told you you'd be doing when we hired you? And we're really getting a lot of good feedback, and it's helping guide some of our special initiatives and our programs at Public Works. And then we're undertaking a really concerted effort towards leadership development. And a lot of people, Jim Wine likes to say, if you know who Jim Wine is, he gives a class about buddy to boss. A lot of our operators are working with their friends. A lot of our mechanics are working with their friends. And then all of a sudden, Friday, it's the end of being an operator on Monday, they start a new position, and now they're a leader. And the same skills that potentially got them to be an expert operator are not the same skills that make them a great leader. And so we've undertaken a concerted effort to train our leadership and mold the kind of leaders that we hope to have at Public Works. And then it's great also that we've been able to hire and attract really great people within Public Works leadership, and the people that are presenting here model the values that are important to Public Works. And so we're in a really good spot. Before I turn it over to Chad to talk about some of our strategic partnerships, I wanted to highlight on this slide our Hope IGA and the IGAs that we have and hope to have soon with the BIA. Our BIA agreement is that we blade 260 miles of road, and we have 4 FTEs assigned to that. And it really takes a certain level of operator at a certain grade to be able to be out there and do that. And we haven't had quite the talent at that level yet to do it. And we've grown some talent internally. And so typically over the last few years, we've only had 3 operators, and we're pushing a 4th operator out there. It's a little bit of an underfill, but they're doing a great job. And so we're excited to be able to hit the BIA roads with 4 operators and improve that. We're also, you might remember that we dedicate $500,000 each year to projects that are supposed to be identified by the Navajo Division of Transportation. And the last time we revised the IGA, we allowed for funds to be used, a portion of the funds to be used for emergency repairs and for general maintenance. And then the major projects that they match with their T-tip funds. And so just a few weeks ago, we signed an agreement with Tom Latero of the Navajo Division of Transportation, and we're going to spend about $62,000 this summer, probably into the fall, working on 6732 culvert projects there that are going to help keep the roads from washing out. We're going to spend money on 6720. There's some areas that wind-blown sand comes in. It makes traversing stretches of 6720 very difficult. So we're going to use some of that money there. And then the Little Colorado River is migrating into 6730. And it is at the edge of the roadway, and it drops approximately 4 feet at the edge of the roadway. And likely the next major Little Colorado River flood will take out portions of 6730. And so we want to be proactive. I'm not trying to fear monger or trying to create any more drama around this, but it's a very real problem. And we've agreed with the Navajo Division of Transportation to use some of this emergency money to identify a parallel route to 6730 and get ahead of this problem so that we can realign 6730 to a more stable location, which is very feasible. And then, yeah, thank you. We're going to move the road 6730 adjacent to the existing alignment. And then
Or put a ferry there or something,
put a-
ferry across the road.
we'll have another Lee's Ferry.
Supervisor Begay.
Thank you. Good things happening. It took a lot of advocacy. I think the big thing was the floods that we had over 89 North here, and it affected a lot of routes, especially the Hopi route coming from Coal Mine Mesa was 11 miles, and then 21 or 22 miles on Hopi HPL, Hopi Partition Land, and the last 5 miles is also Navajo. And so when the floods happen, it was put a lot of strain on the people to come to work, come to their hospital visits, and whatever they needed to do, appointments and Flagstaff. They had to take the Grand Canyon route, or they went around Second Mesa, coming to Loop and then back down. And with the IGA that we're trying to push for Hopi, we do have Navajo finally after 10 months. We got that one for Navajo, so that's good. But anyway, for Hopi, I hope that we can settle something there soon, because we would like to be able to go in and fix at least the little bridge that's almost underground now. It's just yay deep now. It used to be further than that. So I just want to say thank you for looking at that. And so those are some of the comments that I wanted to make. And BIA, of course, you know, I don't know. I've had several calls in to Orlando Teller when he was there, and then Leroy Gishi with the BIA, because a lot of these roads, some of the portions of these roads are BIA, and we need to make them accountable for the roads, or they need to turn it over. I don't know what they need to do, but it's just, you know, we cannot continue to have have the people go different routes, you know, just to get into Flagstaff. But I think the one that we secured over the 89 summit is pretty secured right now, but we still need an alternative route in case something else comes up. So I just want to say thank you on that. And the wind-blown sand, yes, that's been a hassle, and you know, I'm glad that your staff have been going out there to address that. And then and then of course the Little Colorado River, we really need to work on that, because we're trying to, I think at one point we talked about land swap at one of the areas. I think they did that just north of Keams Canyon to have part of that road, 67, the road that's in Hopi, we can swap. We can start talking about those, but that's going to be from Navajo to Hopi. So anyway, there's some things that that probably need to start happening, but I'm glad that you guys are doing your part and all that you can do for the people to alleviate a lot of stress and unnecessary travel they may have to be taking. And so I just want to say thank you um, so much for all the work that you're doing, you know, in our area. And the other area is, of course, just the tunnel to Cow Springs where it gets really muddy. There needs to be talked to Andy the other day and said, you know, we probably need to have some culverts in there because that's going to happen again where people are going to get stuck. So, but the one for Head Start from Cow Spring, that has been resolved, 1 mile of it, no time. They just fixed that thing real, and those people from there said, thank you so much for the county for addressing that for them. But thank you so much for really going out, you know, this administration and, you know, listening to our needs on the reservation. So thank you so much.
Please proceed.
The last project that we were hoping to fit in under this agreement that we just signed, but it's actually going to turn into a larger agreement on N21. The road, the part of N21 leading to the hospital, miles and miles of it need to be resurfaced. And we've worked out with the Navajo Division of Transportation that they also had set aside some funds for that. So we're going to pool our resources, and it'll be over $1 million for road resurfacing of N21. And we'll need to bring that to the Board of Supervisors as an amendment to the IGA. And so we'll work on that over the next month to get that finalized and understand how we'll carry out the work. But the Navajo Division of Transportation is said that they will commit the money that they had set aside for it to the project as well.
Yeah.
So this Navajo DOT program has currently almost $2 million in it. So we're working to spend that money down because, again, doesn't do any good having that money in the bank. We need to get it on the roads. And that'll be important work that we're doing over the next 6 to 8 months on these projects. And then in fiscal year 27, we'll continue to do projects, and we'll propose projects again, and we'll get sign off with the NDOT group, and we'll continue. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to
One more question.
Yes, ma'am.
So what do we do to get BIA to put in more dollars? Because they have a lot of miles in there that we need to, and we're kind of footing the bill from the Navajo Nation and also the county. I don't know what avenues we need to take, you know, to see if we can start working with BIA. I know they're phasing out a lot of programs. Offices are being closed here at Western Agency. And so it's probably just working with the government to government, you know, in Washington, D.C. under the Transportation Department. So, but Mr. Gishi and others, you know, they said they're willing to talk about it, but I don't know. We just need to get started at this end. So thank you.
Supervisor
do-
Fowler?
I just want to just make a comment about my observation. We're having road issues. Our paved roads damaged because of the increase in semi-trucks running on them. These are semi-trucks that are made for interstate, 18,000 pounds, and here they're on our roads. And been just, I think you're already aware of this, but you know, ADOT needs to put a weight station and inspection station, reopen it at Cameron, where it used to be at one time. And we just need to really monitor that these trucks, they're avoiding all of the weight stations, you know, out on towards New Mexico. They're avoiding all of them as they're driving through, even avoiding Page, and they're going, you know, they know exactly where to go now. And so I just want to, and I wanted to see if you see that on the county roads, because I see it on just regular highway N21. That's a big impact on there as well. And I noticed the Kaibito Road is that way now as well, because the trucks are just plowing through there.
Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. To speak to your question, Supervisor Fowler, we do a lot of traffic counts in the county on a lot of our roadways. And part of those traffic counts is we get vehicle classification. So we look at the way we set the counters out. They count the total volume of traffic, the speed, and how their axles are set up. We can tell what type of vehicles are on the road. We're really not seeing huge increases of truck traffic on our county roadways, except for when there's a logging project or something like that that happens in the area. But we'll see a small amount of truck traffic increase over a small period of time. And then when we do our roadway reconstruction projects, we go out and we count the traffic out there so we can get a good idea of what the volume is, what the vehicle classification is, and then based off of that, it tells us how thick we need to design the road for. So we really haven't seen an increase of truck traffic anywhere, anything that's outside the normal of typical traffic increase, except for when there's closures on the I-40 and things of that nature, then we get kind of the offshoots, but not a huge increase of truck traffic in terms of the normal day use.
Yeah, thank you. I think you're not throughways. Maybe that's probably the reason why, because 89A up from Marble Canyon up, there are so many trucks now. And then I'm constantly getting, comments and emails and calls from residents about these trucks and just the damage they're doing to the road. So I just thought I'd bring it up here.
Chair Horseman and Supervisor Fowler, I think with the working group being put together as part of the reconstruction of the North Rim, Grand Canyon, and the lodge, all the right people are going to be in the room, and we can definitely make sure that we talk about heavy equipment or heavy traffic on these roads, and use that platform as well to advocate for some of these things.
Thank you. ADOT is having a listening session in Page today. And so I've been bringing it up. Hopefully our communities will be there to bring it up. So thank you.
Good morning, Chair Horstman and members of the board. I'm Chad Ocker. I'm the other Deputy Director for Public Works, and I oversee the road maintenance and engineering divisions. And I get to talk today about some of the fun stuff we have going on, creative solutions, strategic partnerships, and initiatives. And this slide is really about maximizing opportunities and improving our operations without expanding costs. So we've been intentional about building partnerships. First one there with Coconino Community College, getting the CDL training in Flagstaff. It's the only opportunity in Flagstaff for that CDL training, and drastically reduces the cost of sending people out of town for that training. Over the past couple of years, there's been a lot of effort put into the tribal agreements. Christopher covered that with the BIA, Navajo Nation, and the Hopi tribe. So we're looking forward to continuing those relationships and seeing how that can benefit us in the future. There's an informal internship program with the Williams High School students, allowing students to explore career opportunities with Public Works while they're still in school before they graduate, and we'll hire them as temporary workers, expose them to it, and hopefully they'll stick around for the long haul, and that's been successful. Training coordination with the city of Flagstaff has been huge. Just this year in 2026, we've offered 2 different trainings, one with asphalt specifications, mixed designs, construction and production of asphalt, which was a 3-day course, very beneficial. I think 12 of our employees attended that. And then we had some equipment paver training. The city has a paver exactly like ours, so we had the vendor come, and it was a great joint effort between the city of Flag, so we're going to see how we can expand that in the future as well. We've got a great relationship with the Forest Service. We're looking at developing some additional pits potentially. We're in current communication with them on that. A lot of our pits are cinder, which breaks down over time, breaks down quicker than a hard rock material. So we're seeing if we can get access to some of their pits that they have developed. Some of them are inactive. It's looking like a good potential, and this will drive costs down overall. It'll reduce maintenance and provide a longer lasting gravel road if we can get access to better materials. And then we got our ongoing coordination with regional planning organizations and City of Flag and ADOT for regional transportation. ADOT still talks to us, even though most of the people that have been talking this morning came from ADOT. So they're starting to call us ADOT East, but they still talk to us and they still partner with great people over there. Internally, on the right there, we're looking at operational enhancements, and most of those have been talked about, so we're not going to go through those, but those mainly focus on internal communication. That was a gap that we noticed a couple years ago, and we've put a lot of initiatives in for that, and people are well informed of what's going on in public works in the county. We're putting a lot of focus into training systems and safety. Our safety is always number one, so that's a priority for us. Todd mentioned the asset inspector. That's shown huge benefits just in a short amount of time, as well as the equipment trainer, a full-time equipment trainer. We're getting a lot more people in the door, but some of them are newer operators. We need to make sure they're operating safely and they're trained on this equipment. The in-house sign production, Todd had mentioned. We're also looking at bringing additional in-house capabilities to road maintenance. We're building a bigger staff, so we have that capability to do things cheaper, more efficiently in-house. We're looking at an asset management system, one that encompasses all the assets in public works. Right now we have separate systems for fleet, equipment, and then the infrastructure. So we're looking at something that can be more beneficial to help us inform our decisions moving forward. We're putting some resources towards our facilities, safety improvements and operational improvements, and then also looking at innovation. Engineering's been great looking at that alternative base stabilization, which has saved a lot of money on projects over the last year.
Supervisor Ontiveros has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Acker. And my question is, on the Williams High School intern program, how long have you guys been doing that?
It's just been a year and a half, probably.
Yeah.
Very informal. We reached out through I believe one of the teachers there that runs the heavy diesel tech class.
Mm-hmm.
And they had a couple of students that were interested. We were only able to hire one. He had just turned 19 or 18, so we were able to hire him as a temp. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out very well because we can't hire, or we can't, anybody under 18 can only do so much work. They're not allowed to operate equipment and that kind of stuff. But it's been really beneficial for that one individual. We hired him as a temp, got him in the door, and he's done a lot of the work that's very visible. He's the one that patches all the potholes.
Oh, okay. Well, so that's the person I need to thank, because I've actually heard some good things coming in that area, in the Williams area, the Red Lake area. And I personally think that high school internships are great ideas, and I recognize that it's informal. I understand the challenges on the age limit. Like, I get all of that, but I think it's a great program, and I'm glad that, were you the one that thought of this, to reach out to the instructor at Williams High School?
Yeah, it was me and Cass, supervisor out there. He's done a great job of encouraging. One of his employees is a high school coach, so he's been drawing in students as well.
Yeah.
There was a lot of interest in that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
But yeah, so one so far, I heard you, Mr. Tressler. But I still think that it is a really good idea. And I'm telling you, one good employee can make all the difference in the world. So it may be one so far, but I appreciate the you know, the forward thinking on this and allowing employment opportunities in the rural areas. It's much needed. So thank you.
All right, moving on to challenges and opportunities. We performed a SWOT analysis back in 2024 and then another one just a couple months ago. And it was interesting to see some of the things in 2024, just 2 years ago, that were weaknesses. And threats are now strengths and opportunities. And it shows some of the initiatives we put into place are working. So the slide frames the environment we're operating in, both the pressures we're facing and the opportunities that exist. First is the rising complexity. Our system spans a wide geographic area and a lot of assets, 16,000 assets, 1,000 miles, and increasing technical equipment. So this requires better asset management system and more specialized training, and we're definitely moving forward with both of those. The second is the cost pressure. Inflation affects everything, materials, equipment, and services. Nate mentioned it's going down slightly, and that's great, but it's still increased over 130% construction costs over the last decade. So we need to keep looking for that, and our focus has been on innovation, better specifications, and preventative maintenance to stretch every dollar. And the in-house capabilities that I mentioned earlier. We're looking to bring in guardrail repair back to the county. That's a huge cost to have a vendor come in and perform those services. Paving operations, we have a paver. We're building up a workforce, so now we're expanding our opportunities to save money and make our dollar stretch further. So third is workforce sustainability. We've made strong progress on retention, and as Todd said, thank you for those consistent pay raises. I think that definitely has an impact, and the culture that the county has established here also has an impact, and I think those two combined, people want to work here. 20 people on a hiring list is awesome. We got 2 or 3 just 2 years ago, so a lot of improvement in that area. And finally, aging infrastructure, 1,000 miles of road, all these assets. The biggest risk here is deferred maintenance, which leads to higher costs down the road. So our strategy is disciplined preventative maintenance plans and improved asset management to avoid those large capital spikes down the road. We want to be able to sustain that with our current budget moving forward. So on the opportunity side, our improving workforce culture and retention gives us a chance to build formal succession plans. That was a gap we saw, and expand training consistency. So we're going to continue to work on that.
Ted, if I can just briefly on that point, could you talk about some of your efforts to work with teams on culture and appropriate interactions and the workplace culture and how we're doing that throughout our divisions?
Yeah. Well, first of all, there's a lot of communication. Christopher sends out a lot of communication, read before you lead. So those are to supervisors and leaders in our department that set the standards, you know, what's expected from public works management and leaders, and how to conduct ourselves, you know, in public service. So those have been great. There's outreach throughout the week with communications that are going out to employees. Keeping everybody engaged, I think, is the big improvement we've seen. But yeah, we've got a great leadership team. We have great employees, and it's the best team I've ever been a part of. So it's just awesome to see. So on the opportunity side, yeah, culture, I mentioned that. And then the grant leverage, we have a strong grant efforts. Nate and his staff have been great at looking at the external funding opportunities. If we can bring outside funding to advance projects without increasing our internal budget, that's going to be huge for the future. So while these challenges are real, we have clear strategies in place, and looking forward to the future. So this last slide that I have shows how the FY26 budget is allocated across the department. The total investment is hidden there as $35.7 million. The largest portion, about 42%, is in capital transportation improvements, and This reflects our continued focus on rebuilding and preserving the critical infrastructure that we have. About 35% goes to road maintenance operations. This is the day-to-day work that keeps the system functioning, emergency response, snow removal, all of those things. And 12% is in equipment and supports the maintenance and replacement plan and ensures reliability in the field. Tribal roads is about 7%, a little over $1 million. That includes the road grading full-time operators up there, and also the Navajo Nation Capital Match Program. And then the big thing, a small percentage here is 4% on road project planning and road safety studies. But this is probably one of the most important, the way Nate and I see it, as planning for the future, showing the needs now and showing how to inform our decisions to invest in the best way possible. And these studies and planning efforts will help make us more competitive for grants in the future as well. So looking forward to continuing all the planning studies, and Nate's doing a great job with that. So with that, I think I'm turning it back over to Christopher.
Madam Chair.
This, I
We
want
have a
to,
question, Supervisor Begay.
okay.
Not for him, for you. There's a big old eyesore that I've been wanting to bring up. The flood, and when the floods came, the fencing of ADOT went down 89 North. There's a big fence, a long fence that's down and it's all trashy. And that, I think that's in the ADOT right away. Is there a way we can contact them to see if they can? I see that on this sheet that you have here, it says there's right-of-way road fence replacement. I don't know if they'll allow that to happen with using those dollars. So I think that really needs to be taken care of. The other thing is, as you know, there's a turnoff now to Sacred Peaks Center, and working with the IHS and the regional healthcare, that was something that they really wanted, because as you go back and forth, there's no way of getting back on the road, coming, especially if you're coming into town. You just have to go with the flow that way and see where you can get off and then turn around and come back into town. So they're really looking at that with the city. So I'm really glad and proud of that too. So, and then the other thing is, we're talking about these vehicles, these big vehicles, trekking through our tribal road, our tribal roads. No, the roads and the roads, the back roads. There is a lot of traffic, but I know of a town that ordered those signs saying that no vehicles over a certain amount of weight or something, like 16, 18,000, and it stopped them from going through those areas. So we might be able just to get some of those signs somehow from ADOT. Maybe we could put them, especially in Loop. It's dangerous already. Loop Road coming back through here, and then down. That's one of the areas that I know is happening, and then through Hopi too. So you put them, and what they did was they placed them at the beginning of the road and then the end of the road. So there's no traffic of those big truckers going through there anymore. So that might be something that's temporary. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to point out on this slide before we move on to fiscal year 27 that these percentages are what we believe is a recipe for success. And we should note that on the Tribal Roads program, we accidentally added in the $500,000 each year that we're saving. So this year we expect to spend it's about $1.1 million, but in that fund, there's about $2.6 million that could be spent for proposed projects. But so that percentage is a little bit lower than the 7.5. But year after year, we expect to spend this much in each of these areas. And I think this is what the Board of Supervisors should look at, that, and we'll get to the slide for fiscal year 27. And I think we're, by my metrics and benchmarks that we have at Public Works, we have a lot of success, and that the public is relatively happy. Can't please all the people all the time, But we're doing a pretty good job, and our pavement condition index is a good indicator of that our paved roads are in a really good spot. And so Board of Supervisors should look at these percentages and say, okay, this seems to be the sweet spot for Coconino County Public Works. When we look at fiscal year 27, we should be close to this. And if you all say, you know what, we want to shift these percentages around a little bit, this is where it would help us to understand feedback or the feedback from you, get the feedback from you, and modify some things or justify better the percentages of the $35 million that we spend in a given year on roads. This is kind of the crux of it right here for the board to give feedback on.
And quite frankly, we look to you all as to what the needs are because, you know, we hear anecdotally a lot of things going on, right? And that doesn't necessarily reflect what's really going on. And you know, probably we receive, I can just speak for myself, but I'm sure others as well, probably more calls about roads than any other complaint. And yet, most of them really are not county roads that they're complaining about. And so I guess what I'm saying is that we really look to you and your team. You know, in general, I think that that what you're able to do and accomplish over 1,000 miles is unbelievable. And you know, many of us travel a lot of those roads, and quite frankly, are very impressed with what you're doing. And when there is a legitimate problem on a county road, you hear from us. And I have to say, you are exceedingly receptive, and you get on it. And I really appreciate that. And quite frankly, my experience has been you go over and above, you know, and you know, KEW is an example where there were ongoing problems with access, and you all went over and above to get it done for those folks out there, even though it probably wasn't really within the parameters of county roads. It certainly affected so many people, and I really appreciate that. So, you know, I want you to know if this is what you're saying is the gold standard, you know, please remind us. If there's something that comes to our attention, you will hear from us.
Thank you.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
Okay, and I thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Tressler, for like inviting comment from the board. And I really am going to echo Chair Horseman's comments that you guys know what you're doing. We're all in trouble if I start telling you guys how to run public works. We have reached a major crisis point because I don't know what I'm doing in roads. And I also know that many, many, many miles of county roads lie in District 3. And so I know that my office is forwarding many emails to your department. And I'm also going to echo Chair Horseman's comments that you guys are very receptive. You guys are on it. The communication you have with the residents is, I just don't know how you guys could do better. So I'm going to say if this is working, you guys know what you're doing. If it's not broken, let's not fix it. And thank you all for the work that you do out there.
I think we're starting to run out of time, and so I'm going to move quickly. So now we're talking about future plans, and Nate's going to talk about capital improvement projects, and Joe's going to talk about heavy equipment.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for having me up here again. I'm going to talk to you about the capital improvement program for fiscal year 27. Pages 810 and 812 in your packet have our 5-year pavement preservation program and our 10-year CIP program in them. I want to talk today a little bit about how do we program these projects? Where do we come up with these projects? First, I'm going to talk about pavement preservation. So pavement preservation, you've heard us talk a little bit about Lucity. Lucity is an asset management software. And within that asset management software, we have asphalt modeling, pavement modeling. We have a company come in with a van that has lasers and sensors on it. They come and survey our roads once every 5 years. And based off of AASHTO criteria, it gives us for every 1/10 of a mile what that 1/10 of a mile scores, and then it comes up with a full score for the roadway called a pavement condition index. Measures cracks, roughness of road, things of that nature. We really want to be in the high 70s, low 80s of our pavement condition index, and right now we're sitting at 83, which is really good. So what we do is we model based off of deterioration curves for our area. We model that pavement life cycle over a 5-year period of time, and we come up with a 5-year game plan every year that we get this modeling done. And then that spits out what type of treatments we should do on each roads in the area. The model says for every year, it just takes the worst roads. So if we shotgun spattered every road that is called out from our model, we would have a very poor efficiency of getting these roads done. So we look at over that 5-year period of time, what is recommended in the Donny Park area, and the Mountain Air area, the Kachina Village area, KEW, Williams area. So we look at usually about 7 different areas that we rotate in over a 7-year period of time. And we take out those roads that are identified in that 5-year plan and try to do those treatment types in that 5-year plan. We then go and drive those roads to make sure that what's being recommended actually makes sense. Then we go into our program for the year of putting together plans. And then we update that model yearly of what treatment types we've done, and then we rerun models. That way we can get good deterioration curves in the future for when we actually come out and do the surveys. So that's how we do our pavement preservation projects and identify the roads that we want to do for pavement preservation. For our capital improvement program, up until probably this coming fiscal year 28, there's a slate of projects identified in the road maintenance sales tax. So we've been going through and knocking out all those projects that have been identified in the road maintenance sales tax. We should be getting that done hopefully this year or next year. We should be completing those roads. So these plans that we have been doing, these studies that we have been doing that are identifying projects are really important for us, because now we're identifying what are our needs that we need to get done now for the county. And then we put all those projects identified in the study, what's called a planning to programming project identification list. And we go through and rank every single one of those projects as in terms of safety need, what is impacting private property, what actually needs to be replaced, and we come up with a ranking of all those projects and then put them into our CIP plan based off our budgets that we have. So that's how we develop our CIP plan and our pavement preservation plan. Up here you see a bunch of projects that we're going to be doing next year, this fiscal year 27. Spring Valley Road, Double A Ranch Road, and Dunham Street West Side Drainage. We're going to be doing in quarters 1 and 2. Those projects are already designed, and we'll be putting those out to bid in the middle of May, so we can get costs back late June and issue the notice to proceed to the contractors early July, and have construction projects going in fiscal year 27, quarters 1 and quarter 2. Then quarter 4 will be the old Route 66 concrete replacement project, the Lake Mary Road parking lot and fence replacement project, and then our pavement preservation project for fiscal year 27. One cool thing about the old Route 66 concrete replacement project, what we're doing right now in our safety master action plan is we're coming up with high injury networks and putting that on a dashboard. So what we're able to see is through this dashboard, this area of old Route 66 where we're doing this concrete replacement is part of our high injury network. It's ranked 8th in the county of our high injury network. The Forest Service is really big on keeping this section of Route 66 historical and nature looking, but also making sure that we address safety. So we're able to bring to them, hey, look, this is part of our high injury network, 8th highest crash ranking high injury network within the county. We've had fatalities, lane departure fatalities, and we're able to find some old articles from Arizona Highway Magazine showing that there were asphalt shoulders on the road that have deteriorated over time that have never been rebuilt up. Can we please add shoulders to the roadway to reduce lane departure crashes and serious injury crashes and fatalities within this roadway? They came back yesterday and said, yes, let's go ahead and do that. It does fall within, right. So we're getting information right now through the study that's helping us inform decisions on projects like this, where we can try to be proactive in reducing crashes, which is awesome for us. We're also going after a bunch of grants. The Transportation Alternative Grant we talked to you guys about a couple weeks ago for Skeet Neptune. We're hoping to be able to get that one into play. East Belmont Traffic Interchange, I talked about that one a little bit. I won't go more into that. And then our SS4A grants out in Loop, we're going after those. We also have a meeting next week with ADOT to talk about, we applied for a off-system bridge grant for N6720. There's a small bridge out there, I think Supervisor Begay, you were talking about earlier, that it used to be about maybe 7 or 8 feet deep and might be about 18 inches deep right now. We're looking at a feasibility study of what can be done there, what's the actual structure that needs to happen there, get a plan for it so we can move forward with off-system bridge grants to actually deliver a project. So that's all that I have for fiscal year 27 capital project improvement projects. Any questions for me before I sit down? All right.
Any questions? Everybody's smiling. That's
All
good.
right.
Madam
Thank-
Chair, I think as the next one comes up, I think I just want to highlight the importance that we put on the studies and the safety factors and such, that capital improvement projects are not just picked willy-nilly. As you look ahead at your CIP, the 5-year plans and the pavement preservation plans, important data goes into that to make the targeted improvements to the transportation network rather than a political impulse or a need. Now, obviously, you as the Board of Supervisors, the reason I asked them to bring this up today, get to see these plans and understand that, but it is our hope that we would continue down that same plan, that we make safety and economical decisions that are right for the roadway and the networks as we look forward in our planning for the next 5 to 10 years.
Absolutely. Good. Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the board, Joe Reese, Fleet Services Division Manager. Trying to get through equipment purchases for FY27. Okay, we're looking at the last 3 of our 10-wheel dump trucks, 2 6-wheels, a flatbed 6-wheel dump truck. It's going to be turned into a dump truck, a backhoe, and 3 pickups. This looks like a small list, but it's mainly because of the cost. With these dump trucks comes snow fighting equipment, including snow plows and spreaders as well. So it adds to the cost. It's not just a truck. So that's the biggest part of this. Backhoe is a pretty major expense. 3 more pickups for road maintenance. So this is strictly for our road maintenance purchases. Any questions?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I think I'll highlight again as our next one comes up that we do the same thing with our equipment purchases. We talk, Christopher and I, how do we best look at the fleet, what needs to come up next, and be brought in, the right kind of purchasing so that we have equipment that is safe and usable throughout the system.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, I'll try to go quickly. Jeremy Floyd, Deputy Director. This is our FY27 facility CIP and workforce development. This comes out of the transportation fund side for the CIP. We're looking to start the new truck storage barn facility and conference room. It's 18,000 square feet and I believe 6 bays? 6 truck bays. Total project estimate right now is $6.5 million. That RFP is on the street, so we'll get more costs as that gets further along. Workforce development, of course, we're going to continue with the succession planning, try to keep the training consistency, expand the CDL program, which is part of our increment requests, MSHA and technical trainings, and then just continuous improvement, knowledge transfer, again, part of that succession planning, and enhanced safety and culture. Thanks to Viviana over there.
Then this is a glance of 2027 major expenditures and where we aim to spend the money. And then here's this slide again. The percentages are largely the same, and we're not making any deviations from our strategy. And so now at this time, I want to draw a line across our presentation that this is the end of the transportation fund, the road maintenance sales tax, and the things we're going to talk about next are either general fund or mechanical services fund things. So the county sponsors community cleanups, and they rotate throughout the county. And we have 5 service locations where we collect green waste throughout the county. There's the rotating community cleanups. This year we're going to be in 2026, because we're in the fiscal year 26. Forest Lakes, Flagstaff, Williams, and then this will be the last year they do a bear jaw cleanup where the fire district picks up pine needles. Then in fiscal year 27, we'll be in Blue Ridge, Mormon Lake, Flagstaff again, and Williams. The program is financially, we're not asking for any increases. We can continue to operate in the same budget. Our waste tire disposal program, where it's a state program, it's somewhat state mandated that the counties collect tires, and then we pay a contractor to haul them down from rubber manufacturing, and they grind them up and use them for things, but we have to pay for them to be hauled off. But DEQ does reimburse us for the tires that we collect. And that program operates well within budget and actually helps fund some of our other programs. We continue to look for opportunities for green waste. We want to support community wildfire defense programs. We know that if we can provide places for people to dispose of green waste, that's the best case scenario, where we kind of meet in the middle. And more recently, we opened up the Mormon Lake green waste collection area. We had already previously got permission from the Forest Service, gone through the clearances. So we're excited about that program. Mormon Lake filled up with pine needles and green waste very quickly. And so hopefully that was somewhat of a backlog, and this year we'll be able to keep it open for longer. Our accomplishments for fiscal year 27 in our green waste and recycling program are largely the same. There's no major changes. The FTEs that we have in this program and the funding, it's operating within budget. So, there's no questions about our green waste and recycling program. I'm going to jump into mechanical services. This is more of an internal fund where departments are approved for vehicles and they have a budget for vehicles. We continue to work with Siri and the finance department to refine our processes. It's been mentioned that we're trying to get a different asset management program that can help provide more transparency and insight into things and help us benchmark things better. And as we've dug into the data better and understood our operations, we've identified places that we can improve our service delivery. We can be more fiscally responsible, but we're not asking for, we don't believe there's any plugs of general fund dollars that need to be augmented into the mechanical services fund. And departments may ask for, and they may have been asking for, new vehicles. And so Public Works doesn't manage those requests and those finances. That's directly between the department and what gets approved. But as far as how we're managing the fleet, purchasing vehicles, auctioning vehicles off, the labor and the services, that's Public Works. Yes,
Yeah,
Supervisor.
just real quickly, and I'm not gonna say this right, so Siri, help me. We made a decision in the last budget cycle that rather than putting money in each department for maintenance and upkeep, we were absolutely having it going with you all for, is that a good way to say this? So that you would handle that. How is that going? How is that whole process going?
Yeah, if you don't mind, Christopher, so far it seems to be very successful. I know we talked about an estimated cost and then building in a contingency amount in case we were exceeding that. And so far we are on track with the budget that we originally estimated. We haven't seen significant changes in behavior in terms of amounts of repairs by department. I think that the mechanical services team is doing a great job of balancing what is in that budget and having those conversations about the necessity of certain repairs, does it make sense to repair this vehicle or look at something different at this point, given the nature of that, and managing that budget, really responsibly. But I don't know, Christopher, if you have feedback from your side.
Yeah, thanks, Siri. And that's a great question, Chair Horseman, because we took some of the ownership from the departments and pulled it away from them. And so there's been some tough conversations that we've had with departments, and had to get honest about usage and utilization and damage to vehicles. And so I think it's provided better management of the system the way we have it structured now. And it takes us to really have honest conversations with departments about what they're using vehicles for, and how they can, what the actual cost is. And so I think it's been successful, and we're excited to continue with this model.
Good, and I assume it's going to increase safety too, because you're really taking a look at it and then discussing with them what they're doing and how they're using their equipment. So
Yeah, Chair Horseman, that's it's a difficult thing, I think, sometimes for departments to realize that we all take I know I take chances with my own vehicle when I think that noise that I hear, I'm probably going to let that noise go for a little bit longer. And it's something that I assume is I don't want to incur big maintenance costs. But we don't have that luxury when we provide fleet vehicles for people, and we need to provide safe operating vehicles. And so we have to err on the side of caution at times, and replace things before they break. And so, yeah, it definitely increases safety. And we've enjoyed the conversations we've had with the departments and with Siri to get to a better understanding of what this really means and what it means to manage a fleet. So you can see this last year we purchased quite a large number of vehicles. There's over 30 vehicles that we purchased. In fiscal year 27, we only expect to have to purchase 15 of them. And it ebbs and flows when vehicles either hour out or mile out, age out, or when there's accidents or incidents. It might go up a little bit, but this next year we expect to purchase 15 vehicles. That's mechanical services. We are asking for 3 minor, simple increment requests. So as it relates to the transportation fund, we want to increase our budget there, be allowed to spend more money in the CDL and heavy equipment training. The only game in town for CDL training is through the community college, through Phoenix Trucking or training, and they know they're only game in town. And so their costs continue to go up every year. And then as it relates to the general fund, within the fleet group, we want to increase technical training for mechanics. It's $8,000 reoccurring. And we want to be able to purchase updated and new diagnostic software to help us diagnose issues with vehicles, and that's $7,000 reoccurring. And we worked with the finance team, and we believe that those are sustainable costs. It really matters how much fuel we sell, how much people travel with their vehicles, and so these are projections, but they can change over time, but we believe these are sustainable costs looking at the long-term mechanical services plan.
and these were all recommended.
So thanks for your attention and our opportunity to tell you about Public Works and what we're doing there. And Public Works really is financially positioned to sustain our transportation infrastructure delivery over the next 10 years. We adopt a 10-year plan. It's we have reserves built into it for unknown situations. Maybe it's another recession or different things. We have some reserves built into it, but we aim to continue to spend down our fund balances, and we aim to renew the road maintenance sales tax. The road maintenance sales tax will be up in 2034, and we know that's going to be a major undertaking, and it's very important because it represents nearly half of the funding that we're operating right now. So thank you.
Supervisor Begay has a question.
I want to thank you and your staff for giving us a presentation on the Public Works program. I believe that I have through this, I was going to ask you that I think with the state transportation sales tax, we had that amount at 250 for X number of years, and we finally increased it to 500,000. And I wanted to know if that could be increased at least another $250,000 for road, because we do have a bunch of projects that are on here, and that 1 million balance that we have is not going to cover a lot of those plans and things that need to get done. So I'm just kind of wondering, as a board, I really would like to have your support in adding a little bit more sales tax. And my reason behind this way back when we upped that amount was that you know, a lot of our constituents out on from all parts of the areas, you know, they do a lot of business with Flagstaff. And so a lot of the sales taxes and 500,000 for 1 year is just not, you know, it doesn't cut it. And yet we have all these needs and areas that we need to still look at and work on. And so I just want to say, and then we're not ready for an emergency. And NDOT is, you know, helping us and to some extent too. And I just want to say we would like to have administration and yourself and my board to, my colleagues to really take a look at that and see what we can do with that. I greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
Chair Horstman and Supervisor Begay. So just so I'm clear, so you're talking about the $500,000 a year of road maintenance sales tax money that goes towards Navajo Division of Transportation. It started out at $200,000 a year, and it's slowly been increased, and now it's $500,000 a year. And we have in the account, it's $2 million right now, and it's recommended to the Finance Department from Public Works that we continue with the $500,000. So if we're able to spend about $100,000 this year on projects, going into fiscal year 27 with another 500,000, we'll have about $2.4 million in that account that can be spent. And Supervisor Begay, you're asking that we increase it. You want us to look at what our budget would look like if we increased it by how much?
At least 250 or 200, that's fine too. The reason why, yeah, there may be monies there, but it wasn't our fault. We didn't have the MOU for almost a whole year, and we couldn't do anything. And it was just idling there. And then of course, COVID was there right after that. You know, our agreement went and phased out, and we kept pushing and pushing and pushing. Finally, we had it. It came back, and that's why the monies are just sitting there. We couldn't even do any projects with our transportation, but now we're back on the roll again. So we're gonna, and then with all these projects that are listed, you know, I think we really need to take a look at that. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Supervisor Begay, thank you for the comments, and Christopher, thanks for the answer. And I think importantly is that we really focus on expending the funds for those projects that we have. Really, it's going to be great to see that progress, and also know that, like you had said it at the beginning of your presentation, getting those dollars towards service, getting those dollars on the road that we have allocated, and the hope is that makes a significant difference in the community.
Supervisor Fowler?
Since we're making our final, you know, comments, I just want to thank all of you, all of your staff. You know, our operators out in my district on Navajo, we have they're the only ones that are out there. They are rock stars. You know, they're every time I get a comment about them, or you know, and then they're by clan, they're my relatives, so they're really amazing operators. Just want to thank you for all of your staff and your professionalism, and then just the amount of detail that you provide, and then just the amazing work that you all do out there. just want to thank you for that. And then working it out too, we had the issue with the one section came up with Hopi, and you were able to resolve that issue. And just want to recognize you for that, because it's not easy working with another agency, especially when it comes to tribes, because they have their own attorneys, they have their own process, and there's a lot of, new new opportunities, but those opportunities, sometimes you got to really work through the legal side. And so our county attorney's office always gets involved in all of that, and just the teamwork that you all show. And just want to just thank you for all that. And then the Lake Mary Road, I'm really happy that that one is working out, because that was the athletic center, high altitude, that we have that and we're able to participate in that. I think that's really exciting. But as far as county roads are concerned, I'm really happy about. And I didn't hear Perkinsville Road this time, so I'm always having my ears open on that one for all the ranchers out there that we work with. So anyway, just want to thank you all for everything that you're all doing, and what a great job.
I'd echo those remarks. You have a lot of work to do, and from across a very, very large Coconino County, and really appreciate all of your great efforts. And I'm really excited about the Old Route 66 program, and I'm looking forward to hearing about that. I also, and now is not the time, we don't need to do it, but I'm really looking forward to seeing the update or hearing the update on where you are with the construction projects out there. Very excited for that to get underway and completed in the near future. So again, thank you to you and your staff and everyone that helps to make this a little safer Coconino County. Appreciate all your efforts. Supervisor Vasquez.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for the presentation. It's always good to see everything that Public Works is doing and get a sense of the overall picture and the financial stability of Public Works. Thank God for the funding revenue sources that we have, and that we're blessed enough to be able to have the road maintenance fund that we do, and the ability to provide the services that we do. And I think it sounds like it was a smart thing to pull in maintenance from all the vehicles from all the departments into Public Works. I'm sure there's some departments would disagree with me, but it sounded like the transition went smooth, and I think it'll just go smoother as we move forward. So thank you.
Other comments? So, sorry, Supervisor Begay.
We still have 5 minutes. No, just kidding. I just want to say thank you for all your staff, the hard work that you do. And it's evident there's a lot of things happening, a lot of wheels turning at the same time. And, I just want to say thank you, and on behalf of our district and other districts, because you seem to think about all the districts when you're planning things out. So that's good. We'll talk about being equal and, just being there for us all the time, and really sitting down with us when we talk to you, and you can answer our phone calls right away, or if not, you return them right away. We have questions. So thank you so much for you and your staff, and let everybody know over there that, that the board really greatly appreciates all the work that they do for you within transportation, and then with the support of administration. Thank you so much. Bye.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know I've already expressed my appreciation for the great work that you guys do. But since Supervisor Begay pointed out that we've got 5 minutes left, I'm going to add something on here. I'll make it quick, but you had mentioned in the Green Waste program that you guys had opened up that pit in Mormon Lake. You talked about how valuable that was. I know that I have talked, and you may know the stat I'm going to give you, but I've talked with Chief Sean Western, and they took in more green waste in 1 month than they thought they would in the entire summer. So that was hugely successful. And like you, I'm wondering if that was catch up, or if this is going to be another really blockbuster year on that yet. And I'll just end my comments by saying that Public Works, these departments, they really bleed into each other because we're going to be hearing from our emergency operations director, which of course is so focused on our biggest threat is wildfire. And I appreciate the work you guys are doing with the green waste pits that contribute to the wildfire prevention that we're having. So, yeah, and ditto to all of the compliments that were spoken by my fellow supervisors.
All right, and I know, Eric, you have a couple
One
concluding
final
remarks.
comment, Madam Chair, on behalf of administration and all of us, I want to thank Public Works for their diligent work on Highway 66 Centennial Celebration. Our signs have gone up across the county, and on Friday, I want to remind everyone, 11 o'clock Friday morning at the Parks General Store, we will kick off our Route 66 Centennial Celebration. Our entire crew here has done a great job to set us up for our community roadside cleanup. We will spread out like workers on the vine across from parks and go out and clean up Highway 66 in that area. And we will have further ones scheduled throughout the summer and other segments of the road. But I just wanted to bring that up. Again, thank them for their work. Those signs will stay up. Those are Centennial Celebration signs. You can see a mock-up smaller version of one just outside the chambers here.
Thank you for that reminder. And yes, we're going to look forward to celebrating Route 66. And I think that's it. Do we want to take a 5-minute break? 5-minute break? 5 minute? We'll be back. Thank you again, Public Works. But county management didn't listen to that. Can somebody please bring county management back to the table? All right. We are going to proceed. Thank you, board members, for being back on time. And let's proceed. And with this, I'll turn this over to Erica.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I want to thank Matt Fowler and IT for changing their scheduled time. They were originally supposed to go on tomorrow, and they moved up today to help us accommodate better scheduling. So thank you for them to doing that. And it also has impacted how many of their staff have been able to come today. But Helen is here as well, and Billy is here, and Matt Malik, and we have some others. So they're trickling in if they can, but a big thanks to them for moving their time. I did want to mention their two longest serving employees. Helen is their longest serving employee in IT. Yes, she's been here since 2007. And Francine Honani, who was in the production room a minute ago and might still be there, she was hired in 2008. So those are the two longest serving employees in IT, and wanted to thank them for their service. I'll take a minute and direct you to the budget tab. You can see the items that are in the county manager's recommendation, the 5% CPI, the 5% CPI specifically for Microsoft licenses, a circuit increase, which is a recurring, and then also an AI 3-year beta that is one-time funds. The network infrastructure is also recommended. We are working with the department and with finance and with Siri on a renewal plan for long-term planning for network infrastructure needs. So want to thank them for their partnership on that as well. And with that, I will turn it over to Matt.
All right. Thank you, DCM, Philpott, Chair Horseman, members of the board. I'm Matt Fowler. I serve as the Chief Information Officer for Information Technology. We're really excited to be here today, and just want to extend our appreciation for your time and to hear more about our department as we transition into FY27. The first slide is something that we made as a department. I started with the county in November of 2017, and during our board adoption, this was one of the things that we wanted to create as a department is what's our vision? Who are we, as a department? So this is made up of 5 pillars, starting with people and culture, enhanced services, IT security, community partnership, and service delivery. This is part of our onboarding. This is an area of focus for us, and just to remain consistent as leadership in a focal point for our workforce. The next slide is our org chart. The picture that's displayed is our team celebrating a retreat with Julie with Lancaster Leadership. We have had vacancies directly throughout the last year. We're one of the departments that had the higher vacancies. At the time, we were seeing very little applications. However, we're seeing a strong change where we're receiving 20, 30, 30 plus applications currently. Over the last 5 weeks, we've hired 4 staff, and we're in back-to-back interviews and looking to hire another 3 tentatively over the next 30 days. So we're seeing a huge uptick in applications to the entire county, frankly, but for information technology, this is always a niche area, and we're seeing a lot of interest in joining our team. A couple of the positions to take note of here are in the business applications area. We went ahead and reclassified 2 positions to make them not only an emphasis on database administration, but also have a component of AI. And so it's something that we're pivoting for. This is not a new FTE position. We're just reclassified 2 existing positions within the department. We still have a total of 30 staff, and just really pivoting as we're seeing a lot more drive towards artificial intelligence, and want to make sure that we have the right people in the right place to handle some of those integrations in the event that we have a large influx in that particular space. I'd like to pause just for a moment as we recognize having a lot of vacancies. I want to highlight the team that is here today and also the team that is not present. There's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes, and I want to give kudos to the staff that are here. We have Matt Malik, who serves as our business applications and special initiatives manager overseeing business applications. We have Billy Holloway, who serves as the Chief Information Security Officer and handles all of our cyber and keeping us safe. And we have Laurel, who just started with us. She joined our team in an interim role as the business manager, so she's handling a lot of the procurement and day-to-day operations. And thank you, Laurel, for being here. And we have Nate Wren, who's no stranger. You all know Nate from flood and fire support. He handles all of our GIS and census tracking, and of course, Helen Costello is here as well. So our team, kudos and shout outs to all of our staff. Even though the demands are high, everybody has been available, responsive, supporting a variety of different meetings, and it's all about partnerships. So I just want to say thanks to the team, and again, thank you to the board today. So our department is made up of 7 divisions, starting off with administration and budget. This area is really for us to attract and develop a strong workforce with an emphasis on long-term succession planning. And so we want to leave the county in a better place than when we started. And so we're really emphasizing on training and retention. On the budget side, the metric that's shown here is approximately 637 transactions. That's not in IT, but across the organization of purchasing monitors, purchasing software, hardware, or different technology to assist the 37 departments. On service delivery, this is the friendly voice on the other end of the phone, or if you come in person, they're at the front line there handling all the different needs. From a customer perspective, they do a phenomenal job of onboarding, software and hardware support. They're handling all the imaging and PC deployment as we do a lifecycle refresh. And also more recently with the mobile device management with county-issued cell phones. So between the incidents and requests for one-year metric is 6,432 different requests and or issues that needed to be addressed.
And what percentage of those came from the Board of Supervisors? Just kidding.
The next division is business applications. And again, this is helping and assisting with all of the software that's across the domain, across the entire county. And so we're always trying to bring this number down and not have the same product with different names in different areas. And you do see a trend. In the past, this was about 240, inching towards 250. And Matt Malik has done a great job. You can see that the enterprise applications listed today is 190. However, keep in mind that with AI and a lot of the different purchases that different departments are looking to acquire, that number will obviously trickle upward. But if there's an opportunity for us to have one product that serves multiple departments, that's our goal, is to have a standardized platform. So again, digital transformation, going paperless, and of course, database management. So thank you, Matt. As we take a look at network, the team provides all of the connectivity for this building, for all of our county facilities, the wireless access, VPN access to work securely from home or from Starbucks or from travel at a NACO event. Our network administrators do a phenomenal job. And again, we're the second largest county by landmass. So this is a lot of driving and a lot of support across the organization. And so they're managing a variety of switches, routers, firewalls, and different devices. And that total quantity that the team's overseeing and administering today is approximately 277. On the operations side, you can look at this as more of the data center. This is where our systems administrators are handling all the compute, memory, and storage for all of the departments. So the file servers, all the data that each department creates, our team manages and maintains. And in addition to the data center operations, they're also providing enterprise patching across every endpoint that is provisioned with Coconino County. So the metric that you see before you is approximately 48,000 patches that were pushed out from our enterprise tools to keep the endpoints, the computers that you're using today, safe. The next division is security. We call this the Information Security Office, the ISO. And the primary focal point for the ISO is the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of county resources, and making sure that we have strong governance, risk, and compliance standards, essentially policies, and that we can partner with the departments to make sure that we're operating securely and that we're not going to have an incident in the county workspace. And so the one metric that we do want to show is that we are incident free. We have not had an incident for Coconino County. And so that's great work to Billy Holloway and the ISO. Last, we have Geographic Information Systems, which is GIS. And so Nate's handling all the geospatial data. This can sound very technical and kind of confusing, but obviously it's a universal language, is the best way to put it, is a map. We can all look at a map and interpret the information on a map in order to make policy decisions. And that's our role in any process that has to do with flood, fire, or freeze mitigation, is to have a visual aid to allow the board to make policy decisions very quickly and rapidly to protect our communities. So there's approximately 520 data sets, tools, and web applications that the GIS division is currently overseeing. We're going to talk a little bit about accomplishments and some creative solutions and partnerships. Starting off with administration. This is my favorite. It's something that has been a hurry up to wait topic, and we've been passionate about this since I started in 2017. I know in the very early years, I was partnering really heavily with Supervisor Fowler on connectivity and broadband to the north. We've come to the board several times, making recommendations and seeking feedback on getting high-speed connectivity to northern Arizona, specifically Coconino County. And we do plan on coming back to the board for an in-depth BEAD topic as it relates to WECOM, the internet service provider that was awarded those dollars through the state, through ACA. And what I do want to announce, just as a friendly reminder, and it's a huge success, is that Coconino County will be receiving approximately $68 million through what I call pass-through funding. We don't have to do any reporting for it. We're not receiving those dollars directly, but those dollars are going to be going into our communities, into the boundary of Coconino County. That does not include the Navajo Nation and the tribal boundaries, which is additional dollars. So what that means is that it's internet for all. So every home, every business, every what we call community anchor institution, which is defined by a hospital, a clinic, a government institution, a school is a CAI, and any broadband serviceable location will have high-speed connectivity. The design is 99% fiber. So this is fantastic that we won't be a county with heavy fixed wireless and large towers. Every home will have direct fiber in the very near future. And we'll bring back that timeline, show you some milestones as we receive updates from the state and also from our internet service provider, WECOM. And that'll tie directly into our 5-year IT strategic plan.
Supervisor Begay.
I was just going to ask what the status of the WECOM plans were. I know we've been meeting with them over at Alcaplex, and we just wondered, I haven't heard anything. So,
Chair Horstman, Supervisor Begay, it's a great question. We're going to be bringing WECOM to one of our meetings either in June or August to hear direct updates from the carrier. And when I started off to say hurry up and wait, I mean, we've done a ton of outreach and a lot of aggressive, passionate work to try to obtain this funding. However, there's been very strict guidelines on the approval process through the state, through NIST, and other third-party agencies. And so we're waiting for that information as well. And as soon as we receive it, we'll be able to provide you with tangible information for your awareness. And we're hopeful that Paul Fleming, the owner of WECOM, will make the drive from Kingman and be present to address any questions or concerns that you have directly. If he's unavailable, I'll be speaking on the topic and providing that update as needed. The good news is it's coming, it's funded, and we're going to see shovels in the ground here real soon. On the business application side, we did a migration with the treasurer, Treasurer Benatar, of migrating the system over to a new financial institution, which was selected being PNC Bank. It was very successful. And then in addition, Matt Molik and the team worked on an AI initiative to do a co-pilot beta offering for approximately 50 employees across the county, providing organizational education, lunch and learns, and really guardrails of the do's and don'ts of how to operate with AI. There's a lot of different tools. Billy Holloway obviously is handling all the governance, risk, and compliance as it relates to what we can and cannot do and providing recommendation. We're going to be coming, we have a draft policy that will be hopefully finalized over the next 60 days that'll have input from our county attorney and other key stakeholders. And we'll have real good clarity as we went through this beta project and into the future on how we're handling AI in the workplace as it relates to public service. So great work from the team. There was a lot of meetings and a lot of participation from a variety of stakeholders. So kudos to the team. One of our ongoing initiatives is in the network space. This is a
Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, on the training, I heard really great things about it, but there were some that were not able to attend because of meetings and others. Can you do one like after 5 or something like that? Is that something to think about, just work schedule?
Chair Horseman, Supervisor Fowler, we're happy to take a look at your request
That's a thought.
and take a look at how many participants and work with the team to see if we can satisfy that.
All the recordings are in SharePoint as well, so it's a great opportunity to review everything that we've provided to the lab.
But we're happy to take a look at the participant list that you're referring to and then meet with the team and put together, some resources. To Helen's point, there's a lot of information that's already stored in SharePoint and videos, but if they have questions, of course, we want to interact and provide that feedback. Yeah. Thank you, Helen. So the next portion, I was speaking about the network, and I won't get too technical here, but what we want to do is have segmented traffic of all of our computer systems as it relates to the type of business that departments are conducting. So a great example, I think, would be elections, right? Like this is a very delicate area as we talk about democracy, and it's best practice to have all of the data in internet traffic that's being used by those systems isolated into essentially their own lane. And so we've been working across the entire enterprise to do a re-IP and network segmentation initiative for all departments. So it's no longer where everyone's in one huge bucket. Everything is isolated and segmented from each other in the event that we're looking at, security concerns. However, this is best practice, and most organizations have this for years. And so we're very excited to check this box and get us to a standard that meets NIST publication and really puts the county into a great position into the future as we look at compliance and regulatory needs. We have a great partnership with facilities management, and we've been working with FMD on new and renewed county facilities. And some examples of that are the temporary EOC, the Health and Human Services Lobby, the Treasurer, the Flood Control District. And keep in mind on these examples, when working in these areas, it requires all new infrastructure. So all new cabling to connect everything, wireless access points, and in many cases, security cameras, which we refer to as CCTV. And so there's a lot going on behind the scenes, and great work being performed by the team. Within GIS, Nate and the team worked with creating a building permit solution for the Wildland Urban Interface application, which has been very successful for Jay Krisselman within community development, and then also working with the Flood Control District on a new customized public web application that allows constituents to look at Munns Park and Tucson floodplain mapping directly. And so this cuts down on a lot of those calls to the supervisors. This is great information that's made available to the public so they can self-service and see this information firsthand. And if they have any questions or concerns, obviously they can reach out. But having data available for them to view is key. So great work to GIS. For the Information Security Office, it's best practice not to talk about all the cyber and all the attacks and all that type of stuff publicly. But one thing that we do want to talk about and really celebrate is that we are approaching 9 years now without an incident for Coconino County, in regards to cyber incident. And so that is not the case for a lot of municipalities and a lot of other local government entities across Arizona and across the United States. Really kudos to Billy Holloway and the Information Security Office team. There's a lot of work that goes in behind the scenes, after hours, on the weekends, anytime that there's a fire, a flood, it's always an uptick for potential attacks. And so I just want to say thank you to the board. When I started in 2017, and we had that incident, the first week I was here, I identified what was happening. It takes partnership, and it takes discussions, and it takes a lot of people to come together to have the support to implement the right tools and the right solutions to prevent that from happening. And so we did a great job in partnership with the county manager's office and the board to implement multi-factor authentication and all the other tools that you guys heard and are familiar with back in 2017-18. And all of those investments obviously pay off, is my point, because here we are, incident-free, and it really is a success for the organization. So kudos to Coconino County on that topic. The artificial intelligence educational site, again, Billy and the team have done a great job of providing the guardrails and the do's and don'ts regarding what are the applications that are allowed, what are the applications that are not allowed, some frequently asked questions, and again, best practice as you're leveraging AI in the workplace, not to put restricted data, socials, and other information in an open LLM, so a language model. In addition, one of the things that we're really proud of is, again, the ISO has taken our existing tools and investments and taking it to a new level of really customizing some of our tools to have better detection and response times and other capabilities. So again, kudos to ISO of the great work that they're continuing to do by leveraging our existing tools to further those investments without seeking additional dollars. If you were to go out to a commercial off-the-shelf vendor and ask for some of these tools and purchase them outright, you're probably looking at $150,000 to $200,000, and there would be subscriptions. And so a lot of the work that we're doing is no fee associated with that. It's just a lot of coding and customization that the ISO has done with our existing investments to have the same outputs. So again, great work. As we look at service delivery, it's all about providing the services and support to make sure that every department can operate to serve the public. And so like even today, this public meeting is being supported by various staff. There's a lot of different meetings post-COVID that are hybrid or kind of unique situations. And so our service delivery team does a fantastic job of meeting that need. In addition, with the recent investment with the Microsoft Enterprise licensing of Intune, which also includes data loss prevention, our team has been working with a variety of stakeholders across the organization to make sure that all of the phones are in the new system and are compliant. And some of you may have experienced that recently with our staff, migrating you from your county phone from the old system to the new system. A lot of the work that's going on behind the scenes as it relates to Intune and standardizing all of our endpoints is really behind the scenes. You don't see a lot of that or any interaction. It just is happening seamlessly behind the scenes. And so again, great work to service delivery and our systems administrators for that ongoing effort. And so for systems, again, the Intune configuration, testing, and implementation for device management. One of the really key takeaways for a non-technical comment is that you will see the Thursday night reboot, automatic reboot go away as this is fully deployed. And so we're very close, and that'll be a thing of the past. If you're working late in the evening and ever have experienced that, that's going to be something that you no longer have to deal with, which is fantastic. We've had a lot of calls in regards to those reboots. And so leveraging this technology will be fantastic. And then also a very unique but exciting initiative is supporting Lucinda Andriani in regards to the flood control district as we're working on a temporary flood early warning system with one of her third-party vendors that's under contract. The reason that she reached out to us is, for competing visibility into some of the data and the platforms that are online. And so we're in the process of hosting and managing a server that will allow the flood control district to see this data in real time in the event that we're experiencing a monsoon or any type of impeding, water in our different areas that emergency management in our flood control district can obviously reach out to the right stakeholders, make policy decisions can be made, et cetera. So that is expected to go live within the next 4 weeks.
So what, first, how does that differ from our emergency management system, early warning, if you will? Which is also deals with the flood. So we haven't heard about this. We'd like to hear about it. This is important, especially for some of our districts. And how does this supplement and/or add to the emergency management system?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Horstman, members of the board. So this is going to be an extension of the existing system that's already available. The vendor that the flood control district works with is working in partnership with us for us to stand up one that is not public. This will be available to Lucinda, to Tim, and to other key stakeholders to ensure that they have the data necessary to make those decisions. And the existing platform that's already online and public for constituents will remain active. None of that's changing. All we're doing is making sure that when we do need to review the data, that we're not competing with the public in order to make informed decisions.
Madam Chair, members, oh, sorry, team. Oh, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. So I just pulled it up now. Rain gauge flood data. If I'm flood director on duty and that's my responsibility in the emergency management structure, I can look at this data and then work with Public Works, whoever it may be, to deploy resources to those areas if it's meeting our thresholds. Now, what Matt is talking about in terms of separation of data, public has access to this information as well. Sometimes our systems get a bit bogged down with both, and then that impedes as emergency management, in our emergency management structure, that impedes our ability to use it for its function in the emergency management system. So I am a person that has a lot of experience with it. Looking at the flood data, the gauges. Oh, we have a lot of saturation on the mountain so far. This amount caused flooding previous. We've hit that threshold. We need to deploy resources. So it's a tool that we've utilized for very long time.
Oh,
and we
well,
need to
that's
be able to
because it's been a
utilize
tool,
that tool.
yeah, that we've used for a really
And
long
we've
time.
expanded that tool,
Right.
unfortunately, because of the disasters.
And I think that's good. And when you said it, it sounded like, wait a minute, what's this? So
Yeah.
it's a expansion for internal use only using our existing system. So that makes sense. And then the question that Supervisor Antiveros asked, why is that temporary? Why does it say flood control district temporary flood early warning system?
Chair Horstman, supervisors, it's a great question. So we don't currently manage the rain gauges today ourselves through Coconino County.
Right.
That's through a third-party contractor.
Yeah.
This is a temporary solution for this flood season. We're building this to make sure that the information's available, and then obviously Lucinda will come to the board and speak on behalf of Flood Control District on any future enhancements that she chooses. But the request is for us right now to work in the interim to make sure that we're ready and prepared for this upcoming flood season. And so this is just a temporary investment that we're building. If it turns into something more permanent, we can certainly bring that back to the board. But the current arrangement is for us to spin this up and make it available for this upcoming flood season.
Good. Well, thanks, Matt, and thank you for that information. It's just new information to us. So it's good to keep up on this because this is obviously very concerning to so many people in Coconino County. So
And Madam Chair, members of the board, to elaborate on Matt's comments, the site I have up is it's a third-party contractor site. And so we want to ensure that we have access to the data and can utilize it.
oh, this is
it's a
great.
temporary
No,
solution for
we're
long-term.
obviously very supportive of anything we can do to increase the health, safety, and welfare, especially from, post-wildfire flooding. So we were, and quite frankly, even some that isn't post-wildfire, look at Tucson, what happened there. So we appreciate the information.
Okay, great, thank you. Helen's going to go ahead and speak to projects and some of the other budgetary items.
Good morning. Ooh. Okay. All right, what the slide before you represents a snapshot of our IT department projects from FY26. We track projects in IT both as service tickets, which Matt spoke to earlier, and also as projects. So essentially projects are any request that comes in that requires more than 20 hours of staff time. So that's what you see pictured here before the slide. What we really wanted to represent is the busyness of our department and the way that we track our work. So just a few projects that Matt hasn't already mentioned that we had worked on this year. And while they may seem small, they have large impacts to the organization. The first of which is the vehicle reservation application that Matt Malik's team worked on in support of Public Works. So anytime staff need to go in and reserve a fleet vehicle, it's an application that they can actually go in and search our inventory, make sure that it's not under maintenance, that it's ready to go, where it's located, and reserve it for pickup. And our fleet is very busy, and so the application is actually really important to make sure that cars aren't double booked and that there is availability to get from site to site. So that's one thing we wanted to highlight this morning. Another is the recent treasurer receipt solution, which was streamlined for finance. That's a lot of work on the back end to ensure that we're tracking treasurer receipts in a way that is auditable and trackable for our finance team. And then the picture on the right, I don't know if you can see that very well, but that it represents a multi-year project again under Matt Malik's team for the NARA grant. So this is a huge initiative that we've been working on with the Recorder's Office to digitize records and make them more accessible to the public. So that's a little bit about our projects. Next, we have our SWOT analysis. So starting with our strengths, again, I think we mentioned some of these. Our mobility is something that we're really proud of. But during COVID, we had a mad scramble to have the ability for people to work anywhere, and that has continued for several years. So we're very proud of that. Our valued partnerships, our dedication to customer service, and also our ability to be fluid to changing needs of the organization and the public. We wanted to especially highlight our valued partnerships, and while we have several external and internal partners that we support, we're really proud of the work that we do with internal services. We work really closely with human resources. Matt already mentioned some of the projects with our facilities management team. We do a tremendous amount of work as there are changes or implementation of new buildings and sites. So any of the technology in the building, we work really hard to make sure that that's ready with minimal impact to departments that are moving into those spaces. Next, we have our weaknesses. So at the top, I'm sure you're hearing a lot about this week, but inflation and tariffs have a huge impact to IT. Recruitment and cost of living, we mentioned our vacancies, and increased technology demands across the board. So we just wanted to speak a little bit to the inflation piece, and with the recent AI boom nationally and data centers being built to support it, we are seeing direct impacts to our costs and have seen as much as 400% in terms of storage solutions. So those are things that we're tracking closely and are impacting our department today. Opportunities include digital transformation, self-service, our ability to educate and empower our employees, and artificial intelligence. So here we wanted to highlight a project that we're working on with the clerk of the board, Lindsay. We're actually working with her to digitize historic records, including ordinances and resolutions. Eventually, some of the records in the vault will be digitized, so this is really exciting as we continue our efforts to go paperless throughout the county. And then last but not least, our threats. We have cyber attacks, our supply chain issues, phishing, compliance, and regulatory requirements. And then we have listed here again, artificial intelligence. So while we see it as a great opportunity, we also see it as a threat. And a lot of that is because of the inherent risks that come with the use of this technology. And moving on to our budget, which is our most exciting part of our department. We wanted to especially focus today on our non-ARPA revenue loss funds. In 2022, IT received $4 million from the board to fund projects, and we're excited to share that we still have about $2.5 million remaining. So on the right-hand side, we have some of the recent projects that we've been funding since 2026. So the Unidentified Remains Task Force, the Sheriff's Office digital transformation, data bank upgrades, and digital storage expansion in support of the NARA grant. And then our upcoming projects for FY27 include the 10 gigabit circuit upgrade. So this is how we all connect to the internet, and it will be 10 times faster than what we have in place today. Also, the rural broadband BEAD match in the amount of $1 million, and also our anticipated move to cloud-based phone systems in FY27. Okay, we had 3 increment requests this year. The first was to fund our network infrastructure with $300,000 recurring funding. For this year, we actually worked closely and in partnership with the county manager and finance office to fund these purchases through our non-ARPA revenue loss dollars. So this year, we'll be self-funding these improvements to our infrastructure for the year. Our second request was for $150,000 annually for 3 years to fund AI beta programs, which include a public-facing chatbot and AI licensing for a subset of county staff. And again, after working in partnership with the county manager and finance, these efforts will be funded at $100,000 as we continue to explore AI enhancements across the county. And our third request was to increase our network circuit fund in the amount of $21,000. And just want to thank, again, finance and the county manager's office, as we did receive or anticipate receiving funding for those increased circuit costs. So the new election center, the Tuba City Recorder has enhancements with increased costs, and also in Fredonia, our Health and Human Services building. All right, and last but not least, this slide represents our strategic priorities, which we've aligned with board priorities. Technology supports community vitality through expansion of digital access, engagement, and economic opportunity for residents. This is supported through our ongoing efforts to promote rural broadband, digital transformation, and public-facing applications. Cultural and natural resources are supported by leveraging technology and data to protect, manage, and preserve county assets. This is especially important as we look at digital archiving, including online records and historic databases. Organizational and fiscal health is demonstrated through efficiency, transparency, and fiscal accountability across operations. IT's continued efforts to maintain and enhance our infrastructure continue year over year, and we speak to this through our 5-year succession planning within our infrastructure and our PCR&R, and our goal of a 20% replacement of end-of-life equipment year over year. And lastly, our commitment to public safety. We look to enable secure, reliable systems that support emergency response and coordination. Matt has spoken to a couple of those briefly. And this is especially demonstrated as we look at the ongoing commitment that our GIS team takes to provide accurate GIS data that directly supports dispatch and emergency response within the county. And with that, that's the end of our presentation, and we're on to questions.
Well, thank you very much, and really appreciate the update and what you're all doing, and appreciate all that you and your department, every single member do, and helping us less than technologically advanced supervisors. So we appreciate the service department's assistance. Members of the board, do we have questions or comments? Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. First off, thank you for the presentation and sharing with us just how your department makes sure that we're technologically sound, even those of us on the board that are a little bit behind. I know that we were working on a project with NAU on AI, and I haven't heard much on that front, but I was just curious if you could give us a little bit of an update of what you can share and just kind of where AI is in terms of our county. You mentioned it a little earlier, but if you could go a little more in depth and where you see that going, because, you know, like it or not, AI is here and it is the future. Thank you.
Chair Horseman, members of the board, thank you Supervisor Vasquez. It's a great question. There's been a change in leadership at the university, and so Steve Burrell recently retired, and they have a new CIO that just started. And so everything is getting kicked off. We haven't had any subsequent meetings since the last time that we spoke, but we're anticipating to have regularly scheduled meetings and take a look at this from a collaborative perspective as it benefits Northern Arizona. So there hasn't been a lot of traction since we last spoke.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is that technology? I feel like this is the Board of Supervisors is like in some kind of support group. Hi, I'm Tammy. I'm a supervisor and I'm technologically challenged. Okay. 3 of us have admitted it, and I've admitted it many times. But the one thing that I do understand is this cybersecurity incident being 0. That's impressive. Like, that is awesome. And I know it's the whole team. Like, I get it. You guys do a lot. I said this to one of our departments yesterday. It was the public fiduciary department. There's a couple of county departments that are very much behind the scenes. You don't get the headlines on the front page of the paper, but what you do is, which is a good thing, but what you do is just invaluable. And so I just want to, with my limited knowledge, self-admitted limited knowledge, I know the job that you do is very important, and I just want to thank you and the rest of your team for what you do. Like, I feel safe with you guys. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Supervisor.
I want her to repeat everything.
Supervisor Begay.
Thank you, Chair. I see that your increment request for the 5-year life cycle 300K recurring, that's the one that was not recommended, right? Andy?
Go ahead, Erica.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay.
Versus
It is recommended. We worked on a renewal plan with the department, with finance, and so this first year we're looking at using the funds that the department already has, what they call non-ARPA revenue funds at the beginning of the presentation. So that, and then we're looking at long-term how to make sure that those funds are most sustainable. So we're doing that together to make sure that we are really investing in that network infrastructure for the long term. So thank you to the department for working with us on that plan. And so we are recommending that they use the monies that they already have for this year, and that we are continuing to work with them on the larger plan.
Oh, okay, thank you. I think firewalls are very important, and I think that's the reason it should be dealt with in a manner that, is permanent and successful, or whatever it can be. But anyway, the other one is the 100,000 was the other 2 were recommended, with the exception of one is, I think, a 1 year only, the 100,000.
Thank you for that question, Supervisor Begay. They were recommended, but you are correct. The AI was recommended at a lower amount. So the original request was for 150,000 for each of the next 3 years. The recommendation from the county manager's office is for 100,000 total for those 3 years, whether they spend all of that in year 1 or split that up over 3 years. While they gather the information from this beta group that has been using Copilot
and assess some of the needs and get a better idea of next steps.
Oh, okay. I guess I got sidetracked by 150K annual 3 years and then didn't have anything after the 100,000. Okay, thank you.
All righty, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. I you know, we didn't know much about IT technology before COVID. Then it just hit us in the head and it ran over us. And so we're still learning, but we're so happy that you're all there to protect us because we get these, you know, alerts, or we know what to look for in our emails. And I guess you really are teaching us, not only internally, but you have so many departments to work on with, and so much. I'm sure every single one of them, they have a request that comes in every once in a while, and you have to work with them. That's amazing. But I want to just thank you also for your work outside of our out of these departments. But well, I guess they're still within, like, you know, our boat program. I just talked to the one of the boat patrol officers, deputy sheriff, and he was amazed that he could make a phone call in a really remote, like isolated, walls on both sides on the lake, still be able to make a phone call. You made that happen. Thank you. Thank you to the team. You made that happen. We have a deputy sheriff that travels in the most remote area all alone, and we're still trying to get the better service out in the region, but he's able to travel safely because of your work. I want to thank you for that. Those are partners with Starlink. And then you have presented, you know, about this about Starlink going into space, and here we partner with Starlink. We're able to provide service for all these children in northern Arizona with Starlink so they could go to school. That is something that our county, only our county did. And I just want to thank you for that. This amazing work that you all have done. I still get thank yous, and I'm still getting comments about that. And just the work that you all do. And internally, you know, at NACO as well, when NACO, they see Coconino County as the lead, and that's all of you. Thank you, Matt, for your leadership. You came here and you just up-ramped this IT department and just made it so much safer for all of us. You know, I told you about the meeting I was in Phoenix, and everybody started swarming around. It's like, what's going on? What's going on? Oh yeah, our county department got attacked. And that was pretty scary. And they had to figure out how to get out of that or resolve that issue. But, and I called, and I already called you, and I say, how are we doing in this area? And oh, we're fine. We have a big umbrella. Just that reassurance, you know, I sat there confidently, and everybody else was squirming, wondering what's going to happen to their county. And that's just your vision and your just being able to work with all of our departments and not push one of them away. So I want to thank you for that. That is amazing. And then your work with the treasurer, you know, just back behind the scene, receipts, you know, those are important tasks that we don't think about, but you're already there thinking about it and making sure that it's safe. And just the communication, the ability to communicate and travel wherever we are going to go, and we're able to do work on our phones without wondering if it's going to be attacked or not, or, well, we have to still wonder, but still, but still we're able to do our work on our phones, and that is amazing. So I just want to thank you all for your talent, your skill, your knowledge in this very, very, very complex, every minute is changing world. It is changing all the time. AI, I don't understand how it's gone up 400% when there are more AIs being built than ever before, centers across the country. Is it to pay for all of those buildings? Or what is it that you would think the more AI centers that are being built, storage centers, the cost would be going down on this side. So I don't understand how it's going the other way.
Chair Horseman, Supervisor Fowler, it's a great question. So there's rare earth minerals that are, excavated in order to make particular components. And so with all the data center boom that are being built to support AI, it's created a scarcity on particular types of rare earth materials, which is used also in storage and in memory. So when you look at purchasing a laptop, it's roughly $400 more today than it was a year ago. When you look at purchasing a storage array, which is a whole bunch of series of hard drives, which all of your data resides in, that's where the 400% markup is on these really large storage devices. So to Helen's comment earlier, in our scenario, we are up soon to purchase a storage array, but we're never going to purchase at a really high market volatility price point. So even though we're planning to replace it, we're going to postpone and hope that those prices will eventually come down, which they should. But right now, because everything is being built all across the world globally in support of AI, it's created that supply and demand on those rare earth materials. And that's where you see the costs.
That's pretty scary. Maybe that's why our public lands are being attacked. And where are those extracted, and what are the environmental issues on that end? Not just with the data center and storage centers, but where are we? And this is a pretty scary world when we have rare materials that are used for these what we are so dependent on. And just anyway, thank you for understanding and knowing all the information you need to know to do your work. And the other thing every year I talk about is my concern about your staff level. You didn't bring a staff request, and you all don't. I've always been very concerned about your staff and not having enough staff, because especially during the COVID area, that's when I was really concerned, because there was so much change happening. And has it stabilized? That's why you don't need more staff?
Chair Horseman, members of the board, Supervisor Fowler, it's a great question. One of the things, we've had great conversations with the county manager's office on this very topic. And, how do we address, some of the issues that you mentioned? And one of the important takeaways is that right now we have vacancies, right? We do not have a full department. And there's a variety of reasons for that. But for us, we need to get to a true baseline and understand what we're capable of with the existing FTE roster. When we start seeing those peaks and there's really high demands, of course, all departments could use additional resources. But for right now, we're not asking for additional FTEs this year because we have vacancies that need to be filled. And so, and that's a partnership discussion between the county manager's office, who are very supportive. And if something arises into the future and the demand is still there, of course, we can have future conversations to potentially address those needs. But right now, we're trying to get fully staffed, really invest in the workforce, focusing on training, focusing on retention, and we'll be able to have a better understanding of what that baseline looks like. If we were to come to the board today and ask for additional FTEs, it wouldn't make sense because we already have vacancies that are unfilled. But we appreciate your support, and we're eager to have those conversations in the future as things evolved and It all depends on the demands on technology, which obviously there's an uptick. But thank you.
Well, thank you, and thank you for your taking care of all the our rural offices, including mine in Tuba City, because they're all now linked now, and just and our partnership that you brought in with the Starlink. Just want to just thank you for all of your know-how and making sure that the rural employees are taken care of and they're able to do it, and just really appreciate your partnership. And then your work with our work with Navajo Nation and just Northern Arizona communities. I still get those comments about how they miss our meetings that we host. Of course, when we hand it over to Navajo Nation, and the states keep calling. So I think we're doing well, though. I'm really happy that we're getting the BEAD funding. That was such a great challenge. I mean, that was an up and down and twisted road, or like we were in a slot canyon there for a while, not knowing if we're gonna climb up or climb out or not. You know, that was pretty interesting adventure we went through. So I'm really happy that's worked out. So thank you. Even though they changed the wording on us. God, a lot, those guys. Thank you.
All right. Well, I think all around you can hear you're well appreciated. Appreciate everything you and your team do very much for Coconino County. So, and before, and that's, I think, it with IT, but we have an exciting opportunity as a board. Since we are going to have the Route 66 signs are up and they have the sign back there, what we'd like to do is, since we have a little bit of time, if the board wouldn't mind, let's stick our faces in that sign and we'll put it on our website for a reminder to the folks to join us for the Route 66 celebration coming this Friday. So if we can, is that all right? Anything else, or can we take
Madam
an?
Chair, that sounds great, and if we so chose, we could get into the Board of Supervisors budget before lunch, or we could wait until after lunch. Your call.
What do you, all right, let's do it. So let's get the picture and we'll get that out. We'll be right back. All right, so we are we're back on, and this is Board of Supervisors. And I know one of the things we want to talk about besides our very able clerk of the Board of Supervisors going through this, but I think one of the things we definitely want to talk about is in-state travel. I know there's been some concerns that have been raised, and I think we need to talk about that and see where we're going to go for next year. So with that, thank you, Lindsay. It's good to see you.
Thank you, Chair Horseman, supervisors. You want me to dive in?
Well, yeah,
Okay.
might as well. You probably know it better than any of us. And I'm trying to find it here. Where is it? Oh,
Under front Board of Supervisors. So B.
it's underneath.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was underneath. I didn't see it. All right. All right. And I'm assuming that what we asked for was approved, right?
Yes, that's my understanding too. We don't ask for a whole lot.
Didn't ask for much. I'm just kidding.
And I know you all are familiar at this point with what you do and what the clerk's office does and what the district directors do. So I'll move quickly through this so you can get more into the discussion. But just wanted to start, I have the mission statement, values, and vision up here as the first slide because the board worked very hard through the strategic planning process to update the mission, vision, and values for the Board of Supervisors in the county ultimately. So that's up there to share with everyone. And this year I got photos. Since we had a photographer here, we took advantage and actually put photos into our organizational chart. And I thought that was nice. And I just wanted to note here, we don't have vacancies. And I feel like we haven't had turnover that we had in past years. And this, I think, is one of our strengths, is that the people working on the team, our newest member, Martin, has dove right in. It's hard to get up to speed with all the software you have to do. So he is just doing great learning, kind of learning by doing, essentially. So he's our newest member of the team, and I think feels good when we get to a point where we're all working together as a team and just makes things a lot more smoother. And then I divide it into 3 programs under the Board of Supervisors. So the Board of Supervisors, you as the board, and then the individual district offices, and then as well as the clerk's office. So this just kind of lists what the duties are and responsibilities under each program, which you all are pretty familiar with at this point. I always like to put this up there, the committees that the supervisors sit on, because it's local committees, state committees, national committees, as well as NACO committees. And as you can see, there's so much. So I think it's important for the public to understand it's not just about the county and sitting in these board meetings and business that's going on with the county, but the board's partnership and collaboration with all these different committees to do advocacy work and legislative work and all kinds of different work to make for a better community from the local level all the way up to the national level. And that just shows the work that the board really does beyond just kind of the county business work that is done. So just wanted to highlight that there. And then I wanted to go into the accomplishments over the last year and how they kind of fit into the strategic priorities that were set up about by the county. Number 1 to me is the financial responsibility of the board and going through, as you know, you're doing right now, the annual budget process. There's a lot to it. And then also the congressionally directed spending that the board has been successful in receiving to implement some of the projects that have been done for the county, as well as the board's foresight in thinking about having that stability fund set aside, which we saw this past year. It's needed, and the uncertainty creates that need, and I think the board understands that, and that was something unique, I think, that this county has done and that this board has done. And then also advocacy, our board is always advocating the county, state, and federal legislative agendas. There's a process to even creating that for the county. And then also your advocacy through your resolutions, your meetings that you go to, the letters that you do, the Hill visits, and all the committee assignments for the committees that you sit on. And then organizational stability. As you all know, it's been almost a year-long process of the strategic planning and implementation that is being done for the county. The county management transition and succession, we got Eric on board this past year. And then also the evaluation process for manager's office that the board went through. And then also as part of organizational stability, the board's consideration of employee compensation plan and also the facilities master plan progress with more discussions revolving around capital for the county that needs to be done. And then addressing emergencies and reducing risk to the organization and community, preventing fire impacts with forest restoration efforts, preventing flood impacts with watershed restoration and flood corridor projects, adopting the floodplain regulations recently, and the long-term flood mitigation planning that has been done. We've seen those work sessions come before the board and the board's direction in those efforts as well. And then also specifically assisting with the Tucson Drainage Master Plan project, addressing the White Sage and Dragon Bravo fire response this past year, and then wildfire insurance and risk reduction effort, which as you saw, the board is holding work sessions the community is invited to see what progress can be made in that regard. And then the unified health code that was brought before from the health district to the board. And then land planning and environmental stewardship, huge things this year that went on, the Flagstaff Regional Land Use Plan that the board was very much involved in, as well as the county comprehensive plan over the last year, conservation easements, one being the Museum of Northern Arizona one, and then the Fort Tut Hill County Park Master Plan, as well as zoning ordinance updates. And then community vitality, 2025 election was under this, all the community initiative funding distributions that the board puts forward, the bookmobile, workforce board shared governments agreement, partnerships and collaborations with cooperative agreements for services such as the Hopi IGA for roads that Christopher was just speaking about. And I've put up here, and this is just from the beginning of the fiscal year, so July through March, so there's even more that can be added to this, but I think this is a huge piece of community vitality is the community initiative funds that the board puts forward to certain programs and events that really make it a great place to live and kind of celebrates those organizations out there doing work that the county may not necessarily be doing, but partnering with the county to provide those services and events for the community. As you know, this will be growing by the end of the fiscal year too. Accomplishments for the district offices that I wanted to highlight, and I wanted to note that each of the district directors put together some district accomplishments and photos that you'll find in your packet. So you can there's a bit more detail in there that they provided, which I thought was really cool. But I wanted to just touch quickly, obviously the community initiative support. And that's a lot of work on behalf of the DDs, trying to, just the behind the scenes of that is a huge effort in working with the attorney's office to get those funds distributed. And then community outreach and engagement, as you know, you all are out there in your districts going to events and then filling vacancies on county committees that the board has been working on, and then citizen district specific issues. So you hear from your constituents about issues going on in your districts and then work to address those issues. You and your district directors work to address those issues. And then touching on exactly what Chair you were speaking about, this past year was a new travel stipend policy that the board really took a shot at trying something different to see if it would work. And so that was a huge effort. Just any sort of change can be challenging. And so the district directors were right along with that as well with the stipend policy. So it'd be good to discuss what changes maybe we need to amend in regards to that policy. And then accomplishments for clerk's offices last year, improved workflow. We're trying to set deadlines and stick to them to really help when it comes to the process of getting items onto the agenda. There's a lot of nudging that we do to get things to the point they need to be before the board on the agenda. And I think we've improved that flow that is taking place to get to that final, get on the agenda. And then board meetings, there's a lot that goes into the board meetings before the board meeting, during the board meeting with the IT and production, and then after the board meeting, actually, too. So there's a lot that each board meeting creates as far as tasks that we work hard to get done. And then, of course, fulfilling our statutory requirements with open meeting law, trainings, which I want to give a compliment to Val. She really tries to focus giving one-on-one trainings to departments. Learning new software is hard. And so when you have people coming in from the various departments that need to jump in and learn OnBase, Val really helps them one-on-one to get them up to speed and help them understand OnBase, but not only the software, but our deadlines, why we have them, why it's important. And then also the organization of records, permanent records, accessible documents for the public. This has been a really cool project that we've been working on, I want to say over the last 2 years. As Helen talked about, digitization of records, IT built us in-house we call it Unity software. It's a part of the OnBase agenda software, but a different side of it. And so they really built and tailored for us specifically. I call it a kind of a dumping ground for our digitized documents. So Nico has really took the load on this task of digitizing our records and putting it into this system that IT built. And that system will then be able to be utilized by not only, hopefully, by internal county employees. So if they're looking for resolutions, ordinance, minutes, agenda packets, we're putting in there just the permanent records. So it's those things that, and we're thinking about how do we organize this so that 20 years from now, when I'm not here or people aren't here that set it up, it doesn't seem complicated to search for. It's easy to find and accessible. So we're thinking about that as we're inputting it into the system. We're also putting in keywords, like what people would search for if they were looking for this. So really, Nico's taken the brunt of that work to get that organized and uploaded into that system. And I'm happy to report that we have 24 boxes, banker boxes, that are going to be picked up from the State Library and Archives for them to take down and store in their library facility. So now that we have these digitized, they can take the permanent physical record and they can store it, which is a free to us, and it's safe. So their facility is built to sustain if there's a fire, if there's sprinklers that go off because of fire, those records will be protected, but also we're not losing our accessibility to the records because we've digitized them so that we can also find them when we need to. And our goal is to work back even more. So that 24 boxes is over an 8-year span, and what they specifically are the agenda packets for the board meetings. Those are permanent record, and as you know, there's a lot of pages in those agenda packets that we're storing. So I just want to note we're glad to let it go and create more space in the vault. And our goal is to specifically with the agenda packets, get those out of our space and go somewhere where they can be stored for free and have them digitized so they're easily accessible, not only to us, but to county employees. And then eventually we can open that to the public off of our website where they can get in and search for things too if they need to.
If I just may, I want to, Madam Chair and members, compliment and thank Lindsay and her team as we've worked on accessibility for the website, which I know is noted here. This is very important. A lot of signature pages with wet signatures scanned in. That means they're not accessible. People that cannot see, and having their language reader read that document to them on the web. And so that all has to change in our workflow and function. And Lindsay's team has been great. Partner with me, I've taken that piece of our accessibility. How do we do document storage, understand documents and signatures, and make them accessible for those that cannot, are visually impaired, so that they can access online and such. So I really want to compliment her and the team as we've looked forward to that for the year.
Madam Chair, if I could just ask, where are these going?
So the state,
the first 24 boxes.
Thank you, Supervisor Oliveras, for that question. The State Library and Archives Department has a beautiful facility right down in Phoenix near the CSA facility. And I've toured it years ago. And when I found out that it's there for us to use to house any of our records, it's going down there, and I really recommend touring it because you can see what they do is make sure, their shelving units are a certain amount of a foot off the ground. They have covers the cabinets, so like if there was a fire and the sprinklers went off, they'd be covered and protected, the documents. So it's for any counties, cities that want to use it, which is really nice because we don't have the space to store the meeting packets that we have. So we've basically worked back to 2018. From now to 2025 to 2018 will be the first set that goes over there. And then my goal is to work back. I think meeting packets started to be permanent record as of like 2009, somewhere around there. So working back to get, and really it's a lot of work to organize it. We're labeling it so we know exactly what we're providing to them. But it just makes me feel better that they're not down in the basement anymore. And they'll be safe as part of the permanent record for the county. And then our goal, like we've already started going through the vault and identifying what are permanent records. We're not necessarily looking to get rid of to move our physical ordinances and resolutions and minutes. I'm not looking to do that and store the physical down there. But things like special district annual reports that are submitted to us, believe it or not, those are permanent record for us to keep. But we never have any requests for the information requests for them. So we've already pulled out all, because they're individually filed by district, and you can see, so we've gone through all the district files in the vault, pulled out annual reports that go back to the 80s, which is a lot of paper that, first of all, we're identifying that they're a permanent record, we're digitizing them, and our goal is to move those down to the state as well, the physical record of it down to the state. So it frees up space in our vault up here on the second floor. Yeah. And then accomplishments this past year to assisting special districts with their annual reports. We do some nudging on that. And then nudging on them providing us their budgets, which when we get in a timely matter, we can then, Siri and the treasurer do a lot of work to bring that before the board as part of the tax rate approval that the board does in August. And then just other district things that are going on. I mean, we're hearing about the legislation that High Country Fire and Rescue is trying to pass with legislation to create a fire district out there. I'm hearing rumors about mergers between fire districts. And so there's some activity going on out there. Of course, I think we've had 3 DIDs created in the last 2 to 3 years. So that's something I think we'll continue to see in the future, is whether it's mergers or creations of DWIDs. I think we'll continue to see trends and challenges for the board. I think trends is collaboration, partnerships to address issues that the board's doing all the time. Uncertainty around federally funded programs, economic impacts as federal plans fluctuate. And then I just know we'll have more emergency events that will occur for the board to have to address. I know. And as you see the competing priorities, just watching that through the budget process that the board has to consider, affordable housing for employees, capital investment needs through the facilities master plan that the board's been discussing. And then this year, uniquely, the events for the county anniversary, the Dark Skies, Route 66, and the CSA Legislative Summit that will be happening. And then trends and challenges for the districts, an increase in events and travel, various and new outreach trends that they're keeping up with, and then increased costs, gas costs, impacts the budget and travel for that. For our office, some of the trends, reduced BOE appeals, which I'll take any day. You guys have a great BOE hearing officer, so I'm really thankful for that. And then special event liquor license activity. Very much, those special events are very much up. The permanent liquor licenses that come before you in board meetings for hearings is going back up, but not to the extent that it was prior to COVID, but it is going up. So that means maybe there's more businesses being opened. I'm not sure, but it is starting to trend back up. And then special district activity, like I just talked about. Increase in utility costs. This is something I'm watching. Specifically, the utility that the board pays for is the Frontier phone lines at the Tuba City office. So those costs, for 2 phone lines and a fax line, it's about $150 for each line. growing. So I got it down to about 100, but it's going right back up to 150. They're the only provider out there. So I've kind of brought this to IT's attention to see if there's something we can do. If there's something we can do through software that maybe can help us where we don't need a fax line to try to bring that cost down. So I'm just watching that, as well as the publishing costs that goes up. I think it's about $10,000 just to do the budget publishing for the budget notice. Siri can attest to that. So we're watching that go up. Or every time the board passes an ordinance, we have to publish that in the newspaper, and that's about a $500 cost, which we don't know when that's going to be our office. So we just kind of take it as it comes. Another trend we're dealing with, exploration of software as a tool. So I got a little ahead of the game 2 years ago and jumped right into AI. And it was wonderful. And using it as a tool specifically for transcription of board meetings to cut down on the need for typing, not to replace minutes, but to use it as a tool to cut down on the time of typing. I'm very particular about what I want in that kind of software. And so we dove into it. It's been great, but we're backpedaling a little bit now that IT is coming out with some of their AI guidance. We are now exploring other software that meet IT security requirements, which is also going to increase the cost of any software that we use as a tool. So I've been in conversations with software out there. One of them is Public Input. Just did a demo with them. But that can end up being a $10,000 cost per year versus the $250 I'm paying now a year for the tool we have been using. And that's to make sure we're not creating any risks to the county. We certainly don't want to do that. So we'll, like I said, we're exploring it. Anytime we find a new software, we're running it through IT to see where they're at with it. And so our hope is that we can find something that works for us and for IT, that puts a good product out for us to use to help us save some time. Some of the goals for the board: financial planning, budget process, anticipating what will be, which is going to be a challenge, and then advocacy, developing your legislative agendas, environmental stewardship, you've got dark skies, land planning with area plans specifically, forest restoration, long-term flood mitigation, and then also drought issues under that as well that we probably are going to be seeing in the future. And then strategic and organizational planning, strategic plan implementation. That's the new phase of the implementation effort that's been made, as well as the facilities master plan next steps. And then economic recovery development, recovery after the fires specifically. And then public safety and emergency response. Community vitality, we're looking at the celebration of historical and community and anniversary events, outreach and support through community initiatives. Also a safe and secure 2026 election season, and then community building, collaboration, cooperation, coordination with partner agencies for planning and resolving issues. The goals for district directors: community outreach and engagement, district-specific issues that they're addressing, community initiative support, and the merit selection community appointment process. Yeah, it's been a challenge for them because they've gone through some of the process to do it, but then because of the lag, District 1 especially, because of the lag on the state to actually take that last step and finalize it, it's like, why are we bothering? Why do we put forth the effort? But working on that.
They aren't doing it because they haven't gotten it.
Vacancy, right?
Yeah, so we need to get ours done, and then we'll start pressuring them.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, sits there. Goals for our office: board meetings, tasks before, during, and after. I want to thank Val and Nico. We've had a good, steady team. It's really helped not having turnover, that things become more efficient and smooth. And we really identify each day of the week what we're doing for our task, and also the cross training, so that if I'm out, Val or even Nico can step in and do some of the things. Same thing, if Val's out, I step in and do minutes. So just want to thank Val and Nico for that. And then trainings to attend and provide. We're excited to be part of the County Clerks Association and attend their trainings and help lead some of their trainings, hopefully in the future. And then we're continuing to write guides and instructional resources. So we were pretty up to date with this, but now that we're doing that new Unity system, Nico's been working on some guides to help people learn how to use it. And then building consistency in the agenda and on-base process, and an organization and preservation of permanent records. And I did just want to note here some of our strengths and weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Let's see if I have that page. So strengths, like I said, is just the team we have, the people working for the department, I think is a huge strength. And also our partnerships. I want to specifically acknowledge the IT department for their work with us and building that in-house system for that Unity system. I also want to acknowledge the departments that are the specific people that do the approval process for everything you see on your agendas. For example, Siri for budget and finance, and Scott Richardson for purchasing. Our civil attorneys have really done a good job at trying to review everything, as well as Margaret Panato, who's been doing this for many years. And there's a lot that they're reviewing, all those contracts that come before the board, that they're putting the time to review and make sure that everything is needed to make sure it can be on the agenda. So I just want to acknowledge their partnership in that process. I think a weakness is probably the outdated boardroom, but I also see that as an opportunity with the remodeling, hopefully. But I think we're different than the 70s. And so I think that can be considered a weakness for us, which creates other functions of security issues that may be there as well. And then opportunities that I see is software and the digitization of our records. And also, like I've seen from the IonWave software that finance has implemented for the contracts. So that's another place that the contracts go that are fully executed, that are there for the span of their retention. It really has provided the department's ownership of their contracts, again, which makes them accessible. And when there are turnover in those departments, somebody can come in and get into that system and do a search for their department, like what are all the contracts we have for Public Works? And there they are. So when we would watch from a distance in the clerk's office and see the turnover in departments of the business managers, we'd see the poor business manager come in and not know what contracts their department have. What are the active contracts? What are the ones that are coming up for that need to be renewed? Now they can get right into that system. So I want to give a shout out to finance, because that has really filled a gap. And Scott, and having that software system in place, that helps so that things don't fall through the crack, which to me is when it's contracts for road projects that are $1 million that have a liability, that's huge in my eyes. So more opportunity for that, for those softwares that can help with that. And then threat, I just want to note that we haven't seen this since I've been here, but this has been the first year where I've seen fraudulent activity that is posing as if the board or the county targeting our liquor license applicants specifically, where they are seeking payment from liquor license applicants acting as the county. So we've had to do some proactive communication when we get liquor license applications and reach out to those applicants, notify them of what's going on, notify them that they will not hear from anyone but me, Val, or Nico, and to not trust any emails that are asking them to click on a link and pay a $1,300 fee. And I think we're not the only ones experiencing that. Community development is experiencing it with permit fees, as well as I think the treasurer's office with property tax fees. So we're watching that, and we're trying to be proactive with our customers to make them aware of it so that they don't fall into some of those fraudulent traps. So that's the threat we're looking at
The
recently.
threat arrives with AI, because we have to publish notices of those applications and such. AI will come and scrub through all of our packets, find that data, and then issue out, they use that data then to issue out permits or junk invoices asking for their fees to be paid.
And that's it. That's the end of what I'm presenting today.
Wow. So, and, Lindsay, and I know you've probably heard this from all of us, but, I just got to say again, we wouldn't be able to do what we do and be as effective as we are. And that's impressive, the list that you've listed here for the Board of Supervisors, without you and your staff. So to Val and to Nico and to you, just a huge thank you. And, I am amazed at how much you accomplish, your team accomplishes for the county and for us on the Board of Supervisors. And thank you. I don't know how you do it, but I'm so grateful that you're doing it. So
I
thank you.
appreciate that. Thank you. It's an honor. I feel lucky to be able to work here and work with the manager's office. Really, we have a good support team from the manager's office as well as the board over the years too.
Well, thank you. And I know we're going to talk about travel, but I'm just going to leave this open. Supervisor Vasquez for comments first.
Yeah, thank you for compiling our year as the Board of Supervisors. Pretty cool to see all the pictures and see all the work that the Board of Supervisors, the district directors, and the clerk of the board's office does. It's pretty impressive. You know, you don't think about all the behind the scenes work that's done to make sure that we're effective. And so thank you for all your work and your team's work, because you know, you make sure that we got what we need to be able to do these meetings the way we need to do it. And people don't realize, you know, you have a Monday meeting, a Wednesday meeting to prepare for a Tuesday board meeting. You know, like just the amount of effort that goes in to be prepared for these meetings are really really important. And so just thank you. And again, it's just impressive. I was looking at the list of the different boards. I'm like, wow. I started starring off the ones I'm on. I'm like, oh, that's quite a list, you know. And like you said, it's more than just these meetings here, more than just budget that we're involved in. So thank you for putting it in a presentation that people can see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Comments, members? Supervisor Ontiveros.
Well, comment, and then I've got a couple of questions, but, and I've told you this, you guys make us look good. You really do. You guys are like mice back there, just so quiet, doing your work and keeping us organized. And I very much appreciate what all of you guys do. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Very much appreciated. And I don't know if there's other comments or if I should just launch into my question.
Comments
Oh,
first, and we'll get that. Yeah. Any other comments?
Yeah.
Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, I'm just gonna repeat my colleagues here, but you all do amazing job. We cannot, over the years, put it this way, over the years, the technology has improved. Even the way the budgets are our agenda is put together by all the departments. You have figured out as a flow, and you have figured out how to have all the departments, which ones come before the board, which ones are not. That's a lot of learning to do before for our staff, and know what to bring before the board. And you've done that amazingly. And you didn't talk about working with our fire departments, but I know you work with our fire departments. You do community outreach. So I just want to thank you for all the work you're doing. And then the digitizing of records and storing them. You know, I know that everything has to be digitized, but we just have to, at the same time, always be wary of where it's going. And then you found a place also. Really happy that you know where you're going to be storing your, safely storing records anyway. So anyway, it's just you've been very innovative and making sure that our work is done because you are already laid out the path for us. So I just want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Begay.
My favorite administration. You guys are always on your toes, running around doing things, and I'm just so glad that, you know, I'm part of this board, you know, to be able to work with you all. And I just see that, you know, there's a lot of interaction and there's a lot of respect for one another. And then also we listen to one another and we're helpful to one another. And so sometimes I see Lindsay sitting in her office and she'll be so serious, and I start joking around with her and she'll be laughing her head off. So, you know, stuff like that. I like to cheer people up because sometimes it's so stressful. A job can be so stressful that, you know, it gets to you at times. But, you know, I think this team manages well. And I just want to say thank you, and all the initiatives that you are all coming up with and working with. And then That's what I like. You know, there's new ways of looking at things, and things are changing, fundings are changing, but you're still keeping up with it. So I just want to say thank you so much, and I appreciate each and one of my colleagues here too. You know, I think that, you know, it's a big job, and sometimes you go 7 days a week. You know, if you have to meet with your constituents, they want you here. They have functions just like Flagstaff does, and you know, it's just one day you get up and you're gone. You're going all day long, and you know, you try to catch up the third day, and you're tired. Then the board minutes are ready to be picked up, and you got to get yourself prepped again. And you know, so it's good though. I like, as I said, you know, I've been a public servant for a long, long time. That, you know, it's nothing to me because I'm used to it. So I just want to say thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Wow. Well, that is fabulous, but I know we have more to talk about. Do we want to get into the travel? I can make it easy. I'm going to make a proposal and then love to hear. Oh, you had some questions. I'm sorry, Supervisor Ontiveros.
Well, it may have come up like in our conversation, but on the recurring, that CPI, that 5% CPI, where does that go? Like, and just so I understand, the
District 1.
Thank you.
Okay, so the Board of Supervisors budget is us 5 and the clerk. It does not include management, so that will hit that budget up later.
Yes, and for clarity, I think it is probably an important point. The clerk's operating budget, Lindsay mentioned a lot of the things it covers, like the budget publishings or liquor license publishings. There's a lot of public notices, and those costs have really increased a lot more than 5% on average, but so far the budget is sufficient to cover it. So really it just goes to those escalating costs. Where it doesn't go, just again for clarity, because we have a separate resolution on the dollar amounts for board operating. So the board operating has not changed in this budget unless the board were to take specific action to do so.
And those are things we probably should talk about as well. But I know the big one is travel. And I don't, do you want to start it now or do you want to wait until after lunch? Huh? Start it now? Okay. Well, we'll start it now if that's okay with everybody. 12:30 call, but we can go for a while. You know, I know that it was a trial period to try to look at the in-state travel, and part of the reason for that was to try to make it easier for everyone. In-state travel is where we do most of our travel, and I think it was to try to make it easier for for us and our district directors, and quite frankly for finance staff to do it through a stipend. I think we've accomplished some great things by doing it that way. First, we separated CI from operations. I think that's appropriate because of what the intent and purpose of CI is. At least that's my opinion on it. But what I have seen in terms of the in-state travel using the stipend is that it has not been real effective. I know that there have been times, an example was this last year with the Dragon Bravo fire and required a tremendous amount of long distance travel within state from especially Supervisor Fowler. I did some, but certainly not to that extent. And I know that some of us have longer distances to travel than others, and acknowledging also just the need for ongoing attendance at meetings throughout the state of Arizona that many of us attend. And so it really has not covered the expense, both for travel and quite frankly from overnight stays. You know, that doesn't affect me as much as most of the other members of the board, but it does affect members of this board. So I'm happy to listen to everybody on it, but to make it really simple, what I would propose and what we can certainly discuss further is that we go back to being an employee of the county and get treated like all the other employees of Coconino County, and that is for in-state travel, we get paid for the miles used or miles traveled, I should say. We get, when it's appropriate, overnight, and our per diem, again, as appropriate as any other employee gets here in Coconino County, with a clear understanding that if we have not followed proper protocol and procedure and provided the necessary backup documents to justify our P card use or to justify our in-state travel within, and I think it's 30 days for employees. And I think we go by the very same thing. And if we are not doing it, and it doesn't matter if it's us or our district directors, because ultimately it's our responsibility for our constituents and for the people who live in Coconino County, that we are using their money to the best and highest degree. And that would be following protocols and what other employees must follow. And if you don't, then you have to pay for it yourself. And I know that's going to be hard for some, for all of us if we aren't doing it, but we have to, first and foremost, we are setting the standard for everybody else here in Coconino County and all the employees. And if we can't police ourselves and set the very highest standards for ourselves, then how can we expect that of our employees? So my proposal, with that very long intro, would be that we basically get treated on our in-state travel like any other employee of Coconino County. So those are my thoughts.
And is there a budget limit on that?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, of course. The budget limit is it would go to our operation.
Okay.
So instead of having, thank you for that. Instead of having, certainly we have to keep it within our operational budget, understanding that CI monies have been removed from that. I would also propose that we can continue to add the additional, I think it's 5,500 for districts 4 and 5.
Thank you. So it's actually a flat 5,000, and then the 55 is for NACO as well.
Okay. And we keep the NACO, which goes for all of us, and then 5,000 additional for 4 and 5.
Okay, so can someone just give me those amounts? Like operating CI, like how it divvies up for districts 1, 2, and 3, and then 4 and 5, please.
Sure. So I'll start with the easy one. Supervisor Ontiveros, CI is the same for all districts, and that amount is $25,000 per year. Plus, that is one exception to our operational carryover. We've considered that special project funding, so anything that is unexpended rolls over. We also would roll over unexpended operating funds at the end of the year. The operating baseline is $40,000 per year. And for those districts that have an identified duty station of Tuba City, an extra $5,000 was added by resolution to those budgets. So those are $45,000 for operating, and that can be used for in-state, out-of-state. It can supplement NACO travel. Sometimes places are more expensive than others, like Hawaii. And then we have the 5,500 NACO travel that is restricted only for NACO purposes. So that does not get commingled in that. If a district is to not spend their entire operating budget, you will see an item on the June agenda to transfer those funds to CI. But again, the funds can't go the other direction per resolution that this board has established, that the CI funds of $25,000 plus prior year carryover are restricted only to CI purposes and cannot go back and supplement or supplant any operating use.
But operations can be carried over to either operations or CI.
Correct. It's a one-way kind of funnel.
Good.
And just one other note, that covers any special district kind of supplies as well. If you were to do mailers, outreach in that way, or to have temp staff to help support you, it would all come from that operating budget.
Oh, okay. So that would be, 1, 2, and 3, 40,000, 4 and 5, 45. And then the 25 comes out of that amount, or that's in addition to that amount?
In addition to.
Okay.
And if I was taking some notes on what you noted, and we would need to still do a resolution because we have one in place for what we have. So in hearing, I think I just have a couple things that for consideration in that resolution. I appreciate you mentioned the 30 days for reporting because that has been a bit of a pain point, I will say, in the past and even sometimes this year. So just ensuring that we get complete information. Sometimes we do get claims within 30 days, but they are not complete. They don't have everything they need, and our staff is going back working with the submitter. And so we would want to suggest some language that has 30 days in it, but 60 as the hard cutoff, because what we also see sort of happening sometimes is then our questions languish or the required information we need is not always, and this isn't specific to the board. I want you to know that but I think it's a great protection for the board because there are IRS rules on this, and the 60 days is really the reasonable kind of final cutoff there. So if we can, in drafting that amended resolution, do that. The other thing for consideration, if we can follow up if you want this in, is, you mentioned when appropriate for overnight or when appropriate was the language that I documented. And I think that's really great. If you wanted to have any kind of consideration of defining appropriate in terms of overnight stays allowable if a meeting starts or before a certain time or ends before a certain time for travel, that's up to you.
Don't they already have that as part of our employees?
We have really delegated that to departments to make the determination of reasonableness on travel time. So some departments will say, like my department will say, if you have a meeting at 9 o'clock in Phoenix, drive down that morning. But then if the meeting ends at 6 p.m., you can stay overnight. Every department is a little bit different in how they establish that criteria. So I would suggest you formalize your criteria.
I didn't know that, and that's surprising to me, I have to admit, because it doesn't seem to make sense. If you're in one department, you've got to go down in the morning, but if you're in another department, you get to go down the night before. That doesn't make sense to me.
We can certainly look at amending our policy. I would love to make it an across the board kind of, yeah. So we can look at that on our side.
And there's no state requirements for when you can stay over for in-state?
There's not. I mean, you would want to do a reasonableness test certainly on that. And we do in our review a reasonableness test and ask questions sometimes. And sometimes, that reasonableness test just comes back to having proper documentation. Maybe a conference officially ended at noon, but there was a subsequent meeting with another stakeholder and we didn't see that documentation. So no, I would be happy for our team to take that part on and make it standard for employees, at least for common travel locations.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me instead of saying a conference, I think business, when business
yeah, for sure.
commences before, if business commences before or from 9 o'clock or before, go down the night before. That gives you leeway for, I know a lot of people for CSA go down the night before. That's the Matt Ryan rule. He and I have talked about that. But if it starts after 9, maybe they can drive down because that'd be at 10 o'clock. And of course, obvious, yeah.
Right.
But I don't want the exceptions to take over the rule, and that's what I see over and over again. But I agree, there's got to be some reasonableness test to that. So the weather's bad, you leave early.
Yeah, and what I'm wondering is you said that, what are the issues with any employee not getting the documentation properly filed within the 30-day?
Yeah, great question. So actually there's IRS guidelines on that because our plan is considered a qualified plan, meaning that it is exempt from income taxation for qualified business travel. So we can pay, taking it out of the board realm, we can allow our employees to travel and have their meals paid for and their transportation paid for and their hotels paid for without it being taxable income to them as long as we follow certain rules on reporting and reasonableness and all of those things. Well, one of those is timely reporting and has been sort of litigated through, tax cases and things, the 60 days. And so that's where that comes from. And so 30 gives us that sort of cushion for back and forth because sometimes there are legitimate reasons why it can't be totally finalized on our side within 30 days because of documentation issues.
Okay, and that makes sense. And I really think whatever this board decides to do, it needs to be in written form. So every single one of us, we can literally go through and confirm, yes, I understand what I am committing to. And then there cannot be any questions 3, 6, 12 months down the line saying, I didn't understand that.
or I thought it was turned in and I didn't realize it hadn't been turned in.
Mhm.
You know, the buck stops with each one of us.
Mhm.
So one other caution I just have, and this is based on sort of, prior to this year, is that the supervisors whose duty station is not Flagstaff need to be aware of their duty days because of the statute, to establish a duty station. And so just making sure that the days in office are greater at the designated duty station, because otherwise that could jeopardize, again, the tax implications of the travel for traveling to Flagstaff. So it's something to be aware of.
So simply put, it means that if your duty station happens to be in Tuba City, you need to spend more time in Tuba City than you do in your office in Flagstaff, correct?
Correct. I believe it says where you conduct the majority of your business. Yep. And then finally, not necessarily to be decided now, but knowing that there are some larger travel needs that come more towards the end of the year, if you wanted to look at those buckets and establish any part, perhaps that 5,000, perhaps a different number for the Tuba City duty stations in particular as a set aside to be added in around budget time, just to ensure capacity there. That might be something that you have the ability to do or not. So just or any other adjustments with that.
And I think we need to make it clear, if it is not, if the policy that this board, all of us agree to and pass is not followed, the P card gets taken away. And if there is not capacity within individual operation budgets for travel's denied, no matter how important it is. I mean, we all have to live within a budget. If we were, we got to treat that. This is not our money. We need to, treat it with the utmost care and concern.
And what I like to see is what is being proposed written out. I need to see it. And this does not resolve the issue of not having enough travel dollars. This is just moving the dollars the same amount again. When we talk about equity, equality, fairness, just the where we reside and how far we have to travel, that really does make a difference. So I want to see this in writing. I want to see what is being proposed.
And I know that there are, like I know Supervisor Fowler, there have been a number of meetings where you have attended virtually. So there is no cost associated with that at all. And that is something that can be, if you're running short, if any of us, not just you.
That right there, no one else has to worry about.
Why do you say that we all have to worry about?
I know, but you don't have to be concerned that you have to travel in or don't have that dollars anymore, so I got to do virtual. So we've been doing virtual.
How many miles is Tuba City from Flagstaff? I know I should know the answer to that question. How many
It's
miles?
about 80 miles.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and I'm 45.
Yeah.
So it's not, so I do understand the challenges that are.
These are just things, I'm just bringing up things that everyone just thinks that just needs to think about. And I had asked for this, Siri and Andy, and I just want to see how you look at all of that. And yes, we want to make sure that we're all working together and that we are, I don't have any objection to this, but the distance we have to travel. And that's where I've been even asking about the board, how often that we meet and stuff. So these.
The only thing I would say is this. My responsibility as a supervisor is to Coconino County and the people that live within my district. That is my number one priority. It is my number one concern. To fulfill that, I have taken on responsibilities for state boards and organizations and for national. However, my first responsibility is to my district and the people in Coconino County. And I need to be able to fulfill whatever duties that I put on myself, quite frankly, that I feel are important for Coconino County and for my district within my budget. I mean, I cannot, in good faith, ask all of these departments, every single one of these departments had needs much greater than what was being presented to us. They want FTEs. Why? Because they are serving the people in Coconino County. And we require them to live within their budget. And when they want a little bit more than their budget, they better darn well show us that they've got a real legitimate reason for it. And again, if I feel as a supervisor, I am setting the standards for every employee in Coconino County, then I better darn well be able to live within my budget, and I have to make sure that I'm spending my money in the highest and best use for my district in Coconino County. And by the way, it has meant that I have not accepted certain positions that have been offered for me that I think would be very beneficial to Coconino County. But I don't see, number one, how I can do that financially and be fiscally responsible to my budget. And quite frankly, at some point you run out of time. And again, you know, these are things that every single one of us as supervisors, as elected officials, need to juggle within ourselves. So I understand that some people travel a lot more than others. And I understand some of us take part in more national and state organization than others, but it all has to be done within our budget. And boy, you know, I can't tell IT, I can't tell Public Works, I can't tell Public Fiduciary that they've got to limit their budget if I'm not limiting mine. So those are my thoughts.
Yeah, and I'm not asking for like an increase in our budget. And this is just the fairness on how the budget is allocated within our board. So I'm just bringing it up, and I fully agree, those are our responsibility. I'm not, and that is what we do. And we don't back off on our responsibility. We don't back off, we do a lot. So it's not like, you know, one does more than the other or anything, but I think we need to just think about that. Yeah.
By the way, Supervisor Fowler, sometimes we do, and that's okay. You know, you've found it in your time slot. I found it in my time slot to probably donate more of my time to organizations and to boards, and that's okay. You know, where others have felt, no, I need to be closer at home because of whatever. And some of us have, quite frankly, different things we need to juggle in there. I don't have kids. I have a dog who's very demanding, but I don't have children. And so, you know, I have more time that I can put in those other areas. And by the way, that's okay. That works out for all of us. Because we're, as we always say, we're one Coconino County, and we're one board. We are one board. So whatever one of us do, they do it for Coconino County and for the rest of the board.
And what, so Lena, I don't know if I fully understand what your request is, if it's not for additional funds.
Well, I want to see how our board is, the budget is going to be laid out. So I want to see that first.
What do you mean?
You know, I think we're kind of going through it now. And, you know, we're here for budget now, and I would either, you know, I'm proposing this as an alternative. If we can't come up with an alternative, then I say we stay with what we got, you know, and that is the stipend system. I just felt that the stipend system probably wasn't working as effectively, especially, quite frankly, for 4 and 5, to be honest with you. That's why I thought we should go back to the way it was. But if that's not going to work, then let's stay with the stipend.
But I do think that we need to, and this is going to Siri's question, which is, if we do go the other way, the 45 to 4 and 5, holding back the 5 so that when we get to budget time, yeah.
That's up. You know what? I'm not going to put that in here. I think that everybody can manage their own budget. And if they can't, well, we're going to have disincentives in there for those that can't. So it sounds like a great idea to take 5,000 or hold it back. But if you don't feel you need to do that, that's going to be, it's going to be up to each supervisor.
Right, but don't hit budget season and not have the money. That's what I'm saying. If you've got to look at the whole year and prioritize what the travel is that each person feels that they need to do, and not spend all the money and then end up at the end of the year and say, I'm out of money. Like, we've got to stop doing that.
And that is how we do it, quarterly. So, but all the dollars into operations, I think that would work better. So let's go that route, and let's talk about and see how our budget actually pans out.
The 65 into operations?
No, what?
Oh,
what
just
they were
40 and
thinking.
45.
Yeah.
Okay, because the CI is non-negotiable.
No,
Yeah.
The 45 should go in up.
that's already designated.
For me, I'm lucky in the sense that my district is mostly urban Flagstaff, so I don't have as much travel to go to places in my district. I do have travel to Phoenix and other places related to the different committees I'm on and whatnot, but the stipend system didn't work for me. And the problem with the stipend system is it's put into your paycheck automatically, and so you kind of forget about it. And then when I did the math, I realized that it was less per trip than what was coming each paycheck. And so then it would put me in some pinches a couple times where I wanted to go to something, or I ended up going to something, but the stipend didn't really cover that trip at that time. And so for me, I would prefer to go back to the previous system and have the 30-day and 60-day hard cutoff to get reimbursed for trips rather than doing the stipend system ahead of time. That's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
I'm neutral, so I'm going to go with whatever the rest of the board wishes to do, and then just really putting that out, each one of us looking at it, each one of us committing to it, and then so no one can say, I didn't understand that.
Supervisor Begay.
I think we need to take a break first. My stomach's growling. But for me, I think, the stipend was kind of hard because we're spending more money out there, for gas, for filling up our tanks, getting oil changes, and eating, and also the miles that we're putting on our vehicles. And just like I said, I put over 20,000 miles, close to 25,000 miles in the last year that I have my brand new vehicle. And so I use it only for the purpose of really for my job. And then now it's because of all the driving that we're doing across the whole reservation from north to past Flagstaff. It is hard. And I know that I'm in agreement with going back to the old ways, but the stipends, the reimbursements take forever. Sometimes it takes 3 weeks, and then, I don't know if we're going to work efficiently. I would recommend and ask the administration that our reimbursements are done right away, because that way we know we have something to operate on. We've been really minimal on all our operation expenses too. Like our supplies, we have I know we budgeted it, but there's a lot of times Angie and I had to go to the secondhand store and look through those boxes to see if we can find paper and pencils and stuff like that, to save costs for other things that we really, really need. And that's no way to run an operation. That's no way to have budgets to, not to really do your job right. So I'm just saying that, and with the mileage reimbursements, we're going to be done with this, with the amount of travel we're doing, this 4,000 is not going to even be enough. Because, you know, that's how I feel. I'm in agreement with going back to the old ways that we were doing that. And so, you know, I know that some of us traveled a lot, all over the reservation. Then some of us are not, you know, like Geronimo says, he's just kind of here, you know, those type. I think that's where my colleague here is saying that we need equity. You know, we need to work on that. I'm for it, you know, but it's just a matter of mileage being reimbursed is going to really cut us again. And a lot of times I don't even eat, you know, until I get home because I don't have extra dollars to really do anything. And there's hardly no stores out there, places to eat, and you're just hungry, running around all day long, and then you finally get home and you cook something for yourself. And right now, the gas prices are really, really high. I filled up on $85 on my truck, and it only took me 2.5 days to be traveling. So those are things that I think, you know, we really need to look at is, let us get, I mean, we're saying it's the taxpayers' dollars and all this and that, but the bottom line is we're the ones that are really working out there to the whole county, all the services that are being out there. We're talking to people, we're advocating, and we're out there, you know, visibly. So that's the only thing that, you know, I think we really need to think about is that we go, it's just going to be that our reimbursements are going to take a lot on our mileage. And then we'll be left with nothing, you know, and then we have these other places that we need to go to CSA. And then with the way things are out in Tuba City area, you can't even get internet services in certain places. They're like in blotches and, you know, things like that. So you have to drive somewhere where you can have access to internet. So those are some of the things that that I encounter, you know, out there. So that's the reason why I prefer to go back. But I think that portion of us has to be dealt with is you know, reimbursement costs. I mean, reimbursement is going to really take a toll on us, and then we'll be left with nothing again. So anyway, that's what I wanted to bring up, and we're, you know, each one of our districts are different, and we're not all the same. And all of us don't have to travel the certain miles, you know, each every day. My office is out there 7 days a week, not just 4, not just 5. We're out there every single day looking at where people are saying, this is an area you guys need to talk about. This is something that I'm going to go show you something. I want to meet you there. You know, so we have to go. We can't say no because it's in our district, and that's our priority, first responsibilities, priority-wise, is being out there for the people and helping them see, you know, having them to get the services they're needed. And it's bad enough that, you know, we like I always said, you know, the Navajo Nation does get its dollars. The county does get its dollars. And you guys are trying really hard to help us, but with the obligation that we have to our constituents, people that voted us in, we have to be out there to listen to and then guide them through, you know, and tell them, you know, this is what we'll try to help you with this. Just like Parks and Recreation. I'm so thankful for them to come out, and they did an assessment. They told us where the walking trails will be, if it's a sufficient area. All these things are happening, and it's in the tribe. And now we got to work with the chapters on that. So it's not only just that portion of it. So anyway, so working with 2 other tribes. Lena has to work with the Paiutes. I have to work with the Hopis plus the Navajo, and vice versa too. So it's like a 3-way thing that we have to deal with in intergovernmental type of things, and we have to work with all of them. It's not just the Navajo tribe. So that's what I want to say. I could say more, but leave it at that. And just think about it over lunch, and we'll come back and talk about it. Yes, but I think we all need to come to a consensus that let us do our jobs. We need to do our jobs, all of us, And so that's what I'm thinking. And I want to thank Andy and Siri and also Erica and Eric, for really being understanding in a lot of ways. So thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to put this out there, and this is more for the county staff than for us. It's just that I hope you realize that we don't qualify for any of the CPI. The pay raises that folks get, we on the board get paid a statutory amount. So when everybody else is getting their 2% or 3% these last couple years, we have not qualified for that. And so I don't know if people realize that, but when my colleagues are talking about being tapped, it's because we don't get that extra pay that everybody else in the county that we vote for to get that pay raise, we don't get that pay raise. The stipend was an attempt to make a little bit of a difference with the travel, but really that wasn't cutting it. But I just wanted to make sure that everybody understands that when we go through and make these decisions about increase in pay for folks, we are not included in that decision because our pay is set by state statute. Thank you.
All right. Yes.
Madam Chair, members of the
County
board, thank
manager.
you. I see emergency management is here, and my hope is we're scheduled to start at 1. Maybe we could start at 1:15.
Oh, no, we aren't going to start at 1.
Yeah.
And by the way, we
Yeah.
probably aren't going to start at 1:15.
Maybe.
So we're going to finish this.
Okay.
And I think we should take a break for lunch and then decide. And then I'm just going to ask the board to go one by one on where they are. And we're going to make a decision on this. We'll look at the final, of course, for where we are in our budget with regards to travel. Did you have something else to say, County Manager?
I would. I actually haven't spoken on this particular issue, but I would like to, and definitely appreciate Siri. And I can't speak for her, but she wants to kick me anyway, probably, but she might. I just want to thank you for allowing us to do the pilot with the stipend. The intentions were good to help us all manage through our travel, and as well as protect our liability individually, as well as liability with those travel budgets. I think that it was a great opportunity for us to look at that, how that feels, how that looks, and we're getting feedback right now, and so that's super healthy in the process. Got it before now, but now we're having an open forum discussion. I definitely hear Siri's intent on the addition. We do recommend the additional 5,000 for the duty station in Tuba City, impacting districts 4 and 5. And Siri's thought about holding that to ensure that there's funding remaining at the end of the year. I think for that's incumbent upon you to manage as your budgets. And I think with the reimbursements, thank you for allowing, and we'll write this out, guardrails to that, because that's very important, and sometimes reimbursements might take a bit longer as referenced than you would like. I can tell you the stipend has reduced paperwork significantly, and that's been hugely helpful, right? Because that's already accounted for, and this will increase paperwork both for your district directors and our finance department, and that's difficult to manage through, as we all know, in our bureaucracies that we have. Sorting through all of that can be difficult. So it's very important that your district directors get us the appropriate information, and so we don't like to be in the Tom and Jerry type situation with that. And then also noting that if the paperwork isn't we question that then we get into difficult situations with you as board members saying, hey, the purchasing card, we need to talk about the use of it, et cetera. So there are pros and cons to all of it, and we're taking notes, and we're prepared to.
And I know we haven't always made it easy for you or for Siri, and that's why I think we do need to make it very clear that we're going to be treated like an employee and that with the same kind of parameters. But I know Supervisor Begay has mentioned this a few times, and I'd like to hear if there's any way, the reimbursements are really hard for people who, as you say, we are not, we don't get those increments and raises. So, and for those of us who are living on our salaries, and we're all living on our salaries, to be able to have the reimbursement, I know that's been in particular difficult for some people.
Thank you. So, if I think the question is, if we were to go back to treating the board members as employees, is it more about travel advances? So, fronting dollars before the expenses occur, I think is the question. And so that is in our policy as long as it is submitted that way through the system. The timeliness of that really just depends on was it submitted in time for us to do that before you leave if you're requesting a paper check, but we have the opportunity for ACH payments, direct deposits. So whenever it's requested and it falls under policy, we will issue travel advances. Every board member has a P card, so hotels would be exempted from that. But if there's anticipated mileage and meal costs, those would be allowable for I believe it's 75% of the anticipated full cost. And the only reason we don't do 100% of the anticipated full cost is because we don't like people owing, for their sake, we don't like when people owe us money at the end of a trip because they overestimated. We sometimes recommend people estimate a little on the high side for the cost of their trip so that they're covered in their approval from their supervisor. So we do 75% of the anticipated mileage and meal costs, which should pay for gas because mileage is actually over 70 cents a mile. And even with higher gas prices, 75% as an advance would cover the actual fueling up component of that per mile. And then again, on the meals side, 75%. So I would just encourage ACH or direct deposit set up if you're not for your advances, because then it will show up in your account, whether you're physically here to receive a check or not.
So would it be safe to say that the sooner either the supervisor or the district director submits for reimbursement, that's really going to be the most helpful in getting the funds back?
For final reimbursement and close out, absolutely. We have an AP schedule, so as long as, and we publish those timelines, the district directors are aware. If they have everything completed and fully approved on their side by Monday, payment would be distributed of Thursday of the same week. Now, if they submit it on Monday and we have questions back, it can delay it until the subsequent Thursday.
So really, timeliness and accuracy would go a real long ways for quick reimbursement, correct? Or
yes.
Okay. So I'm just looking for tips to help get the reimbursements quicker. Just submit as soon as you can and with the highest degree of accuracy, and then that way you will get your reimbursements quicker and sooner.
So that's usually.
Yeah. And which that goes to the accuracy of it. Yeah.
Yes. So we still have to make sure everything that we say is kept in the record. That's why I did that. Just, we're still in a public meeting here. Yeah, so.
Well, I'm happy to do additional training with any district director that's interested in looking at the status of a claim or whose approval it's in. Because if there is a timeliness, it is really the responsibility of the district director to be looking at where the claim sits and the status and monitoring that to ensure that it hit the milestone it needs for payment.
What I'm saying is that when it's submitted, then everything's there, but people are not, they haven't signed it after the second week, and then finally we get it like the third week sometimes.
Thank you. So again, I'm certainly happy to meet with your district director so that she can look up who hasn't signed it and send emails or make phone calls if that is what is needed to move it through, as it is their sort of role in the process, if you will, if something is being held up to push the approver who's holding it.
All right. Well, this is good, and I'm glad we're getting it out. I mean, because we don't want resentments, and if somebody's feeling that they aren't being treated fairly, we need to talk about that. And because that's not the intent here. We want to do something, and it's hard to balance, budget and concerns for the overall county budget and concerns for the highest and best use of our dollars versus individual needs that may vary between districts. And so we get that. So I think it's important for us to discuss it.
So are we going to go eat lunch and think about this?
Questions? Madam
Oh,
Chair?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Supervisor Begay.
So, um, so what did we mean about withholding the 5,000 for the end of the year? Anything?
Bad idea.
Okay. I thought I heard it say,
Yeah, I think that's up to each individual district, decide how they're going to manage their budget. So, all right, this is good. I really appreciate my colleagues talking about this. It's hard, by the way. It's really hard to talk about this because we do recognize the value that each one of us provide to the county and to our board. So, it's good. Let's air it out. Let's come up with something that we can all live with, even though it probably won't be 100% of what we want. Let's see what we can all live with. So with that, let's lunch. And you know what? I think we're going to be back here. Can we do let's do 120, okay? All right, let's do it. Thank you. We are back on for the budget, and we are still finishing up with the Board of Supervisors. And we have had a pretty good, vibrant discussion on probably the only real sticking point left for us for consideration, which really doesn't affect the bottom line budget monies, but does affect how we utilize them, especially for in-state travel. And, you know I agree with Supervisor Ontiveros. You know, I will go either keeping our existing stipend or going back to the original way we were doing it, and that is mileage. I know that even with the stipend, we have made modifications on the stipend, which I think we're going to be memorialized in writing so that we have them. The changes I recall that we made on the stipends were that we would allow to use, we would treat CSA meetings and I think it was just CSA meetings as if it was out-of-state travel, even though obviously it's not out-of-state travel. And also treat the 2 weeks budget hearings also as if it was out-of-state travel. So they would be removed, but would be allowed because of, of 2 members in particular who do not have Flagstaff as their workstations. They end up having to get hotels here in Flagstaff. So they were allowed to do that utilizing their budget, their operations budget. So we've had a pretty vibrant discussion on this. I brought up going back to the way it was in hopes of helping our 2 districts that do not have their duty station in Flagstaff. And I know that one of our supervisors who but has a lot of out of Flagstaff, out of Coconino County travel, would like to have go back to the stipend approach. So what I would like to do, if it's okay, and if I'm putting you on the spot, just tell me, but I'd like to hear from our 2 supervisors who have their duty station outside of Flagstaff on whether they want to go back to a mileage situation as we discussed, or whether they want to keep a stipend situation with the changes we've made to the stipend situation, kind of making it a hybrid, a stipend and exclusive of CSAs meetings and exclusive or allowing for hotels to come out of operational budgets for our 2 weeks during budget. So, and again, I hope I'm not putting you on on either one of you on the spot, but I'd like to hear from you first, see where we are, and then we'll kind of see if we have a consensus here with the other board members on which way we want to go. Because it sounds like Supervisor Ontiveros and myself would be amenable to either way. So, will one of you lead us off? Supervisor Fowler or Supervisor Begay, can you lead us off on what you would see as the best approach? Supervisor Fowler.
I want to thank the board and the county management for understanding. So I don't mind the stipend. I think we should stay with the stipend. CSA meetings are part of the operations. We have not been doing that, but that would be part of our operations. And and also all of the CSA meetings and the board meetings. And then an opportunity to be able to use county vehicle to CSA when necessary. Those would be my proposals. Oh, yes, that's the board budget meeting. Thank you.
Supervisor Begay.
It's the same, budget is the same.
And that would be the same, that would be the same whether you do stipend or whether you do mileage. So would it be, would it be better for you to do, going back to the way it was with the mileage with that 45,000? And it would come out of your operation budget of 45,000? Or would it be better to use the stipend approach with the understanding that the CSA travel and would basically not be part of the stipend, but could be used for hour or mileage and could come out of your operation budget? And in terms of the 2 weeks for budget, that you could pay for the hotel out of your operation budget?
Probably the, I would kind of just go back to the regular way it was done. Only because I think it's better for me that way. Mileage. Yeah, mileage and just keep everything here and then because I know we do get funds added on to our taxes stuff and stuff like that too. That's the other thing. So that's my.
No, I think it needs to be uniform to Supervisor Vasquez. I agree with you. I think whatever the board does, just like I am shocked that departments get to make a decision individually too. So, but I think as a board, we should have it.
I'm just going to contribute to the conversation and just put my 2 cents in on this. But I think what Supervisor Fowler has suggested, I'm okay doing that, but I'm not okay with the use of the car. I think that we need to just adjust it as you stated, being able, and again, I'm just going to spell it out, using operations budget for CSA meetings and for the 2-week budget meetings, which we're in right now, coming out of operations budget. The total budget for districts 4 and 5 being $45,000, total budget for districts 1, 2, and 3 being 40. So districts 4 and 5 will get an additional $5,000 annually for the increase because their duty station is outside of Flagstaff, and leaving it there, but I don't support the use of the vehicle.
Just one point of clarification that may change as you guys discuss. Whatever we do with a stipend has to be built on backup documentation of a model, so assumptions of that. And so I just want to be clear of anything we adjust. So if we had originally had normal CSA meetings, for example, in that model, or we normally had the budget meetings in that model, for us to recommend an updated stipend, please know that we would have to reduce it if we pull those items out, because we have to be able to substantiate the amount of the stipend because there is a statute on board member compensation that we can't exceed. And so I just want to make sure it's clear if we adjust the parameters of what's included or not in the stipend, that it may adjust the allowable amount as well.
So for whatever it's worth, I'll just give you my 2 cents worth, which may not be worth 2 cents. I don't think the justification for the stipends really considered all of our normal, quite frankly, travel. And so I would think that it might be helpful to revisit the assumptions that were made, because I just don't think that they were appropriate, to be honest with you. And I think given the fact now that the gasoline has gone up crazy, and so have hotels. I mean, Supervisor Begay was telling me just here in Flagstaff, the cost of a hotel has gone up substantially. So I don't think that the justifications, here's what I'm going to suggest, you guys are going to kill me. We need to take a closer look at this. I want to get it done this week before we end our budget, but it may be appropriate to have you reconsider reconsider our assumptions. And so, I mean, I think if there is a group that would like us to go back to stay with the stipends, then I think we need to reconsider those assumptions to see if we can pull out budget for 2 weeks for hotels and pull out CSA meetings and probably hotels as may be needed and stay with that stipend. And if it's not, then we just need to see what it is, so that this board can make a knowing decision of, do we stay with the stipend or do we go back to the way it was?
Thank you, Chair, and we can certainly do that. I think in hearing the conversation, from my perspective, I would say the most defensible course of action would be to recommend going back to normal travel, treating the board as employees, and then your budget is the parameter, just based on what I've heard. But we can certainly look at the model and the stipend and any alternatives you want to see for what is or not included at that point. But with customizing, and again, ensuring that on our end, we have sufficient appropriate substantiation for a stipend payment, as not everyone will choose to get a hotel or will choose to behave in the same way as if they were getting employee reimbursement. I do see a little more risk as we sort of carve more and more things out of that.
And I appreciate that. Thank you for your input on that, Siri. That's important for me. Supervisor Begay.
I'm glad that Siri and Andy, I think you guys, we're going to draft it up to see it more visibly, so we know we're talking all over the place on both of them. So we appreciate that. Thank you.
Visualize what it means, see what your budget is.
So if it's okay, and I'd like to, if there's any other comments, Supervisor Vasquez, any other comments you have? I know you've indicated your preference. We've noted that. And I know that Supervisor Begay has indicated her preference and Supervisor Fowler hers. And I guess we're the holdouts here. We'll go either way, both Supervisor Ontiveros and myself. Yes.
I'd like to hear what the update recommendation from County Manager's Office and Finance, but I can go either way.
All right, so we're
It is. Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Eric Peterson, Deputy County Manager. Happy to introduce our Emergency Manager, Tim Carter, and his department as they make their budget presentation. I'll call your direction to their tab in our budget, number 2 binder under Emergency Management. The 5% CPI has been applied to their budget. Also, an increment request for the Emergency Notification Systems Solution of one time of $38,900. We'll explain that in just a second, and I know Mr. Carter will as well. And then also the disallowed EMPG costs. Mr. Carter's, the emergency management budget is predominantly paid for and has been paid for by the Emergency Management Performance Grant. Is that correct? EMPG. Make sure I get the name right. That grant has gone through some federal changes with the new administration, and they have started to change the administration of that grant. I think we're in what I'm calling the transition year. It's not the full effect of what I think the Trump administration would like to do. There's been some court lawsuits about that. But there are some disallowed costs that you'll see this increment request. So in the past, all of our vehicle replacement fees, some of our employee liability insurances were covered by that grant. They are no longer covered by that. That means the general fund has to step into a place here and pick up some of the costs if we were going to continue with the same service levels and provision of services that emergency management historically has had. Mr. Carter has been working very closely with me, and I give him a lot of credit for that. And as we talk about that, about what the general fund can afford, but also then what changes we can make. It's not just to continue as we go here, and the general fund is rich enough to allow for all that, but how do we work together to make the best department with this new funding dynamic as we have seen come across. I also want to note the one-time funding is in relation to the state in that regard. We use the RAVE system. I think each of you is aware of that for notifications during emergencies. The RAVE system contract was no longer extended through the state. Is that correct? Wasn't that? It might be. Thank you. to remember the nuances here. We don't know if the state has extended that contract with RAVE. We have all bought under that contract into the RAVE system. So we provided for a year of funding here in case we need to step in if the state has not renewed the RAVE contract, because we are too far into already our emergency season to try to go and retrain a whole community on get on a new system if the state is moving to a new system or whatever may be. So we'll continue those conversations, but RAVE as we know it will stay. But this budget allows for that if the state does not renew the contract. We have the funding provided. If they do renew the contract, we have some excess funding here then to be able to work with. That we provided one time in the emergency management budget. I don't want to take anything more away from Mr. Carter's presentation to you, but just simply to say again, I appreciate his diligence as we've worked together on talking about this new way of funding emergency response. And this is important for the board to remember that we're not talking just about here, that the changes in the federal government and how FEMA will fund emergency response and recovery is changing with the Trump administration, and that our state is going to have to step up in a way that we probably haven't seen in some time to meet that need. So I know I'm sure we'll talk about that with flood control as well, but I wanted to kick that off here as Mr. Carter makes his presentation on emergency management.
Hello, Tim, and I see we have our very own glossy plans.
I come bearing gifts, yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for, thank you for the last, week and a half now of budget stuff. It's always enlightening for us as directors, kind of sit back in the office and kind of watch the stream of these and just kind of see the needs and asks of other departments and kind of get an idea of what the financial positions of the county are. Really kind of helps provide that big picture for us. So appreciate you guys kind of slugging through 2 long weeks. So, Eric kind of covered most of it. So we'll wrap it up. So all right. Here we go. So first off, I would say thank you for giving us the opportunity to come and spend some time with you. I say we, even though I'm the only one here today from my department. One of the big things that you'll hear and that we talk about a lot is the is the need and the reliance on partnerships and the relationships that we have. So today, actually, presentation actually coincided with the statewide emergency management all hands meeting down with DEMA in Phoenix. So I made sure that my team could go down there for that, especially, with our new deputy director, Aaron Grazier. He was able to go down and meet with other directors as well as, our finance staff meeting with DEMA. So as much as they would have liked to have been here, I think it was very informative for them to go down there. So that's why you're stuck with me. So, wanted to just kind of kick it off with our mission statement for what emergency management is and what we do. A lot of times folks don't see us a lot until bad days happen. But, this really talks about what our goal is. And first and foremost, that's save lives, protect property, help our communities be more resilient to the impacts of disasters, and then help them recover from those as well. So we work in 5 main mission areas. We spend a lot of our time in preparedness. That is what we call those blue sky days, where just like today, we're able to go out and really work with our communities and our stakeholders to help them prepare for and mitigate disasters before they happen. And then, of course, as you guys have all seen, the response and recovery phase through the Emergency Operations Center and moving forward through that. This is our whole entire department. It fully staffed. There's 6 FTEs. Right now we have 1 vacancy, program coordinator vacancy, that is going to go live for posting tomorrow. The department looks a little bit different than it did this time last year. So we've got some new staff, as you guys have met in previous meetings. Mr. Aaron Grazier came over from the Forest Service. He has a wealth of wildland fire experience that's really been a benefit for us as we work through our planning for wildfire. We also have Ms. Sue Walker, who's no stranger to the county, from the Treasurer's Office and IT, and is now our business manager. has the undaunting task of navigating all of our grant paperwork and keeping us in line financially. And then you'll see Mr. Owen Eckhoff, a young man that we just hired from, he's coming out of the Midwest in Nebraska. He'll be joining us in about a month. He comes with a lot of experience in the nonprofit world as well as emergency management, so brings in a very unique skill set that we have there. And then Miss Lana Kale, that you know, is in charge of all of our outreach and public community outreach and public notifications, social media, that kind of. I wanted to jump straight into what we do and why we do it. You know, over the last 6 months, we've really worked toward progress for 4 major strategic initiatives. And, you know, as we progress, we look at the initiatives that the board has set forth and the county strategic initiatives for over the next several years. That's the foundation that we've used to figure out how can we further the county's mission in emergency management, mainly towards the public safety piece. So really taking that leader's intent from you as the board and the county manager's office, we've created 4 different strategic initiatives that help us achieve that mission and help us achieve our goals of a more resilient community. So the first one you'll see there is the Arizona Mutual Aid Compact, or AZMAC. One of the initiatives we set was really increasing participation amongst all of our municipalities and other taxable jurisdictions around the county. And this really speaks towards our multi-agency, multi-jurisdictional collaboration and coordination, that when a disaster does happen or when a large event does occur, in short, AZMAC is a standard agreement statewide that allows a jurisdiction to reach out for support, no matter what that is, and receive that support in a more timely manner, usually during those, there's 24, 48 hours of a disaster phase. It kind of takes care of all of the discussions and the legal paperwork on reimbursement, who's going to take care of liability insurance, and gets all the paperwork out of the way so we can get resources moving a lot quicker. Across the state, there are about 115 different organizations that are signatories of AZMAC. Here in the county, you'll see that there are currently 6. So the graph before you shows the ones in the county that are currently signatories, and we have 4 jurisdictions with Page, Williams, Tucson, and Fredonia that we're going to approach here in the coming weeks to invite them to join as well. Those will be discussions when we meet with them about the county multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan and the adoption for that. We're also going to have the next agenda item be discussion and consideration for possible adopting the AZMAC agreement. Beyond that, moving forward, we are also going to approach all of our taxing districts. So any district that collects taxes from the public and uses public funds is eligible to sign on to the state agreement. I think there's even a couple of library districts down around Maricopa County that can sign in. So, you know, any of our fire districts, our sanitation districts, or really, you know, any other taxing authority can join this to supplement any other agreements that they have. Speaking of the hazard mitigation plan, our second strategic initiative really focuses on updating that plan. So this plan was funded by a FEMA BRIC grant that we received a couple of years ago that is allowing for the update of the 2021 plan. This is the one that is required by FEMA to be FEMA approved every 5 years for a jurisdiction to qualify for specific hazard mitigation and some emergency mitigation funding that's used, you know, to lessen our impacts of disasters. So that plan is currently under review. It just went out last month for partner review. So all of our stakeholders and participating jurisdictions had a chance to do one final read through that. We've been updating it for about the last 10 months. It is supposed to go out to public comment and public review starting May 1st. So for the month of May, it'll be available for the public online. We're going to work with county communications and all of our municipalities to push this out. This is a plan that incorporates not just the county, but also all of our municipalities as well. This is one of the few plans that the county's adoption does not automatically cover a municipality. So they all have to adopt by resolution. So we're going to take this plan out to them. First, we'll come to you all on June 23rd.
And then after that, we'll go to the city of Flagstaff, and then in July, we'll be in all of our other jurisdictions, having the same discussion with them for possible adoption of this plan. Our third initiative really focuses on where we spend a good bit of our time, and that's our commitment to community preparedness. You know, we have seen that, you know, I can put a poster on a wall, I can put a billboard out, and that will only get so much attention and so much impact. But we want to be in the communities with the community members, that one-on-one interaction, being able to talk to families, being able to say, what is your unique situation? How can you be better prepared? How can you increase your family's resilience to disasters? We know that every family is different, and we know every community is different. So we have attended currently 44 events in 2025. This year, because of our staffing numbers, having a couple of vacancies, we've only been able to hit 22 so far, with another 10 coming up. So we're going to, right now, scheduled to hit 32 events this fiscal year. I did see a couple of emails coming in, so I have a feeling that number's kind of go up. But pretty much this weekend starts our series in May. We're going to be out in parks, and then pretty much every weekend from now on through the end of the fiscal year really allows us to get out into the communities and work with our. And then the last initiative focuses on that multi-agency coordination. So emergency management is the coordinating agency for much of the training centered around the incident command system, emergency operations center, significant incident response, where we know that in Coconino County, not any agency has all the resources to take care of something large themselves. It is a team effort where the cities, the towns, all come together with the county, with the state, and work together. So bringing in all those agencies really takes a lot of coordination, a lot of communication, a lot of practice and planning. That's usually where emergency management will step in. We host a lot of those training activities, a lot of those tabletop discussions to really get the players around the table so they're able to work through scenarios. You'll see there on the screen, down in the bottom left, is the North Region tabletop exercise. That was an event that we attended along with 5 other counties from the northern half of the state that really allowed us to sit down, work through a large event as a county, and then be able to reach out and lean on other counties for support as they work through similar events and be able to leverage those county-to-county relationships. Over in the top right was the 2026 Annual Joint Information Center Drill. This is the 4th annual drill that we held where we bring together all the public information officers and all the communication staff for a specific area, bring them together, give them a scenario, and have them walk through the processes of the Joint Information Center of not only collecting information and intelligence from the community, but also serving as that official information dissemination point of getting information out, press releases, and disaster messaging out to the communities. And then the one in the bottom right was our Tucson wildfire tabletop exercise. This was an opportunity for us to have a wildfire scenario that may impact the town of Tucson and potentially evacuate the town. So you'll see there, some players at the table were the National Park Service, town leadership, a lot of the hotel and restaurant owners were there, to where we could really, in the sheriff's department, the fire district, where we could really sit down and say, here's the situation, let's talk through it, who can take care of this, who can do that, and really make sure everybody had the coordination they need for that event. That event was so successful for us, the National Park has called and asked that we come up and do a similar event in the South Rim for the concessionaires and the National Park Service staff, along with the Sheriff's Office, next week. So we'll be up there doing that, I believe, Wednesday afternoon, working with them. I want to look at briefly just a few of our fiscal year accomplishments. We tried to decide which ones were worth telling. It kind of ran out of a lot of space, but some of the ones that we had, we were, if you remember a couple of years ago, the Arizona qualification system, the gold card system, that the state of Arizona came up with. We were the first department in the state to have all employees credentialed under that system. Last year, the Arizona Emergency Management Association, so the nonprofit association, created a certification system very similar to the International Association of Emergency Managers. And we were allowed, at the time, there were only 3 staff in the department, and all 3 of us were able to submit packets for credentialing under that. So I was credentialed as a Master Emergency Manager. Kelsey Nielsen was credentialed as an Arizona Emergency Manager, and Lana submitted her packet as an Associate Emergency Manager. Kelsey's and I were approved. Lana's is still pending review just because of the weird cutoff time. So we're excited that we were one of the first departments to fully be credentialed under this system as well. And then you see there again, touching briefly on outreach events, and how partnerships really play into these outreach events. It's not just emergency management going and setting up a booth somewhere in a parking lot, although we're happy to do that, but it's working with our fire districts. It's working with the city of Flagstaff, and one that we have recently started were the partnerships with the Flagstaff Sustainability Office through some of their EPA grants to create resilience hubs in both the Murdoch Center in Southside and the Market of Dreams over in Sunnyside. Those are places that the community knows. Those are staffed by people that the community trusts. So when a disaster strikes, that is a location that people can go to see people they know, to receive services and support from the disaster team, working in collaboration with those locations. But it's also a place that we go to and actually host preparedness training and classes for the communities there.
I know that the Market of Dreams was set up as one of the centers. I thought that the funding didn't come through, but it has. That still is one of our emergency management centers. Is that right?
So they did get funding under an EPA grant. That funding was pulled, but we are still working with them and the city to, regardless of that, that's still going to be one of the places we go. If there's an incident in Sunnyside, we're going to be there.
Thank you. That's good. That's important to know.
A couple of other highlights. The one on the left, you guys have heard about before, but it's finally been finalized, is our academic collaboration with Northern Arizona University. So what started a few years ago as a 3-day hands-on learning lab in an EOC setting for NAU students has now grown to a 16-week 4-credit curriculum course. We are pleased to say that course has passed the Board of Regents, and they have authorized that class with the first application, which, from what my understanding, I've never submitted a class through, but they said it usually takes 2 or 3 times back and forth with them. But they approved this on the first round. So now in FY27 in the fall, we are going to be offering a 16-week 4-credit class to NAU students to help them as part of their career readiness exercise of really how do we bridge that academic theory along with real-world experience and give them the tools needed for the next generation of emergency managers serving Arizona. And you see over there on the right, kind of that partner support. We have used the county's emergency notification system, the RAVE system, as Eric mentioned. This past year, we sent over 500 emergency alerts tied to life safety and severe weather across the county. We will receive phone calls at just about any time of the day, 24/7, that this is the only public notification system that's county-wide. A couple of cities have their own smaller internal, but a lot of people reach out to us as we are the only entity that can send the IPAWS alerts, those integrated public alert and warning system, those Amber Alert location-based that really target our visitors and folks that are not registered. So that's a service that we provide to all of our public safety jurisdictions throughout the county on a pretty consistent basis.
And aren't you also working with the notifications on the Colorado River for the river trips?
Yes, ma'am. Using this same system, we have created a system, and it's in its 3rd year now. Have had a lot of success with that. The question came in, how do you send a life safety message to somebody on the Colorado River? Well, there's no cell phones. Well, there's no internet. Well, there's no radio. So working with federal partners at National Weather Service, at USGS, National Park Service, and even the private industry with Garmin, GPS, we were able to create a system that, using the county's emergency notification system, we can deliver those life safety messages to satellite devices down on the canyon and the river. We have received feedback from at least 2 different river trips that they received our alert at a location that they were camping at, which, you know, if you've ever been on the Colorado River and you camp on the sandbars, that's essentially debris flows from flash flooding. They were camped on one of the sandbars, received our notice, and actually moved across to the other side of the river and got higher ground, and then sent us some incredible but chilling video of that area flashing that said that had they not gotten the message, there would have been a mass fatality incident down there. So we were glad to hear the news of that and kind of see that that is paying off. Some of our other critical partnerships, we touched briefly on the NAU Current Readiness Initiative, but I'll say that's not just going to be County EM and NAU. We have partners that are going to play a role in that from all different counties. The state association, we're going to have the DEMA training branch. Part of this will include career readiness initiatives through the Career Center at NAU, where some of these individuals will actually take place in live interviews with county emergency managers, where we will run them through the application process just as if they were applying for a job with us, kind of give them those real-world life skills. We're going to work with DEMA's tribal liaison and their financial team to really show them what it's like at a county emergency management department, to work with our tribal nations and our partners, as well as how does all of this get funded. We would like to have one of you take place as part of our policy group discussion. So from a board member, from the county leadership standpoint, what questions are you asking? What do you need to know when a disaster strikes? And how do you determine when do we declare a disaster or not? And kind of the thought processes from the policy group. So stay tuned for more on that. The City of Sedona siren system is on schedule for installation in May. We're excited for that. That was funded by our first congressional award that we received that funded a lot of the EOC enhancements. So that system is going to be going into Uptown Sedona in 3 different locations, I believe late May. We also work with Navajo and Apache counties as the Northern Advisory Council for State Homeland Security grant funding. That is the program we use for a lot of our training dollars to put on a lot of the classes and trainings that we use for public safety up here. The county Coconino County serves as the, I guess, the administrative arm of that. We process all of the paperwork on behalf of the 3 counties to ensure that we can all share that grant award and provide trainings. This is one of the training programs. Homeland Security Grant Program is one that has taken significant cuts and would likely see significant cuts coming through. I haven't seen the final awards for the proposed numbers now, but I do know that it's looking to take some hits this year. The fourth one, National Weather Service. You know, we were here a couple weeks ago talking about wildfire, and you guys heard from the National Weather Service. This is a longstanding relationship we have. We're still one of 2 emergency management departments in the country where NWS staff from the local office comes in and actually works with us side by side on a weekly basis in our office. Right now, they're working once a week, 1 day a week in our office. Once they get staffed up a little bit more out in Belmont, we would like to expand that to where we have someone, a meteorologist, on site 5 days a week in the emergency management office. That really helps us with our situational awareness, especially during wildfire season or with monsoon season approaching. You know, being able to get that real-time information from them in the same room is critical. And then the last one, I think probably one of the bigger highlights from the past year, is the Dragon Bravo White Sage Long-Term Recovery Plan. when I say hot off the presses, that you guys all have a copy of that plan, I literally just picked those up at about 11:45 today. We do have more of these coming. We're excited to get those out for you guys to be able to use to help tell our story. But I think this plan really highlights the need not just for relationships within the county, but across the county and across the region. This was county departments coming together to work with the board, with county leadership, and then working with municipalities, nonprofit organizations, private business, state agencies, the federal entities in both Arizona and Utah to really come together as one voice throughout the region, be able to tell our story of what the impacts of those two fires are.
And I'm assuming these will be sent out far and wide to, for example, the National Park Service, Forest Service leadership, City of Flags,
Yes, ma'am.
Fredonia.
Yes, ma'am. We have a couple hundred coming right now. So when those are done, probably end of the week, first of next, we'll make sure to get those to you, and then make sure that you guys can get those out.
I just want to add that I was hoping that you talk more about this, because this was a huge undertaking by our county-led. And I noticed in here, and we've been working with Kane County, and they said they're going to pass a resolution or, adopt the plan, and they have. And I just want to see if you could, talk a little bit more about how this came together, because it was, we had many, many meetings in order for this to come around. During the fire, after the fire, and then these consultants working with them.
Yes, ma'am.
If the board may already know, but the public may not know. So that's the reason why I'm asking this question.
Absolutely, and thank you for that. I will take the opportunity to talk about this as much as you'll allow me. So, you're right. The Dragon Bravo and White Sage fires at over 200,000 acres. We talk a lot that it didn't really burn off of federal lands. The impact stayed on federal property. But what did those economic impacts mean to the local region up there? And it's devastating. And recently, we were asked the question, what's the dollar amount? And it really hasn't been calculated much. I think we're still figuring out what those impacts can be. But we did hear some figures, and I think Supervisor Fowler, may have been you that mentioned that if the park North Rim was able to stay open or open 2 weeks earlier or 2 weeks later, the $14+ million impact that could have across the region is significant. So what does closing this mean to our local businesses and the regional economy? And it's very significant. So shortly after the fire, working with the board to come together in a very accelerated timeline to get one of these plans done. Typically they're, a year-long process, but coming together in just a few short months to bring all these groups together. Hearing from the board that this wasn't going to be Coconino County telling the communities, here's your plan. This needed to be an effort that was collaborative from all the key stakeholders and business owners across the community. So we went up the first couple of weeks of December and held 9 different community meetings from everywhere from Fredonia all the way down to Sedona. We went to Page, Tuba City, Marble Canyon, Jacob Lake, Flagstaff, all the regions that were impacted, and really heard the voices of the folks that live there. We wanted to know how bad is bad and what does bad look like, because each community is different and the impacts on each community were going to be slightly different. We wanted to make sure we captured those, really sit down and say, where are we now? What are the impacts? And then what can we do to recover from it? So this plan now creates 32 action items built over 3 different task forces that are led by county staff, but involve representatives from all across the specific industry and discipline. So the Natural Cultural Resources Task Force, for example, is led by Jay Smith from Forest Restoration and with our flood control district.
but it's made up from the timber industry. It's made up of, the National Forest, the Park Service, and a lot of our cultural resources to take into account for what are the needs or what we want recovery to look like. So it truly was the effort that what you have in your hands now is the end result that shows that jurisdictional boundaries don't limit us. They definitely don't have to. We can work across political boundaries of towns and cities, the county. We can work up in different levels of government. We can work across public-private sectors. We can work across state lines. I believe Supervisor Fowler, you mentioned that we haven't really worked a lot with Kane County in the past, but this really, or on disaster-related incidents, but this really allowed us to sit down and work with the commissioners there and bring them in to where we can really work together as a region that's not limited by those jurisdictions. All right, moving in very quickly to our department strengths. I think one of ours that we leverage a lot is the integrated planning architecture. As you've heard it in the past as the planning universe. That's just our way of making sure that all of our local plans that we use are in concert and complement the state level plans, which make sure those work well and integrate with federal level plans, so everyone is kind of operating on the same sheet of music, if you will. The strong multi-agency coordination and relationships. Again, we can't do any of this together, or apart, so we have to work together to make sure that we can come together from different agencies working for one common goal of protecting property and saving lives. Grant and resource management experience. As Eric mentioned in the opening, right now we're about 97% funded by federal grants. We're operating on 6 different grants total. We're going into the new fiscal year with 5 of those. So really making sure that we have the expertise and the experience to make sure that we're doing the reporting correctly, make sure we're spending that money wisely and correctly has been something that we've really strived to do. I think community and stakeholder trust through engagement. I think last year when I stood before you, one of the things that we discussed was when we send out an emergency notification to a community, we need that community member to get that message and to trust that message and take action on that message. How are they going to do that if they don't know us, if they don't trust us? So getting out into the community, working on a lot of that engagement, getting to know people, kind of what their needs are, really helps us build that trust. It even goes into the preparedness side. If we're working with people and the fire district's working with people to say, maybe you need to put a metal roof on your house to kind of harden against potential fire threat, that's a financial expense that homeowner is going to have to take. So if they know us and trust us and say, you know what, yeah, I believe you, that makes sense, they're more likely to do that. And then that adaptive and forward-looking posture. That's one of the things that we always look at. How can we be more effective, more efficient, and more fiscally responsible to get the mission done in a timely manner and in a way that's going to benefit the communities? Some of the challenges that we face, no surprise, navigating regulatory and bureaucratic processes at the state and federal level. A lot of times it seems, and I know that emergency management is not limited in this, it seems like the goal lines are often changing, but we're going to persevere through that. We're going to work with that and navigate, but, going through some of those challenges and having to work through some of those changing regulations and things will often take us away from the work we can do in the public while we try to take care of making sure that we're staying on the right side of federal and state regulations. I think the other one that we have is some public understanding of disaster preparedness and personal responsibility is going to vary amongst our communities. Again, everybody's different, but we see in a lot of our far-flung areas, folks live out there, they are very well prepared. They can teach me a lot more about preparedness than I can them. But then we go into some other areas and that knowledge base is not necessarily there. So it's really important for us to understand the dynamics of each one of our communities, get to know those community leaders and stakeholders there, find out what their needs are, and then really help meet those community members where they are and help them develop a plan for preparedness. The third one, we currently do not have a permanent emergency operations center or the dedicated infrastructure for that. You'll see the photo there on the right is the temporary space from the current temporary emergency operations center. I will say the RFP has just gone out for that, so I want to thank facilities for getting that out. There's a lot of back to bureaucratic processes because we're using some FEMA money in that. There was kind of put some extra work on their plate for that, so I appreciate them getting that RFP out so we can start moving on that. Also wanted to thank IT, who was here this morning, for really helping us set up connectivity in the space. We did go over during last week's APS Public Safety Power Shutoff and kind of use this as our test run through there to really make sure everything was operational and that we could still function and provide services to the county at the level that not only we expect, but the community expects.
So is that where you are now? Because I know your offices were in King Street, up on that second floor, somewhere in the deep alcoves of the hallways, but are you moving here now?
Not completely. So our offices are still in King Street, co-located with HHS. We will stay there. All our incident response will start in our office. As an incident begins to expand, if there's a need for us to expand the footprint to the traditional emergency operations center that we used to have down on the first floor there, we'll move across town to this location. It kind of gives us that larger footprint. So we are, like I mentioned, again, thanks to IT for the connectivity over there and facilities for kind of helping us get all that set up. But this will probably be home for an EOC for the next couple of years until we get through the build process of the new facility out at the Public Works campus. One of the other challenges that we see is, I think, the decreased trust in government services. I think that's just a product of the political climate we've seen over the last several years. You know, the famous quote by Ronald Reagan, "I'm here for the government, I'm here to help." We really try to combat that and make sure folks actually believe that that's what we're here to do. One of the challenges that we also have, I think, is a growth opportunity. The new staff need to build relationships and that institutional knowledge of the county itself, but also who the stakeholders are that we work with on a daily basis. But I also see that as an opportunity for growth. You know, they bring in new, fresh ideas of ways that we can grow the department efficiency. So bringing them in will be a long-term net positive for us. Also leveraging new technologies. You know, we have used drone technology for several years for both special events as well as disaster, debris, and incident mapping for post-wildfire stuff. But the cost savings that these provide, you know, for example, with the City of Flagstaff for their New Year's Eve events downtown, being able to monitor crowd movements and kind of, you know, provide enhanced situational awareness to staff down there is a lot cheaper and a lot easier to deploy than, say, if they had to bring out manned helicopters and fly those around over the airspace. So this is really a huge boost for situational awareness for us. But also using GIS technology. So in addition to the hazard mitigation plan that we're going to be bringing forward with you, just like the long-term recovery plan, it also has a GIS dashboard so the community can go online and get that information through GIS layers there. I believe we've touched on the other two opportunities, but really making sure that we're working with the communities and our other jurisdictions to enhance their community outreach and our multi-agency collaboration. Wanted to touch a little bit now on some of the department threats that we see. You know, as Eric mentioned, the federal funding instability. This is the one that kind of keeps us awake at night. You know, we have seen that, as with HHS, you know, bad news is just a phone call away kind of thing that, you know, as with some of their programs, we could get a phone call that says cease operations under this grant immediately. And that would be seriously problematic for the department. You know, at 97% grant funded, we watch that federal funding instability very, very closely. Some of the challenges that we see with that are a reduction in those federal awards, and then a narrowing of scope for those allowable expenses. So the amount that we get goes down, and then what we can buy with it is becoming more strict. Then add in the rising complexity and frequency of significant events, you know, wildfires, floods, as well as large special events, and the population growth that we see. You know, and the population growth and increased tourism really creates higher demands on emergency services. So your police departments, the sheriff's department, fire departments, those departments that we work through emergency management to support to make sure they have the resources that they need. We're also seeing a growing, evolving technology and cybersecurity risks. You know, Director Fowler mentioned that from IT, you know, earlier today. You know, those are ongoing and growing threats. We've had a few of those in the county over the last several months. So kind of working through those is a new emerging threat that we're dealing with. So, and then, you know, just the global unrest and geopolitical instability kind of just raises tensions and fears and a little anxiety amongst the community as a whole that we have to deal with. So how does that factor into, you know, just overall preparedness and a willingness to become more prepared during a disaster? So a couple of slides here to kind of go into a little more detail about what Eric was mentioning about the EMPG grant. As you can see, our you know, our operational grant being EMPG, chart on the left shows the amount that was awarded to the state of Arizona over the last handful of years, and you can tell it took a steep decline between 22 and 24. So to give you an idea, the federal government, Congress passed funding for $405 million nationwide for EMPG in FY22. In FY25, that number was $319 million. So we saw a reduction of about $85.5 million nationwide to EMPG. Now, why is the nationwide, why is that important to us? Because as you can see, this, when less money comes into the state, less money comes to the counties. So, you know, when we start looking at increasing costs of salaries, goods, and services, along with decreased awards, then we start making some you know, interesting and challenging funding decisions for what we can do and what you know, what we're just not able to support. You know, I mentioned briefly the narrowing of the scope of what we can purchase with those funds, and I'll give you an example. You know, Eric mentioned the liability insurance and stuff, but you know, not only is the amount going down, but what we can buy. Basic safety gear, such as cold weather gear. So we work with Public Works and actually use their vendor for a discount, but like, you know, the big bright green, heavy cold weather equipment, you know, jackets, a simple first aid kit, a fire extinguisher, and the majority of our outreach materials are not allowable under the grant. So those are things that we have to use the very limited general fund dollars that we get that's not tied to the grant to purchase those things. So we are also looking for other funding opportunities. We do have a grant application out for the purchase of 3 AEDs that will go into the command trailer and our 2 incident command vehicles due to us being out in the communities and rural response areas. We are looking to purchase 3 of those. We submitted a grant through the Arizona Communities Foundation to try to purchase those.
What's an AED?
Automatic external defibrillator.
Oh, thank you.
Which in a lot of places are now part of a first aid kit, you know. But unfortunately, those are ineligible expenses under our grant. So.
Actually, it's kind of weird. A lot of places, federal and state offices have those as in their offices. It's kind of amazing we don't.
They are, I know they are in just about every county building around. Um, so
Emergency management, they don't
So,
have them.
risk management had a grant several years ago to purchase those
But I would
AEDs,
think they should
and
have
they have to replace the pads on a schedule, and they have to be tested on a schedule. And then they get listed on a website so that if someone is seeking an AED on an app, they can know where the closest one to them is.
Yeah, it'd be interesting also to get some training on how to utilize it.
Yes, we have had that in the past as well. I don't know if we've had that recently, so I will ask Eslier.
you know, that the automated piece of an AED really comes in. They will walk you through the steps. You turn it on and it tells you right then and there what to do and how to do it. They're pretty remarkable pieces of equipment, but you know, with our mobile command trailer that can be out deployed on a fire in the most remote parts of the county, you know, having that equipment there for responders, it is essential. So very quickly, what you see here is kind of our funding breakdown. You'll see the emergency management operations up at the top, and you all have this in your book in much more detail, but you know, essentially $25,000 of general fund money that is not tied to this grant, to the EMPG grant. The next line there is that the matching 50-50 grant for EMPG. As with most federal grants, the local match dollars there must be spent as if they were federal dollars. So we have to, we can't carve out any of that general fund that we get from you guys to spend outside the grant. If it's tied to it, it has to be spent as those dollars. One of the ones that's missing here is EOC 1. That is our first congressional award that we received to purchase equipment like the trailer and a lot of the technology upgrades. That period of performance expires at the end of May, so it won't be moving into this new fiscal year, so we did not put that on there, but we're just about to close that out. But what you do see is EOC 2. That 637 federal and then 212 local match is for dedicated construction cost of the new EOC, and that I'm pretty sure we will run through very quickly as part of the overall cost of that project. $47,000 from State Homeland Security. That is that training and exercise money that we use to put on trainings for public safety. And then the FY23 FEMA BRIC Award is the remaining balance that we'll probably take forward for the hazard mitigation plan. That was originally a $100,000 award with $25,000 coming from the general fund and $75,000 coming from the actual FEMA grant itself. The one thing that's not listed, you'll see the HMGP grant. We just received the final full award packet for that Friday. There'll be some need for some additional discussions on that, but that phase 2 award is about $380,000, which is a 75-25. So we'd be looking at about a $95,000 local match for the county. I will say I don't anticipate needing the full amount for that because it has taken FEMA 6 years to award that. We're going to have to redo the scope of work a little bit and really try to work some things out. But the new scope for this project, we're hoping to use some DFFM forestry crews to actually cut the material. Going to have conversations with Public Works on how they can support us to transport that material, and instead of burning it on an air curtain burner on site, working with the Wood for Life program to transport the usable material that can be used for firewood to our partners out on both Navajo and Hopi lands. So more of that to come. So now kind of a little bit of the fun part for us. Like what are you going to get for your money in FY27? So this is kind of some of our goals. Goal 1 for District 1, increase and enhance life safety. So this is really where we get into our public outreach. This is where we work with our communities. This is where we work with our municipalities to really make sure we are able to achieve our mission of protecting life and reducing harm. That is going to be our Emergency Operations Center coordination, emergency notification system, really integrating that into the daily lives of our community to make sure that on an individual household level preparedness, our communities are best prepared as they can. We know that when the community members are prepared, then that allows for our public safety apparatus to spend more time on the community level or disaster level impacts instead of going to each individual home to provide support. So really want to make sure that we're working with our communities to increase that. All right, goal 2 for District 2, increase and enhance resiliency. This one is really focused on the comprehensive planning, the hazard mitigation training exercise, working with our stakeholders to be able to provide that coordinated, comprehensive response for any disaster that may occur. You know, we do operate as an all hazards department, so we don't focus just on wildfire, just on flood. We look at any hazard that could disrupt normal life for the county. And, you know, and this is one where we really focus a lot on the mitigation piece, understanding that as you guys have heard from us and from flood control many times, mitigation is not cheap. Sometimes it costs money, but it is definitely the cost benefit for mitigation is around $1 spent for mitigation is saving $6 for response. So while mitigation may not be inexpensive, it is definitely worth the investment into the communities. All right. Goal 3 for District 3, continue to develop highly trained and skilled response personnel. We know that we can ensure effective, scalable response and recovery across Coconino County's diverse environment by sustaining a fully functional emergency operations center. That means bringing in additional staff from not only the county organization, but other entities that can help staff and support EOC operations, making sure that we're able to provide robust logistics capabilities for our partners, helping them to fulfill resource orders and needs that they've got. And bringing in advanced technology integration along with strategically developed grant-funded resources. This is really our public safety training, the integration and coordination across both public and private sector. All right, goal 4 for District 4, promote fiscal prosperity for the county. We want to promote countywide fiscal stability by maximizing our eligible state and federal reimbursements, ensuring compliant strategic grant management, and reducing long-term disaster costs through proactive planning, exercise, and preparedness. One of these that we just closed RFPs on and we'll be bringing forward for board consideration will be contracts for on-call emergency management consulting services with a goal of helping us streamline a lot of our pre, during, and post-disaster planning and paperwork needs. For example, if we have a more post-wildfire flooding, like we had in 2022 out in the Timberline area, we activate this contract. It doesn't cost us anything until we activate it. County manager gives us the budget curbs, if you will. They will send in staff to sit in the Emergency Operations Center during the response to help us track what those disaster dollars are and start preparing our recovery paperwork while we're still working through the response phase. So that is designed to help us maximize the benefits of those reimbursement processes and make sure we're capturing all the information correctly. As we mentioned before, a lot of those regulations are tightening up, and we want to make sure that we're able to capture what we need and get the highest return of reimbursement. Another thing for that, recently we just found out that we're still waiting reimbursement from some of those 2021 and 2022 flooding events that were state disaster declarations. Total amount is about $200,000 that the county is still owed from that. So I've been working with DEMA over the last few months to make sure that they're able to clean up the paperwork, find out what paperwork is missing, and make sure the county is able to get reimbursement, which I think we've finalized everything and should be seeing those reimbursement dollars here in the coming months. So. And then last but not least, goal 5 for District 5, maintain a structure that outlines the roles and responsibilities of county and partner officials. We want to make sure that everything we do, because we do cross jurisdictional lines, We do have those clear roles and responsibilities of what everyone's tasks are going to be. So if you'll remember, I believe a couple of years ago now, brought in all senior leadership and elected officials from across the county and all of our municipalities to talk about just that. You know, what is your leader's intent? What do you as the policy group need to be focused on during a disaster? And then how can operational staff execute those priorities that you guys set out? But then taking that a step further and working with department leadership across all our municipalities and with the county to really make sure that we're all operating kind of as that same unified voice. Now I'll push the button. There it goes. With that, we're done.
All right. Well, that was amazing. Thank you. And I'm going to turn to my colleague, Supervisor Ontiveros. Well, thank you, Mr. Carter, for that presentation. And I'm not sure who this question is for. And really, Deputy Manager Peterson, it's kind of following off of what you gave as kind of the heads up on what this presentation was going to be. But your department, let me make sure I've got my facts right. This department is funded with 97% federal grants. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And am I also correct that there's a high likelihood that many of these grants are going to be discontinued?
I will say I don't know that the EMPG grant will be discontinued. What we do know is there is a lot of talk at the federal level that the grants should be going back to their original purpose of program enhancement instead of sustainability. So with the call it nicely physical conservative nature coming out of DC on these things, we could very likely see reductions. I haven't seen the final package that's being kicked around right now. I know it does not call for any additional money, but I would not be surprised if it calls for reduction.
Okay.
If I may add, Supervisor Ontiveros, just briefly, the EMPG grant is really, you'll see some disallowable costs, I think, going forward, continue to grow. We have used that really as a way to run a department, right? And what Mr. Carter is really saying is parts in DC may be saying that wasn't the point of this grant, that it was to expand the programs we offer. Either way, that means that the shift is coming, that you have to now then take that cost in locally to then operate the program that you've built, if that's the way they're going to operate that grant. But I think that I'm also speaking to the larger response to a disaster, is that FEMA is, we've seen this in Gila County, obviously, the difference in how FEMA responds to that disaster. We're seeing that where the states are, Trump administration is forecasting the states to be much more in the role where FEMA has been for many of these disasters. FEMA, while we think of it, we know of it, it's only 1965 that FEMA really became an active player in this level of disaster response. And that's when it really escalated with the floods in New Orleans at that time, and the federal government became involved. Well, that's many years ago, in the short term of the life of the federal government, in their view, that this has always been a state function and a state role, and that they're going back to that in some ways. It seems to be the pattern that we're getting from DC.
Okay, so I'm kind of thinking of what we did with, I believe it was adult probation, correct me if I'm wrong, where they were expecting a pretty large cut. And so there was a placeholder that finance had in there. So if in fact that did happen, the department would remain whole. Do we have something like that?
I answer that for you because I addressed this with Mr. Carter. And so we obviously don't operate most of our departments, and certainly Siri's welcome to hop in, but with a departmental reserve, right?
Right.
We operate with a reserve that exists across the county and the stability fund. And that is the point of those two funds, is to take any changes that we're seeing from DC and help us migrate into what is the new reality that we'd see. So that is really the role that we have looked at. We have not been told what EMPG is going to be next year, right? This sort of just comes as it comes. And so it's really a matter of that sits over there, the stability fund, the operational reserves, to be able to manage should we feel the need to replace those funds in that space, rather than putting in the department, here's a plug number in case that thing comes your way. And Siri, I certainly look to you if you have any differences on my Thoughts on financial.
Generic, I'll add to it. Remember Supervisor Ontiveros, and I don't remember the presentation, but in applying for grants, well, we went to apply for a grant and we didn't because it was hard, right? And so when we look at the requirements for EMPG and the as we go through the cost that are approved or not with the Arizona Department of Emergency Management, that back and forth becomes a bit more difficult. Also, we're going to look at, I don't know if it's 97% funded, the department with this grant, but it's a very high percentage. There are some general funds in there as well. So I think what we're learning is with many grants, this one in particular, we need to be prepared to potentially utilize the stability fund if we need to, if there are funding reductions, cuts, or costs that we incur that aren't allowable under those grant guidelines. Anything else to add, Siri?
Yes, just one quick differentiation as well between the situation with the adult probation is that we have already approved a certain service level for them, and the state has not necessarily made them whole to things like our compensation and benefit increases. A nuance with emergency management and with many of our grants is that we have sort of built a budget to what we were able to receive in that funding. So it's a little bit of a different approach where their budget hasn't necessarily gone through these steps in this way of, let's talk about increments, let's talk about position growth, where adult probation has. This has been, what is the grant going to allow for expenses? So let's set the budget to it. So if there were to be a change there would definitely need to be some conversations about going through an initial process of establishing what is the level of budget for this department if that wasn't part of the conversation, that those federal dollars weren't. And just clarifying, this grant is 50% matched through the general fund. So yes, the department is 97% funded with a federal program, but that federal program requires a 50% general fund match to it. So that kind of is the full picture on that funding.
Okay, and Andy, on yours, I know that yesterday we had the health department in and we approved that position, that recurring full-time position for a grant writer. Is that grant writer also able to work on grants for this department?
Could. This grant in particular has been something that we've historically utilized. It's a specialty grant, if you will, that's very specialized to emergency management program grant. We've developed in-house expertise, I believe, Tim, and correct me if I misspeak, please correct me, on that grant. But we could utilize a grant writer or a grant person to look at other granting opportunities as well. With emergency management, we have been successful historically, both with this emergency management program grant, which we've utilized for a number of years, but we've also been successful with congressionally directed funding in emergency management. We've been able to acquire funds to buy the tools that our team needs for the job. So we'll continue to look at those opportunities as well.
Okay, so this is already on the radar screen.
It is.
That it's a potential problem coming, and it's already being thought about of solutions. Okay, so on the fourth, line item here that is not being recommended, the budget cuts and continued funding for the, is it 35,000? Yeah, 652. Okay, this is going to go to you, Mr. Carter. What is not getting that? What effect is that going to have on your department?
It will essentially keep us kind of where we're at. The goal for this one was to move all of our operational expenses off of the grant and funded solely by general fund. So, some of the first aid kits, the limitations that we have by the grant of what they're not allowing us to purchase would just be part of the general fund that we could purchase under county policy.
Okay.
That makes sense?
Yeah,
Okay.
it does.
I think there's just so many unknowns in terms of what monies are going to be even available through the grants, as well as the federal funding of some of these grants, that
I think we just have to plan for the worst and hope for the best. So, um, as we move forward, Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I especially liked the 5 different districts and your pictures for each one of them. That was kind of cool. Just looking at the development of the emergency management department over the last 5 years, we know that we're going to have emergencies in our county. We know we're going to have fires and potentially some floods. And so we need to be prepared for that. And we obviously always looking for grants and whatnot, but we need to make sure that we provide some funding to maintain this department so that we can be ready in the event that we have some emergencies in our county. And so I just wanted to kind of throw that out there and kind of state that, if there was a place to dip into the stability fund, this to me would be one of them, just because we know how devastating some of these emergencies can be. And if we don't have the proper reimbursements or we don't have the proper funding to deal with those emergencies, they can just compound themselves. So again, thank you for the presentation. Look forward to seeing how we move forward. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Any other comments or questions? Supervisor Begay?
Just thank you for the presentation, and I also like the your department goals where you have something for each of the districts. I think that's very important, all the way across the board, to how we need to run our programs and think about our programs, whether it's financial or just by TA or just anything. So I just want to commend you for you and your staff for that. And and emergency funds, dollars that come down. We always say as board members, just be very careful, because we never, the uncertainty of the funds are coming down, mandates, federal mandates, all this stuff is going on right now. So we just have to be very careful on how we use our dollars, I guess. So I think it's getting kind of worse because we get partial funding on some items and then 3/4 or whatever, and then they're asking for matching and, things like that. So again, thank you so much for, your leadership and continued from the last person that was in there. And then also, your support and just being there for the county overall, like all other departments, so thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler? Yeah.
This is what NACO is dealing with. This is not just our county. This is across the country and tribes. All towns, all municipalities and counties, they're all dealing with it. And then, it's always eye-opener when the news industry says, well, this state is doing this, but it's really the first responders are the counties. And so in this federal transition of cost shift to the state, they don't understand how they're thinking the state can do it, but everyone looks at the state, and yet we're the counties are the underlying first responders. And so that's where continuation of education to our legislators is really important. So we need to work with government affairs even more on the direct impacts to our county. We are advocating at NACO, from the NACO side, and it is a priority. However, I think that the other one I believe this needs a call for is a resolution for the July meeting to get NACO again from the counties, because it's at the national level now, but even emphasize it even more to say that this isn't right. Yeah, all the grants are in jeopardy. Just one stroke of a pen just did away with it. We watched it. And so now this is the impact. So now we need to make sure that we advocate at the state as well as at the national level. In that advocation, then, it is the way we tell our story. What is the direct impact? How is it impacting us? What are some of the limitations that it's doing to us? You know, if there's we have so much to do. It isn't just a disaster response. It is not just that. And that's what people think about is just a direct response. Make sure everybody was evacuated, make sure there were no lives lost, make sure that all the animals, everything was done, and then boom, the story's over. But the aftermath, like this long-term recovery plan, is where the work is. And that's what is not in those fundings. And that's what we need to really go after. The state is certainly is not prepared to take on all of the disasters across the country. Our state isn't. So, and our county isn't either. So we need to tell our story a lot better. Thank you for your presentation. It is just really amazing how much we have grown. I know you're doing a lot more than what you just presented here. You know, we talk about our ham radio project in my district that's still going on. We still have response that we have to do, community education. There's a lot of community education, and you presented on that, but that needs, we need to even enhance it more in the community as well as other, and get our communities to start writing letters, because these grants are going to benefit them, or these federal dollars, state dollars, will benefit our communities, and yet they're not there. You know, we have our flood district, but the flood district's not going to cover it all. We have our forest restoration, that's not going to cover it all. So where do we go? And that's what we have to tell our story on. And so if we can get all the departments and really work on this and do a collective information and telling our story, that will help us to move this forward. So thank you for your presentation. And I know it's a scary time, and here, you know, you do your presentation, but you're really not asking for funds. And then the other part is, you know, all of the emergency managers across the country, most of them, they're all grant funded. So many of the counties, they have no emergency management now. So we still have our emergency management, and that we need to help as much as we can. I'm happy that this budget, at least you're getting some dollars, and those are really important dollars that are there. And now we just have to help you advocate a lot more. And I mean, look at the photos. Your photos are amazing. I wish I was your photographer. Hey, claim it. But anyway, it's great. Yes, and you're doing so much out there. We work so hard, and you and your team and county management, you all need amazing work that you have done on this recovery plan and your response, and then telling our story that about a fire being on federal lands and yet impacting our communities. And that's the part that is not in the conversations. And we have to bring that out more. So thank you.
Thank you.
You know, I think one of the examples of telling our story is, of course, this wonderful long-term recovery plan. And, you know, I know that my colleagues and I have worked very hard working with our congressional delegation to, of course, continuing to advocate and tell our story here in Coconino County, and you know, taking a look at just the organizations, state and federal organizations that this board is active in, shows the commitment we have to tell our stories and to advocate for and on behalf of Coconino County. I think our past success, our ability to get the vast majority of the congressionally delegated funds that we have asked for over the last, 3 years, 4 years, is probably not matched by any other county in the United States. So, but it's getting to be difficult times, and we all need to dig deeper and even try harder. So, as always, we appreciate what you and your staff do. We look to you all in the time of the greatest need for our residents here in Coconino County. And so we appreciate your leadership. And, you know, I know you've got a new team that you're working with, and we look forward to continuing to see them grow, and with the emergency management going to be having its own digs, permanent digs in the near future, really seeing it growing and thriving for Coconino County. So we'll do our part. You keep us informed, and we'll do our best we can for emergency management. And we know you're going to do the best you can for everyone in our communities. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. With that, we are going to the flood control district. And do we need a 5-minute break? You okay? A break? 5-minute break. 5-minute break. And I'm telling this to our county management team. 5-minute break. Thank you. And this is working. Great, okay. the Flood Control District. And I'm going to turn this over to you, Erica, to get us started.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board.
You know, I think
Some of the
next time
county manager's office was here.
the last one here buys lunch tomorrow.
There you go.
Yes. And he was sprinting. So very excited to have the Flood Control District here with us today, and Lucinda and her team. Thanks for everyone for being here. And I've been calling out how long people have been with the organization, the longest serving person in each department. Do you know who that is?
Me.
It is you. That's right. It's Lucinda.
That's pretty
And
easy.
she's been here since 2005. So thankful for
21
all of
years.
her years of service. I will direct your attention to the Flood Control District tab. And you can see that the 5% CPI is recommended. And we also recommend that Community Relations Manager, FTE, is added as a regular position starting in FY27. So with that, I'll hand it over to Lucinda.
All right, great. Thank you, Erica.
Thanks, Lucinda, and thank
So-
you for waiting. I know you've
Yeah,
been very
no-
patient.
No,
back
and
there.
but it was great to be here for emergency management. And just to follow up on that, the last conversation, I think, having now spent a lot of time, looking at these issues related to disasters and attending some conferences and so forth. Jay and I went up for the After the Flames conference, and I think obviously we're clearly focused, and I think trying to have an impact at the federal level. And I really appreciate that Supervisor Fowler has been involved in that whole effort in bringing our experience to the table. But I also want to emphasize that I think we could be communicating, or should need to be, and this is true across the country, at the state level. When I look at what services get delivered through other state emergency management organizations in this country, particularly in the West, Arizona is at the very low end of support for their counties and other jurisdictions. And I know they have limited resources, everybody does, but the ability, I just look at many other states, and not states with a lot of resources, that deliver a lot more support and value to the whole emergency management system. And so I think those kind of conversations need to be going on at the state level too. How do we they're going to need to invest more if the feds pull back. And what does that really need to look like in terms of stepping up? And it isn't just with EM. I think DFFM is another component to this too. So with that, we'll go ahead and launch here today. I want to acknowledge that we've been in front of you a lot this year on a lot of different things. And so I'm not going to go through and read this presentation. You're pretty familiar with what we've been doing and what our goals have been, and frankly a lot of you've been side by side with us on a lot of our accomplishments. And so but I want to hit on a few key messages and points as we go through it, and Jay and I and Sean will share the presentation. I'll admit I've got the lion's share. I guess that's what I get when I've done the 21 years. And so some of these slides, you're certainly, let's see if we can get this. Okay, what's the trick here? Was it working for you, Tim? It was? Okay, there we go. Thank you. So, I only went too far. You're certainly familiar with what our mission statement is and our focus, and I think this year you've seen us frankly, I think make a pretty effective transition out of, or moving away from, I'll say, or moving, toward, frankly, more so, to looking at our non-post-wildfire flood areas and really trying to develop a plan there to move forward with flood mitigation, as well as really restore and move forward this last year with the Forest Restoration Initiative. And there are certainly challenges on both those fronts in terms of the federal funding dynamics and other things. That said, I'm still pleased that we are seeing quite a few grants still come forward. One example, actually, is through FEMA. But this only happened because of a lawsuit that got brought by a number of states, and that's the BRIC grant. And so they lost the lawsuit, and I thought, wow, it might take months before we saw that grant hit the streets. And within 2 weeks, they had that NOFO out, the notice for funding opportunity. And so kudos to those people that are remaining at FEMA to get that out. We'll see how the process goes. I suspect it'll move very slowly, but I'll say DOT and a number of the other departments are still moving forward with their grants, and even some got additional funding out of the big beautiful bill. So we're trying to leverage those as much as we can. This too, you're certainly aware of our priorities, and this is also how I'll say the accounting system for the district is aligned with these priorities. Now, really want to appreciate the finance and budget that we worked with them this last year to really get some good alignment in relative to that, those categories. It was mentioned by Erica that, and frankly, only our only SRI, or did I say that right? Close. I got too many acronyms running, but is moving the community relations manager position to a full-time. It's been temporary, full-time. This was actually on your agenda last year. We requested this last year. The funding's actually been in the budget now for 2 years. And we've had the FTE, well, we did not have the FTE as a full-time. Excuse me. So, but I think there were some assumptions made that, because there hadn't been really a lot of discussion with the board, that it had been approved. And we collectively didn't follow through. So we're back here to follow through and request your approval for that this year. And we will follow through this year. Thank you. No, I've gotten over a cold or getting over a cold. But now you're right. I'm really getting the allergies are popping up. So with that, I also want to mention briefly that we have 2 positions still, as you can see on the right, the right left-hand side of the chart here, that magenta colored, that are currently located in community development, and NFIP, the engineering supervisor, will remain there. That's vacant. John Carr, as you probably know, moved down to Yavapai County. Great opportunity for him. That's good for him. And we fund a third of that position, and that will continue. Although Jay Chrisman and I have worked together to really look at what flood control work is really constituted in that role. And so, as well as the county hydrologist, that role has been, I'll say, more vague over the years, and some of that work has migrated to things that do not. It's fully funded by the flood control district, and he and I agreed that that needs to be housed at flood control and really doing that work, because it's 100% funded. So that will occur this next year as well. So, but we're working right now that position, we have the person who was in that position left. She and her husband moved to Phoenix, but she's working part-time right now. She'll remain in that through June, but we do intend to fill that position. And Jay and I think, have worked really well. In addition to that, we have two other partially funded positions in community development that we're going to look at this next year, and very likely some of those will. But we have to work with Siri relative to that, because those would likely be funded. More of the work there that some of those two individuals are doing is more focused on both community development and public works type work. So, but we had this discussion with the board several years ago about continuing to move the work to the correct funding sources, so that we're in alignment with the statutes and so forth. So we'll continue to work with community development and public works on that. Moving to our team members, I think you all know everyone. We've got Joe Hines, who's our program manager for forest restoration and does a lot of our, I'll say, the boots on the ground out there for our projects, and has been doing a lot of work working with our partners. Shirley Watkins, of course, who keeps us all moving forward, and Jay and Sean will be up later, and then Courtney's not with us today. She is home with a sick child, so and is our business manager. And I just want to applaud both Sean and Courtney for this last several years. When you think about two people, and certainly with the support of finance, but $117 million of money that has flowed through this very small department, and managing that. We had no budget findings. That's a real kudos to them and to finance for their support of the department. We took a crack at the SWOT analysis, and I don't think there's anything here. One correction there on that under opportunities, that continual efforts post wildfire flood actually just should say flood modeling. I think one of the things that we've been able to really perfect in this, to a large extent, is the use of science in setting our priorities and how we identify truly what are the real threats and so forth, and be able to identify, for example, use that data to identify what are the acres we need to be focusing on for restoration, those types of things. So, but I think most of these are pretty clear, and I think you're pretty aware of those in terms of what our strengths and opportunities are. Clearly, we've got great partnerships. We're in a process now, and I think the other piece that's on here is that we have a very strong vision about where we're going, and we're out ahead. And it's great. I think now there's leadership, particularly at the Forest Service, now that they have the capacity to look ahead with us now too. Aaron, Nicole, Matt, we're going to be meeting with Matt and Aaron here in the near future to really look at the whole Oak Creek Canyon area, and the whole Oak Creek watershed, I should say, including Pump House Wash and all the areas, and really look at how are we going to look at that whole system of watersheds. So I think having those we're able to have pretty sophisticated conversations now, and really carry a vision with our partners, which is very important. This just highlights some of our partnerships and some of the things that we've accomplished. And, again, that's been in partnership with you. The board's been extremely supportive of all of these efforts. So with that, we're going to move into budget, and I'm going to turn it over to Sean for a few slides here.
Okay, thank you, Lucinda. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name's Sean Puyama. I serve as the program manager for the Flood Control District. Happy to be here this afternoon to talk a little bit about kind of our budget overview for the department. To start, the first slide kind of goes off of what Lucinda shared earlier, which is kind of the breakdown of the department. It's broken into 5 divisions that we operate all of our programs out of. And again, I also want to recognize the work that we did with the budget team to really kind of revamp this a little bit. Over the years, we've had some transition in terms of how we were managing our funding, and I think we really kind of nailed it down this year to really hit those highlights of what the department does in those different divisions, which are shown up on the screen here in this slide. But what's also important to note is that this is what we manage our base budget off of. This is where we are managing the funding that comes in from that secondary property tax that I know Siri has shared with you in terms of our revenues. This does not include any of those federal or state awards. We manage those separately in partnership with the finance department. Those are managed through other funds, and it does not commingle with our base budget. So I think that's an important thing to note. So to start, this slide kind of goes over our FY26 financial picture. In this slide, you'll see that currently we are estimating our total revenues to come in at about 12.9 million or 13 million. Our expenditures are estimated at about 11 million currently. Again, the revenues that's coming in are a combination of that property tax revenue as well as some other small funding coming in through fees and permits and such. But one important note for this fiscal year is that the district did receive a one-time reimbursement from the National Forest Foundation for funds that were allocated to the National Forest Foundation in 2022. They were funds that were supposed to be used for a forest restoration project that did not come to fruition, so they reimbursed us that funding back. And so that is a portion of the revenues that we are capturing for this fiscal year. But what was also noted on this is that you'll see a little asterisk there that I know earlier this month, a couple weeks ago, the district did come to the board to talk to you about the repayment of the general fund loan that was done in 2022. Those funds were not a part of the expenditures that came out of our fiscal year 26. Those came out of funding from the fund balance or cash balance that was discussed. So that was not part of any expenditures coming out of FY26. And I think it's important to note that. And then as we transition into FY27, right now we are currently estimating that we will have revenues of about 11.4 million based on estimate calculations that we have been provided by finance. And I think the big thing you'll notice in this slide is when we look at the expenditures. The expenditures are much higher than the projected revenues. A lot of those expenditures are tied to key investments that I know Lucinda will go into shortly, but really what we're looking at is having those go to some of the FEMA special flood hazard area, continuing the forest restoration projects, as well as cleaning up and finalizing some of the pipeline work that we are looking to do. And I think that part of this is going to go into that conversation about how are we going to fund this, and part of it is going to be working with finance and the treasurer to really look at where those opportunities for those warrants to be issued to help cover some of these costs that we may expend. And I think that's important to note as well, is that the expenditures that we're estimating, we may expend it. It's going to depend on a lot of different things in terms of what grant funding we get. Are we going to be able to utilize some of our funding to match some of those grants, or it's going to kind of look at a lot of different factors. So currently we are planning to expend up to 16.8 million, but there's a possibility we may not expend all of those funds in FY27. And I think Lucinda will go ahead and go into a little bit of the details on that.
Thank you, Sean. Yeah, and I just want to reiterate there that on what it said on the last slide here, you'll note it says up to in front of all those numbers. So I think on any given investment, we want the authority to be able to potentially invest up to that amount. but we don't anticipate that we will be investing up to that. Bless you, Andy. So, and you'll see that throughout this. I think one of the things that's important is that the, let's see, did we get off track here? There we go. Okay. is looking at, we do have some fund balance that will remain after, and I don't know, in fact, I have to ask Siri if they've actually paid off the loan and that's all the transactions taking place. We'll have a little bit of some fund balance, cash balance remaining, but again, we're working not only with finance and the treasurer's office, but also with partners, and Jay will speak to this too. We're, for example, working with TNC to really look at, because we've told all our partners, we have to move to a pay-as-you-go now, and that our cash flow will really matter. And so we've met with both Aaron Mayville and with Nicole Branton and talked about it relative to the Forest Service and what kind of role we could play in the future and what type of agreement we'll need to put into place for that. And then also with the Nature Conservancy and the partnership that we want to move forward with there, both on the Upper Rio Forest Restoration Projects and Bill Williams Mountain. How can we make those payments toward those projects not be very large one-time payments? And so, and they've committed to working with us on that. So that's great. And I think that will address at least some of the issue that we may have relative to the overall budget. But I think we'll learn through this next year, how does this play out and what do other options? And I appreciated that Siri had the conversation with you on the first budget day about, with wanting to make capital investments, what are the options to look like? And frankly, like relative to forest restoration, there are they call it conservation. Well, it's conservation financing that's out there that's getting utilized far more frequently now to help support like investments in forest restoration. So I think in the future, we're going to probably have to look at some of those. So just to quickly touch on some accomplishments, you're certainly aware of this, and we did provide you with some additional materials. Some of these materials that are in here are very small to try to read in the packet itself or in the presentation itself, including this map that is the pipeline investment map, and shows the flood mitigation investments. We're now at basically 117 million. Amazing, And so you can see this breaks it down with how much were the various entities invested, both federal, state, and our district, and congressional directed spending, et cetera. Want to really thank you for all your support for that, and government relations, county leadership. It takes a team to bring in this kind of money. It doesn't just materialize. So, but you have to have a plan, and we've talked about that a lot around the West. Is you got to get to a plan very quickly. You got to have the right technical resources, because people can't act on anything if they don't have a plan in front of them. People need to know, what do you need support for, and that's why the plan for the North Rim is so important as well. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jay to cover some of the forest restoration accomplishments.
Go up with the mic on that. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. Jay Smith, Forest Restoration Director. So to go over some of the accomplishments that we have done in FY26, some of these are like very off the press kind of things. So the LaRue East project, the RFP is out currently. We had a show me day. Joe and I went to that last week, and there were 5 different contractors there, which is as much more than I thought was going to be there. A lot of great questions, a lot of good interest on this project. We've actually moved the project from 500 acres to closer to a little over 600, like 606 acres on this first side. So we're going to do east first and then move to the LaRue West project next year of about 900 acres. So that should be that. I think it's open for 30 days, and they will be offering that out once we get the bids in. And the Bill Williams Mountain, the AB base project, Monday is expected release on that RFP. We had to shrink that a little bit to 65 to 70 acres due to some owls not nesting where we wanted them to, but we will still get that project moving as well. So those are two of the projects that we've been waiting for, and now they're both should be out by next week. Moving over to the Upper Rio de Flag watershed projects that we have, just kind of another big overview here is we have supported over 7,500 acres of treatment in the watershed so far. By the time, I would say next year, Wing West is the largest project that R4 is doing. Once we get that one completed, we're going to be at 12,000 acres of the 21,000 acre watershed. 5,000 of that is in wilderness. So we're making a big dent in that. I was actually, when I was flying up to Cle Elum, Washington for the After the Flames, I took pictures from the airplane. I could see it from the airplane, the treatments, and I was just got excited. And the people next to me were probably like, what is this guy so excited about? But, you know, to be able to see what you're doing from 35,000 feet was pretty cool. We also, Joe spent a lot of time this last fiscal year laying out 565 acres. And he was able to take our intern out and show him a lot of the work that gets done in forestry, but we were working in the Fort Valley Experimental Forest. We're not going to put any funding toward that, but we wanted to bring some work into that and some capacity. The National Forest Foundation is lining up to do that project this summer as well. So they're out searching for funding and getting a little bit of funding from the Forest Service for that. So we're excited that project, that's one of those scary ones for me when I look at a photograph of how thick that area is. So that'll probably be a two-phase project. This will be phase one. Also, in response to a question or a request from Supervisor Fowler, the last time I was standing here, you have a breakdown of all the projects that we have done. That was in the additional information that we brought today. There's a summary at the very top just to kind of show how many acres we've treated and where the funding has come from through flood control, U.S. Forest Service, and partnership. So you can see there that we, since the inception of the Forest Restoration Initiative, we've put a little over $11.6 million into forest restoration projects. The Forest Service on those projects has put $28.8 million and partners $4.2 million. So that's about a 26% from us, 64% from the Forest Service, 10% from partners. So a breakdown there by fiscal year of where we've put our funding and where we're looking at through 2027, 2028, and into the future. So wanted to get that to you all so you can have that information on hand when you need it.
This is impressive, you know, and obviously incredible work that's been done. But it's also impressive that the county has put their money where our values and where our promises have been to help reduce and mitigate the risk of catastrophic wildfire. And you know, I sit on the Forefront stakeholders group, and so I get to see you in action all the time. And I just want to thank you for your leadership on this. You know, not just here within Forefront, but really in the state. So you've done a great job, and you know, I'm glad we were able to help.
You've helped a lot.
But this is exceedingly impressive, and it is something that is mentioned repeatedly by our constituents out there. They see it too. So thank you, Jay.
Thank you. And what we can't do as well is show how much money we're saving the communities in the county and the state and the feds by doing this work. I mean, it's almost impossible. I mean, we know some $1 to $7 types of things, but it goes beyond that when there's a $2.8 billion risk out there for the Upper Rio and $900 million for Bill Williams. I mean, those are huge numbers that people, it's hard for them to understand what value this work is bringing. Another project that we only funded about $290,000 into this project, but the Marshall project, which is a REPI grant, this is a project over by the NPOI and off Lake Mary Road. So they've actually logged down to Lake Mary Road now. So next time you drive out Lake Mary Road, take a look, and it changes the whole perspective of what's going on out there and the risk. 5,800 cords of firewood being produced for Wood for Life through this project. Some other accomplishments. Lowell Observatory, the congressionally directed spending. We are really getting closer to the RFP, getting through some insurance stuff on the subcontractors that GFFP are working with. This is a great project that has a lot of funding spread out. So 100,000 from city, 50,000 from Lowell, and now the city has decided to move that down even into Thorpe Park, and they're going to do some treatment in Thorpe Park to expand that area of treatment. SRP is bringing in some dollars for that, so it's a great collaborative process again. And we're hoping that RFP goes out this month, and we get work going this summer, which is actually perfect for, we're requiring biomass removal on this project, and with R4 kind of scaling back, that Novo Power is needing more biomass right now, and so it's like perfect timing that we could get rid of this bio, because we were a little concerned about how we're going to get rid of the biomass, and now I don't think that's going to be a problem. A couple other accomplishments through the whole flood control district. We've launched phase 1 of the US Highway 89 flood mitigation project. This is for NEPA and for engineering through the Protect grant. We held the 4 informational sessions with the board here for the wildfire insurance issue. We know there's a meeting coming up. I think it's the first meeting of the task force next week. And so we know there's other things happening at the state level that we'll keep an eye on with that project. And we worked with GFFP for the Rural and Tribal Communities Wildfire Protection Plan. So we are in our final review of that, doing some work with the state, and we hope that the state forester will be signing that end of this month, early June, likely early June, and we're getting that in. And that will be a live document on GIS and online. It's not going to be just a paper document that sits on a shelf. It's going to be where people can go and be very interactive with it and look at their community, look at their home, their parcel, and see where they're at. So it's something that we're really excited about getting that out for the public. And then we're working with City of Flagstaff and the Greater Flagstaff CWPP as well, that they're updating theirs. I'll turn this back over to Lucinda to go through the flood hazard accomplishments.
Yeah, and this week we provided comments to the Flagstaff area, broader area, CWPP. They're about a year behind us, but hopefully they'll be able to move quickly and get their plan in place as well. One thing we are seeing at the federal level is that there's a lot of bipartisan support for continuing to fund the Community Wildfire Protection Program. So if we see some of these bills start to move, we're hopeful that they will need to add more money, that they've exhausted the money, or pretty close. I think they're supposed to have one more tranche come out, but they're pretty close to exhausting the funding, but hopefully we'll see some additional funding coming for that. So moving forward here on flood mitigation, as you know, we again really returned our attention this year to our FEMA special flood hazard areas, and we have a number of them that demonstrate really, have a lot of very, very significant flood risks. As you're aware, we've talked quite a bit about this over the last year, and developed the plan and brought that to the board in January and early February. And if we move to the next here phase or next page here, let's get over here. There we go. So this is the outcome. This was shared again with the board back in January and February, and went through an evaluation process and ranked the projects and identified them, and we're moving forward. We have issued the purchase order with Jay Fuller and initiated the Munns Park feasibility project. So that's now underway, and which was the second highest ranked. And then Tucson, as you know, they got a grant from the state transportation board, and that's moving through its process, and with a goal of being done by September, that drainage master plan and the construction drawings for the in-town measures. What we're going to find, and this is going to be true for Munns Park as well, is that those flood retarding structures, the level of detail that needs to go into those, particularly from a structural perspective. We're also engaging now with, I'll just say, a whole nother level of engineering to really look at those structures. And so that's going to take some additional funding for completing the engineering for the flood retarding structure for Tucson, but we're building that into the process. And if the phase one shows that Munns Park is feasible, then we will have to continue to move through that process. But those structural people are going to be at the table right up front now. So that's going to be great for Munns Park. So that'll help us move that more quickly forward. We're also looking at grants, and unfortunate news, we were not awarded the funding for the FLAP grant, the Federal Lands Access Program. We, being Tucson, applied. We supported that application, of course. But we are still waiting to hear on the build grant. I've been communicating with Bob and Anna and Tracy. We're still expecting to hear back on that in June, the June timeframe. We're also looking at, for Tucson, there is another grant called Nationally Significant Lands Grant through Department of Transportation. And so, and very likely we'll be applying, or the town will be applying for that. We looked at the BRIC grant, but interestingly, the BRIC grant for Tucson, none of the properties in Tucson are in the National Flood Insurance Program. So if there is insurance, they're getting it through private parties, which is pretty common today now. And so that was interesting. BRIC, you need to have that nexus with those properties to be competitive. But we would be able to look at that though in future when we have to progress the engineering to apply for BRIC. You've got to be pretty well into the engineering, pretty well through it, frankly, to be competitive. Bless you, sir. But that where we will have the nexus, there are a number of, we know there are properties there that are in the flood insurance program. So for Munns Park, though, we're also, we've been working with the Natural Resources Conservation Service, looking at the Watershed Flood Protection and Operations Program, which was a actual program that got additional funding this last year, in addition to some base, fairly sizable amount of base funding. And right now I'm working with Jay Fuller to prepare. We have to make a letter request, so we're in the process of preparing that letter request for that funding now. And that's funded over actually 3 phases. I was thinking it was 2 phases, actually 3 phases. They fund planning, the engineering, and then construction. Obviously, as you move through that, you have to look at feasibility of the projects and so forth. And so we're looking at that and what the area extent, kind of have looked to some degree at a larger footprint. And again, I've asked Bob and Anna to help us run down ground what truly would be eligible in that grant. And so we're working out some of those details, but we will be applying certainly for the Munns Wash area at the minimum will apply for that area. So quick update on that front. As you know, we brought forward to you the 2-year, basically a 2-year look forward for the flood mitigation capital improvement plan. And that's what you're going to see, in the budget. The lion's share of that funding is focused on those top 2 projects, ensuring the Grand Canyon National Park Visitor Access Project, the Tucson project, and of course the Munns Park project. Flood insurance program. This was actually a relatively quiet year for this because FEMA elected not to do their annual review. So, in terms of major accomplishments for us was establishing the local floodplain in the Tucson area. And that was very important, so that future development there is managed based on the real floodplain that exists there and not something from 40 years ago. So, and then also the new flood mapping for the Munns Park area became effective in January. And that culminates like about a 13-year process there for that process. So moving to recommended investments for this year. And again, in front of each of these, put an up to for each of these line items. These are kind of the overall forest restoration, flood mitigation, and then the pipeline area projects. To move to more of the details here. For flood mitigation capital, you've seen these numbers in the capital improvement plan that was provided. And again, you can see here it says up to, funding up to. We will be initiating the engineering on the Doodlebug project in Sedona, as well as a phase 1 of the Fort Valley area as well, to look at that. So those will both start the beginning of the fiscal year if you approve, the budget moving forward. I think the other 2 components there, relative to funding of the other pieces is, we'll see what happens with the grants and so forth. But for example, you did approve allocating up to $2.4 million for a build grant match. We would never use that all in 1 year. I mean, that's probably going to be, if they were successful in getting the grant, that's probably over a 2 or 3 year period. So, I think that covered, just want to make sure I covered everything there. Yes. And then these are the numbers you have been seeing relative to LaRue West and Bill Williams. Again, we're working both with the Forest Service and with the Nature Conservancy on how to spread out these dollars a little bit more through over a couple of years, so that we don't have that cash flow dynamic. So,
well, and also they aren't holding the money in their bank instead of our bank.
Exactly. And we're getting that interest that therefore helps us reduce the level of warrants that we have to fund, because those are basically short-term loans, right? So, and particularly that Bill Williams Mountain, we probably will be able to split that, and that'll be based on what they can actually perform, right? And then relative to pipeline, we have both remaining funds with the DFFM funding that we receive for pipeline, as well as CDS funding that we receive for pipeline. And with an allocation as well from the district, we're continuing to move forward with the Glen Drive. We're at a critical point with that right now. We are in the process of working with the property owners to secure the drainage easements. And there are some issues, and we'll see what we're able to move forward with or not. And so I think it's probably going to be pretty likely that I'll be having a conversation with you sometime in the next month or two to update you on where we are with that process and whether or not that project will move forward, whether people want to cooperate and work with us or not, and then what are our options and so forth if they choose not to. So that remains to be seen. Again, that's another piece of funding, but for sure that project won't go to construction until next spring. So, and part of that is the cash flow dynamic, and part of that is working through the remaining engineering as well as securing those drainage easements. So, and then continuing to move forward with the Protect grant that's on track. We're slated to meet with Federal Highways in 2 weeks to talk through the 30% engineering. We're funded, phase one funding from Federal Highways was the NEPA. The NEPA, the conditional, the CE, categorical exclusion, has been signed by Federal Highways. So that's a great accomplishment in a very short period of time. Have an excellent consultant working with us on that. And so we'll be meeting with them now to look at the 30% plans and continue to move that forward, with the goal that hopefully we could go to construction this fall, and it'll be probably over two construction cycles, fall and spring. And then there's some other costs. Again, I don't think these are costs that are some of which are we've duplicated in 27, some are 26. The cathartic protection for the crossing, that's a one-time expense. Some of these are one-time, some will go into 27. Again, I don't expect to spend all of this funding, but we will expend some of it. We do have work to clean up the channels and so forth before the monsoon season and that type of thing, and restock some of our sandbags. They've all declined, so moving through that process now to get ready for the next monsoon season, and hopefully we'll really have one. We need a monsoon season with how dry our winter has been. So I think that concludes the presentation. We have the 10-year plan, which is on the left side of your packet there. That we can walk through if you want to take the time now. I know it's been a long day. Or if you have any specific questions relative to that. I think, again, this will be updated, obviously, once we get through this fiscal year, as well as the discussions that are going on right now with TNC and being able to spread some of these costs out over the next 2 to 3 years. So, it'll be revised over time, but I think it gives you a good snapshot of what we expect our expenses to be for this year, what was budgeted, and so forth. So,
Any comments, questions? The good news is we as a board have been intricately involved in what's been going on in our flood control district. And it's so impressive. As I was saying to Jay, just the work being done on forest restoration in and of itself would have probably been enough. But, just the work that's been done on informing our community about flood insurance and taking a part on the state level to try to deal with that very serious crisis for our constituents and really the people all across Arizona. The community wildfire protection plan, also absolutely essential for our communities, and are taking the lead on that. And I'm very proud that we are as far along in that project as we are. And then, of course, the long-term planning in the flood hazard areas. I know that was a huge undertaking and so needed. We've been spending pretty much since most of us have been on this board, maybe with the exception of Lena because she's been on longer. We've really focused on emergency and emergency response. And so it is so important that we move beyond that
and start looking at some of the other flood mitigation work that needs to get done. And I want to thank you and your staff for your leadership on that, and working with our communities on that. And I know that's something we will be working with probably for the next 10 years as the board moves
Long-term.
forward, but really an important thing for our communities. So, the good news is that we are on top of this. The good news is that Coconino County is recognized as one of the leaders in the country in the area of forest restoration and in the area of flood mitigation. We have a lot of credibility when we go back to DC. You all have a lot of credibility for your expertise, and I know you're sought after by others who are in similar positions, both in the state of Arizona, but quite frankly, again, all across the country. And so appreciate that. And I've said a million times that, over $100 million, I've said it over 100 million times, over $100 million that we were able to bring in to these communities for post-wildfire flood mitigation projects, really, truly taking them out of devastation into very safe homes and safe neighborhoods. And, unfortunately, that's the kind of money that we aren't going to ever see again. And, I know we're going to continue to advocate. We're going to get whatever we can. But that level of assistance on by the federal government to local government is something that we likely will not see, at least for a long time. I can't say ever again, because we hope we can.
Yeah.
And I tell you, it scares me if there is a crisis or an emergency similar to what we've experienced in the past. I'm concerned about our ability to deliver, certainly not being able to deliver on the level we were able to before. So all the more reason, right, Jay, that we deal with that forest restoration.
That's right.
And we mitigate that risk up front.
Yeah, and continue the advocacy for the federal government to continue to partner with us. And but we're also having broader conversations with other potential partners. Had a really good conversation in a recent meeting with LV Barton from SRP, and obviously they have a lot of interest in the Oak Creek watershed, and and that's another potential partner that we could bring in for that area. So not just for forest restoration, but other watershed improvement projects, flood mitigation. So
again, thank you for all you do and your creativity and your whole staff. It has been very impressive, and it makes us shine, makes Coconino County shine. So thank you. Other comments, members of the board? Supervisor Ontiveros.
I'm actually going to continue on with all the more reason. And that's why we're doing what we're doing, for all the reasons that she just set out, because we want to get ahead of this. And I very much appreciate that. I've always been supportive of that and will continue to be. And you're right, Lucinda, because we've been meeting so much, like all the time. I mean, I have no questions. Like everything in here, we kind of already knew. There was a little hot off the press stuff, Jay, that you brought. Yeah. But otherwise, we have been very informed, and of course, you guys do like such a great job. And I am just so really happy to partner with you guys when we go advocating. And we're a good team. And I will tell you that of course, you guys probably saw the article that the Daily Sun did on the LaRue West project with the allocation of funds. I was at a meeting, was it last week? And 3 separate independent, this wasn't even in my district, by the way, but I was approached by 3 separate people, independent of each other, right? It wasn't like one was hearing it off of the other one, that thanked the Board of Supervisors for putting these funds out there. So the constituents, the community is really appreciative of this project. And of course, happy to see Bill Williams continuing to move forward. So thank you, guys.
Yeah, and continuing to communicate with those communities and getting out. We need to get back to Williams Council and update them.
Yeah.
And we've got the Munns Park meeting coming on the 21st. And
Right.
so
Yeah.
continuing to communicate with them, and they do appreciate your investments.
Yeah, they do. And to that end, Lucinda, if you, I mean, you and I can coordinate
Yeah,
on this,
absolutely.
but I think it would be good if we did, like you and me and Jay did do a presentation with the Williams City Council. I think that they would appreciate that very
Absolutely.
much.
No,
So
we
if we
definitely-
could
it's on the
coordinate on
list.
that,
Yeah.
yeah, we'll go. Yeah.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, thank you. Amazing, great work. And there's some have end over and learned so much
Mhm.
since the
No,
first time in
a lot of learning.
2010, and just a lot of roller coaster and painful process at times. But you
Mhm.
all have come together, great team put together, and really know what you're doing, and then your contractors. And all the partners along the way that have been developed. When the first year this happened, there was no partners. There were no partners.
No.
Even the Forest Service didn't want to come to the table.
Yeah.
It was really, really amazing. And then Congress, they didn't know what to do with you. Didn't know what to do with us, you know? And since then to where we are today, to say these are done, this one's done, this is where we're at with this one, and we believe we'll do this one, and this is what it looks like. I mean, it is just, it's like, hiking on a really rough terrain, and now you've gone to the one peak that you wanted to reach to, and now we got to go to the next one.
That's right.
Now we're at the riverbank, and we're gonna kayak this next ride. I did that once. I love that.
Yeah,
Anyway.
thank you.
So I have to just about that. But anyway, it has just been quite the journey. So now, we're at a place where it's talk about the unknown. The White House Council was supposed to have a recommendation, and we are, but now we're looking at May possibly, and it really does hinder on all of the disaster projects and
Mhm.
events. But we were able to, though, get the recognition of the weather pattern out here. That's supposed to be in
Yeah.
this FEMA reform, but I think we're still waiting for the report to come out, and Congress was going to pick this up, so it hasn't happened yet. But anyway, what you've all done, you've led and educated all of the country about how to approach disaster and fire and flood, and I just want to really recognize all of your staff. You have a small staff, and able to get these projects done, bring partners in, and just work on the prevention side. Jay, it's just the partnership that you've created, and just you're all well known across the country. You're the example. How many tours have you provided? Educational tours, wanting to know how did you do this?
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
so I just want to just commend you for that. And then I am excited about these communities that are going to be protected, because you're community protection, but watershed.
Mhm.
Watershed is so important in our region. And what you're doing is protecting the watershed for the future, and the community to keep the family safe. So yeah, I just think that you're doing a great job, and not just in our area, but educating the country about how to approach this. And just I'm really happy a lot of projects have been done.
Thank you, Yate.
Wondered how in the world is it going to ever be done? How are we going to pay for it? And yet you figured it out. You all
We
figured
did.
it out.
we all did together.
Yeah, so anyway, I think this is another area where the housing, the insurance, we need to continue to educate about the impacts of that, because that's not just our county discussion. That is this discussion
No,
that's
it's
going
affecting
on
them.
across the country.
Yeah.
When I go in for it, I
First
sit up-
wildfires right now are in Georgia,
Yeah. it
right,
really
as we
is.
speak.
They're waking up.
Yeah.
The East are waking up to what we've been talking about, because they thought that was not gonna come to them. Now it's starting to wake up and saying, hey, well, how did you all do this? That was what we're experiencing now. So it's an ongoing discussion. It's really important that we stay involved at the national level to make sure that we have our stories in order. So if we can just keep continuing to work with our public affairs and keeping those documents going and having our advocacy continue, it's really important that we do that. I think that, I know with NACO, we're very active in those education. You were one of the original committees that really came out with a report. You didn't delay it. You all didn't delay it. You got it done. And that is being used as an example out there. So I want to just thank you for that as well. Your continued involvement at the national level, because that's what it takes, because that's where the dollars are coming
right.
from. And we can't allow this, the delete of the FEMA like it was proposed. We can't, yeah, FEMA has some issues, but we're working to improve those. And they have adjusted through the years. They've learned the process. And if we can look at that FEMA reform legislation, we need to make sure we're really, our stories are in that, and that we pass the correct one. The other one is that even though we don't have a seat at the table on that advisory council, we got to influence that as well. So at nationwide, that's where the funding, the grants, that was the leader, and then some of them are being brought back. It needs to continue. And yes, I think there are people across the country are realizing what a disaster is. And what that, because if we have our own narrow vision of what the disaster is in our own little world, but people are starting to understand, or counties and towns across the country are understanding what wildfire is and the climate change that's happening. So anyway, thank you. And your work saves not only just the communities and the watershed, but important plants that are there, that are edible, that are, that are able to sustain community, all the animals and all the wildlife. That's really important. It's a whole environment. Nature, we've got to take care of nature. So anyway, and that's what you're all doing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for your team, for all the hard work. Pretty amazing. We're back in DC at least once a year for the last several years, and we've seen the results. $116 million worth of completed projects. That's pretty impressive. And so, just want to reiterate, we got to keep thinking forward. We got to keep looking where we can do our thinning, where we can do our plans, look at the flood maps as you're doing. Really glad we're now going away from the post-wildfire mitigation that we had to do for so many years, and now can start looking forward, thinking at the different projects that are needed across our county. That's so important. And so I like the plan that has been presented, and the way that you went through and prioritized which projects are going to happen, and I look forward to those projects moving forward. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Supervisor Begay?
Thank you, Lucinda. You're always here, giving us reports, and we ask you all these questions, and you're right on top of it. And thank you for the staff that are being here. And I know that, it is hard, to have to do projects sometimes, without the resources, but somehow one way or the other, you guys find some money and say, here, we have some more money, or it's coming this way, or it's going to be sent our way. But, I'm so thankful for that. And we're protecting families, with their floods, and all the damages that were done prior to the most recent flooding that happened that really took a toll on a lot of families. And, you responded in no time, your staff. And so I was really happy with that, just knowing that, we put in those um, uh, cement flood thingies, for water. Yeah,
Measures.
yeah. So anyway, those things, those really help. And it's working together with and through people to get things done. And so just want to tell you that I'm very thankful for you and your staff, and in addressing a lot of these issues that come about. We don't know what tomorrow is going to bring. We had sleet and cold in Tuba City the other day. I was getting hay, and I thought, what is this? And here was little ice balls, real small ones. And I thought, wow, is it supposed to be summertime, or is it going to be summer or spring, or what's going on here? So, but we never know when it's going to rain, or shine, snow, whatever it may be. And we have high gust winds that are coming through too. So, but anyway, I just want to say thank you for all your efforts. And I know that when everybody knows you guys over in Washington, D.C., yeah, knocking on doors, and oh, there's Coconino County, and so you have that acknowledgement by other areas of the states, that, and also there are very good comments that come from other supervisors within the districts, even as far as back east, especially at the national level. So, and they said, you guys have a good
Thank
job going, you guys are doing very well. Where'd you get those people, I don't know, they were hitchhiking through or driving through and we picked them up, But anyway, so thank you so much for everything.
Yeah,
And
thank you.
thank you. Bye.
All right, any concluding remarks? Otherwise, thank you so much. Really appreciate you and Jay and your team. Really appreciate it. So with that, it is just almost 10 after 4. Where are we, Mr. County Manager?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, and thank you for the ride, Supervisor Begay, and picking me up when I was hitchhiking.
But you-
I know.
Well,
I'm all out of. So, so what we're up to as staff, we're putting together some thoughts and slides for wrap-up discussion based on all of the conversations that we've had and input we've gotten from you as a board, and also looking at the travel policy as well. And we certainly can take some time for discussion this afternoon or not. Even if we don't, I know we as staff will be continuing to discuss a few things in preparation for the next 2 days. Tomorrow we start with finance at 8:30, so Siri will get the mic. Facilities, human resources in the morning, so internal services, and then workforce investment. Alish will be here, right, Eric? So we'll get to hear from our new director, and then county manager budget. And so all of our directors in the county manager's office will also have an opportunity to present to you tomorrow.
I think that sounds great. And if anybody wants to on the board make any remarks or whatever, otherwise, I think we look forward to more of a discussion when we're through with all of the departments, and we look forward to the information so we can finalize what we should be doing for our own in-state travel for the board. So, any other comments, questions, members of the board? All right. With that, I think everybody is tired. So, thanks again to our departments and to our staff for helping us work our way in such a diligent manner through the whole budget process. So, thank you. And with that, are you ready? All right. We're adjourned.